Vitor, you're muted. But it sounded like your sound was working.
Okay, can you see? Can you see the full screen presentation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me just test the sound.
Yep.
Can you hear?
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
Hay muchas restricciones para aumento de nieve en Colombia, especialmente porque Colombia es una zona que es una de ellas.
Okay, well, it's 9:30, so let's go ahead and get started. Just a couple things to go over real quick. So this is our panel on Brazilian film technology and decolonization. We have a new panelist who is Arisbe Lopez. One of our original panelists couldn't make it, so we'll be expanding that to include Cuba today. So each person presenting is going to have 20 minutes. I'll be keeping track of time. My name is Ryan Morrison, by the way. I'm a PhD student at the University of Texas in the Department of Spanish and Portuguese. I will give 5-minute reminders. I'll try not to be too disruptive. I'll give a 5-minute reminder, a 1-minute warning, and then I will let you know when your time is finished, the 20 minutes. And I'm going to be keeping track of questions in the Q&A forum. For those of you listening in, have questions. When you ask your question, please specify who the question is directed at, if it's directed at one of the panelists specifically. I also want to remind everybody that this is being recorded. And I believe that's it. So I will introduce everybody, each of the participants, and then we can get started. Okay. So first we have Vitor Dacier, who's going to be presenting today. His presentation is called Luto e Memória, a frágil interculturalidade do entrelugar em Ventos de Agosto. Vitor is a PhD student in Luso-Brazilian Cultural and Media Studies at the University of Texas at Austin. Second up, we have Catherine Petillo, who's going to be presenting talk is titled Resistance and the Sertão in Brazilian Cinema, Bacurau and Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol. Kat is an undergraduate student at the University of Texas at Austin, studying Spanish and history with a focus on Latin American history and culture. And finally, we have Arisbe Lopez, who's going to be presenting Familia Ritual y Reavivamiento Religioso, Notas Críticas sobre Relaciones de Parentesco en las Religiones Cubanas de Antecedente Africano. Arisbe is currently a student in the PhD program in Iberian and Latin American languages and cultures, as well in the Department of Spanish and Portuguese at the University of Texas at Austin. So without further ado, we will get started with Vitor's presentation. And Vitor, you can take over whenever you are ready.
Muito bem. Só momento. Okay. Então, muito bem. Muito obrigado. O trabalho que eu vou apresentar aqui hoje gira em torno de espacialidades e geografia cultural, geografias culturais no cinema nordestino contemporâneo. Bom, o filme que eu vou apresentar hoje se chama Ventos de Agosto, é um filme de 2014, de Gabriel Mascaro. Ele retrata uma pequena comunidade de pescadores no litoral do estado de Alagoas, no Brasil, uma comunidade negra de pescadores, e essa comunidade ela se vê diante de um problema. O mar começa a invadir a vila, o nível do mar começa a subir e começa a invadir e ameaçar a varrer, a apagar a pequena vila onde eles vivem, e essa invasão começa pelo cemitério da cidade. Quer dizer, começa pelo espaço de memória por excelência da comunidade. E, nesse meio tempo, eles se deparam também com a chegada de um cientista, na verdade, um meteorologista, que chega na cidade e tem uma missão de gravar o som dos ventos da cidade. Ele quer saber que ventos que cruzam aquela vila. E a sua subsequente morte durante uma das suas gravações, durante uma tempestade, tragado pelo seu próprio objeto de pesquisa. Quem encontra o corpo do cientista é Jason. Jason é um jovem pescador da vila, e ele encontra esse corpo, ele traz esse corpo para a cidade, e ele passa a ter um comportamento que toda a comunidade da vila começa a estranhar. Ele começa a cuidar desse corpo, desse cadáver, com um zelo muito estranho. Ele começa a tentar limpar o cadáver como se quisesse interromper, como se quisesse parar aquele processo de putrefação do corpo. E é ele também, Jason, em companhia de sua namorada, Shirley, que vai encontrar durante uma pesca. Eles saem para pescar, uma pescaria de mergulho, e eles vão encontrar, no fundo do mar, o crânio de um antigo morador da cidade que foi sepultado muitas décadas antes. Então, esses dois encontros com a morte são os elementos que botam a história em andamento, em movimento, e também são esses dois elementos esses dois encontros que vão apresentar alguns elementos importantes na análise dessa obra. A primeira, a presença constante da morte, né? E a consciência da condição de que isso está ligado a uma questão racial, de uma questão nas palavras de Denise Silva, do eu sujeitado, quer dizer, aquele indivíduo que está potencialmente destinado a se deparar com o horizonte da morte, né? A condição de uma comunidade racializada e que se depara com o horizonte da morte. O segundo elemento é esse estranho comportamento do Jason em relação ao cadáver, que, segundo Nicolau Savchenko, ele pode ser encontrado em diversas outras manifestações culturais da cultura brasileira. Esse estranho, esse comportamento de contemplação silenciosa, ele define como uma busca interminável, como uma paralisia mística temporal, e que está relacionado também com pequenos atos de resistência que estão relacionados com esses grupos racializados no Brasil, e outros grupos também, resistências silenciosas, resistências que têm que ser apresentadas em diálogo com o silêncio. Então, busca interminável, paralisia mística e a questão racial se conecta no filme do Mascaro, se conecta e atualiza a ideia de um entrelugar na cultura brasileira. O entrelugar é justamente isso, é um conceito teórico muito importante, central nessa pesquisa. O principal articulador desse conceito no Brasil é o Silviano Santiago, e ele é justamente isso, é uma tentativa de entender e de teorizar a respeito dessa necessidade de articular em silêncio. Então, o entrelugar aparece como uma forma específica de ocupar espaços destinados ao sujeito colonizado ou racializado, e uma forma que compreende esses espaços como confinamento e que, de forma tácita ou explícita, assume uma postura de confronto. Implícito nessa ideia está a ideia de invasão, está a ideia de um elemento exterior, não apenas modernamente, não apenas atualmente na questão da globalização, mas o modelo exterior vem desde a colonização, vem desde os processos de aculturação do período escravagista. Está ligado, claro, a hierarquias de desigualdade e mais hierarquias de crueldade e de racismo estrutural na sociedade, e ver o silêncio como uma mera repetição dos modelos impostos. Então, então, o sujeito colonizado brasiliano Santiago aceita a prisão como forma de comportamento e a transgressão como forma de expressão. Quer dizer, o entrelugar é uma forma de habitar esse espaço destinado a essas pessoas, mas, na verdade, não é uma forma, são várias formas, e a gente vai ver justamente de que forma o Mascaro propõe habitar esse lugar. Ainda para Santiago, nesse lugar aparentemente vazio, seu templo e seu lugar de clandestinidade, ali se realiza o ritual antropófago. Quer dizer, o Santiago viveu uma época do tropicalismo, uma coisa eufórica, uma forma eufórica de viver. E a gente vai ver, de viver o entre-lugar, e a gente vai ver que para Mascaro isso funciona de alguma forma diferente. Essa interculturalidade do entre-lugar, conforme definida por Denilson Lopes, ela funciona diferente para Mascaro. Quer dizer, então, essa diferença, ela se projeta justamente na paisagem, que é um elemento central também nessa análise, a paisagem descomunal e a voracidade neoliberal. Quer dizer, a forma específica de habitar esse entre-lugar hoje, na nossa época, diferente do cinema novo, diferente do tropicalismo, diferente do período colonial escravagista, tem suas características específicas. Eu queria mostrar um trechinho do filme, um trechinho inicial do filme, para vocês. Então, essa imagem inicial da Shirley sentada no barco e como que observando, entrando pelo rio, e ao mesmo tempo com essa câmera por trás, essa tomada traseira dela, observando, fazendo o público observá-la, quer dizer, ela ao mesmo tempo observando e sendo observada, ela ao mesmo tempo incursionando e incursionada pelo espectador, é uma imagem muito importante. E também a paisagem sonora, eu queria ressaltar também, essa questão do ruído do rio, que corta abruptamente para o ruído do ronco do motor e depois corta abruptamente novamente para o som de uma música punk da década de 70, que se chama Kill Yourself. E essas imagens, esses elementos se conectam muito com as visões antigas do entrelugar, com o paraíso, a imagem do paraíso perdido, muito falada na cultura brasileira, quer dizer, aquela coisa de como lidar com essa saída, né, do paraíso perdido, e também com a questão dos fluxos externos de cultura que chegam e que invadem, e que o local, a pessoa racializada, colonizada, tem que lidar, é obrigada a lidar com isso. No entanto, essa interculturalidade como espaço político para o Mascaro, ela é diferente, ele vê essa interculturalidade de forma diferente, e essa canção, essa música punk, que pergunta Why don't you kill yourself? Por que você não se mata? Ela é bem emblemática disso. Assim como outros elementos, a própria imagem do mar descomunal invadindo o cemitério, propõe uma interculturalidade, um encontro de culturas que tem uma fragilidade, que é quebradiço, que pode se quebrar, pode se partir nesse encontro. A imagem da velha avó da Shirley também é uma coisa que remete a essa coisa. Então, esses elementos, o eu sujeitado, o confronto constante com a morte, o encontro com a morte, o crânio, o cadáver, a avó, o mar descomunal, kill yourself, todos esses elementos, eles compõem essa paisagem para o Mascaro e vão desembocar nessa visão dele, que está diretamente ligada com a relação do personagem com a paisagem. Quer dizer, para Mariana Cunha, o cinema nordestino contemporâneo forja subjetividades no confronto, no contato com a paisagem. Então, a deterioração do personagem, a deterioração da paisagem são elementos que se complementam, né, que interagem um com o outro. Essa imagem é o cientista, durante uma das suas medições, se protegendo da tempestade com um guarda-chuva, um frágil guarda-chuva, que vai se partir um pouquinho antes dele mesmo ser tragado pelo seu objeto de pesquisa, em comparação com essa outra imagem do Jason mergulhando de cabeça no mar descomunal para encontrar a morte, não a sua própria morte, como o cientista vai encontrar, mas sim para encontrar a morte da sua comunidade, né? Então, esse contato com a paisagem, a deterioração da paisagem é a deterioração da comunidade. A transformação material é a transformação do personagem. A morte do cientista tragado pelo seu objeto de pesquisa é o que leva à transformação de Jason. Afeto e subjetividade estão conectados à paisagem material. Então, quer dizer, essa coisa da paisagem enquanto produto e produtor de ideologias, enquanto construção e algo que constrói hegemonias e, ao mesmo tempo, que constrói e reconstrói resistências. Quando a gente olha esse filme, a paisagem está literalmente desaparecendo, a paisagem está literalmente sendo tragada, sendo dizimada, né? Então, todos esses elementos, eles se juntam, a paisagem, a imagem descomunal do mar, tragando lentamente a comunidade, se juntam para compor essa entrelugar do Gabriel Mascaro. Uma terceira visão a respeito do entrelugar é o da pesquisadora Núbia Jaquensou, que usa essa ideia de oxímoros, quer dizer, palavras que têm sentidos opostos, mas que não apenas têm sentidos opostos, elas provocam um embate, elas se anulam mutuamente. Então, ela vê o entrelugar como espaço caótico de mestiçagem e embate entre opostos. E, quer dizer, mestiçagem, não a mestiçagem festiva, obviamente, do Gilberto Freire, mas a mestiçagem como ela é, ou seja, como um processo de apagamento, um processo de destruição dos espaços e dos grupos minoritários e dos grupos racializados no Brasil. Então, todos esses elementos eles vão nos levar a dois pontos importantes que eu vejo na leitura de Ventos de Agosto, do Gabriel Mascaro. Primeiro...
Vitor, tem mais 5 minutos.
Primeiro, a confrontação, a comparação entre esse espaço coerente de transculturalidade e troca, né? O entrelugar como um espaço coerente de troca, em comparação com um espaço de incoerência e mestiçagem, esse é o primeiro ponto. E o segundo ponto, a visão descomunal de forças em interação na paisagem transcultural criada pelo diretor. Então, esses dois elementos que eles vêm a substituir, de certa forma, a euforia, por exemplo, do tropicalismo pela ansiedade do Jason. É claro que essa visão não vem apagar a visão, as outras visões de entrelugar, ela vem apenas complementar, é apenas uma outra perspectiva, né, a respeito dessa coisa. E quer dizer... E tudo isso, na verdade, leva Jason a uma transição de subjetividade, né? A sua postura de contemplação, a sua postura de observação mística da coisa vai transitar para uma nova postura, não apenas do Jason e da Shirley, mas da comunidade, que vai passar a uma postura mais objetiva em relação a essas coisas. E, no entanto, o mar avança. O mar segue avançando e segue engolindo a cidade lentamente e implacavelmente. E ela segue engolindo os espaços de memória por excelência da comunidade, espaços que uma vez destruídos, não apenas priva os ancestrais da homenagem, das homenagens feitas pelos que ainda estão vivos, mas que priva os vivos da sua própria existência, da sua própria memória. Então, e essa visão dialoga com as visões anteriores. É uma visão que se conecta com a imagem do nordestino, que no cinema novo é apresentado como revolucionário em potencial, ou, nas palavras de Ivana Pentes, como sinais de uma revolução por vir. Rebeldes e revolucionários primitivos capazes de mudanças radicais. Se conecta também com a imagem do tropicalismo antropofágico e confiante na capacidade transformadora da interculturalidade. No entanto, a relação entre corpo e paisagem, conforme descrita por Mariana Cunha, em Mascaro leva os personagens a um processo de descoberta de sua condição de pessoas racializadas e colonizadas, e de tomada da consciência das dimensões dessa condição. Obrigado. É isso.
Tá, muito obrigado, Victor. Vamos esperar as perguntas para o final, né? Okay. All right. Next up, we have Kat.
Hello. So today I'm going to be talking about the ways that Bacurau, the film, within Brazilian cinema and in the context of Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol, specifically treats the themes of scarcity and hunger, violence, and cangaço, or banditry in the region. So Bacurau was directed in 2019 by Juliano Dornelles and Kleber Mendonça Filho, and it adopts the thematic language of Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol, the 1964 film by Glauber Rocha, by continuing the older film's treatment of life on the Sertão in an evolving political and cultural context. Both films deal directly with the socio-political realities of the arid, underserved, and vulnerable populations in the northeast of Brazil from anti-imperialist perspectives, and taken together, the two films illustrate the continuity of struggle in Sertão life stretching from the 1960s to the present. The study of Bacurau in the context of its Brazilian cinematic forebearer, Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol, illustrates the evolution of normative and revolutionary expectations and interpretations of frontier experiences. Both films treat the fundamental issues of access, power, and marginalization in the Sertão, but often the critiques that Bacurau raises simply are applied to the once revolutionary expectations set forth by Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol, as well as normative expectations. The discourse between the two films begins structurally with the decisions their respective directors made pertaining to genre and cinematic style. Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol was conceived as part of the Cinema Novo movement, which explicitly intended to use film genre to challenge the conventions of Hollywood movie making. Cinema Novo thought very little of the American cinematic styles in general, and specifically Westerns, claiming that the American Western hacks out all aspects of the social life of the Sertão and only makes use of that imagery, which is part of Western traditions. Rocha and his peers disdained Brazilian films that utilized American imperial forms because they sacrificed the cultural integrity of the Sertão they pretended to honor in favor of preserving American tropes and forms. The directors of Bacurau, Dornelles and Mendonça Filho, however, approached the Western cinematic style from a more welcoming perspective. In an interview, Dornelles stated that their desire to work with genre actually came from a profound discomfort that they felt when they first began thinking of their film with certain representations in cinema, particularly Brazilian cinema. Thus, whereas Rocha and Cinema Novo directors rejected international genre styles produced by the West because they undermine Brazilian identity, Dornelles and Mendonça Filho welcome international genre because they find the forms of Brazilian cinema insufficient to develop the sertanejo identity. Dornelles and Mendonça Filho choose to prioritize the frontier space of the northeast of Brazil and its occupants in particular over the discursive conflict between Brazilian national identity and Western cultural forces. Both Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol and Bacurau structurally seek to escape destructive narratives of identity. Rocha and his peers in the mid-20th century worked to develop a national cinematic culture. Now Dornelles and Mendonça Filho resist the nationalizing narratives of Brazilianness that tokenize sertanejo identity and existence to serve the interests of other Brazilians with dissimilar lived experiences. The co-directors reorient international genre cinema from colonizing tool to tool of resistance against national narratives that allow for the marginalization and othering of a specific group within Brazil. Thus, Bacurau inherits the legacy of resistance started by the films of Cinema Novo, paradoxically by resisting the norms set in place by Cinema Novo itself. Resistance to marginalization and tokenization is crucial to the narratives of both films. Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol brings the humanity, strife, and difficulties of people in the Sertão to the forefront of the narrative, centering heavily on the moral and physical uncertainty of the main character as he navigates violence and hunger on the Sertão. Bacurau takes a similar path in depicting the people of the town. The film's eponymous village draws inspiration from a type of remixed quilombo, a Black community, a historical place of resistance, but with some white, indigenous, trans, and other inhabitants. Mendonça Filho claims in an interview that the film was meant to be about people who are not being represented enough in Brazil, and when they are represented, it's in very unfair ways. With the misrepresentation and underrepresentation of sertanejos and non-white sertanejos in particular in mind, Mendonça Filho and Dornelles construct a film about a community of complex characters who do not behave as a monolith, though they do act in concert. Both films intend to establish a human face for a marginalized experience in Brazil. But Rocha's single sertanejo becomes a living emblem of a spiritual struggle across all of Brazil, while Dornelles and Mendonça Filho's community of sertanejos embody the specific experience of the Sertão itself. Drought and scarcity are rhetorically and physically primary causes of instability in the Sertão. In his manifesto on Cinema Novo, Aesthetics of Hunger, Rocha says that the tragic originality of Cinema Novo is in Latin America's hunger. Hunger and thirst fundamentally define the Sertão and Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol, where scarcity runs along class lines. The protagonist Manuel is given the honor of owning cattle when the landowner Moraes declares him the owner of 4 cattle that died while Manuel was running them. Scarcity is so profoundly entrenched in the life on the Sertão that Manuel only has the opportunity to own things that are worthless, and things that have value are only in the Sertão during transit, passing through without ever resting there to enrich the bare, dry region. Manuel wanders the Sertão seeking purpose with mystics and cangaceiros, and everywhere he goes, he hears variations on the phrase, the Sertão will become the sea. Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol studies a region so physically and spiritually impoverished that the only way to end hunger and scarcity is to change the character of the region so fundamentally that it ceases to exist. Despite our context to understand the concrete causes of scarcity in Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol in reality, within the film, the phenomenon takes on a practically cosmic aspect, lacking a practical resolution to the desolation. But in Bacurau, scarcity is far from divine. Instead, drought stems directly from distribution and the phenomenon of political neglect that defines Sertão politics, reaching back to the era of Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol. Bacurau opens on a view of a lush green landscape where Teresa, who is returning to the village of Bacurau for her grandmother Carmenita's funeral, and her ride, a man with a water truck, stop to observe a newly built dam. The dam has paradoxically cut off the town's access to water because this man has to travel further to fill his truck, and the dam itself is heavily guarded by armed men so that the water is inaccessible to the people that the dam might be expected to serve. This physical restriction from water by the government is also embodied by the appearances of the crooked and exploitative politician Tony Jr., who denies the people's demands to open the dam by saying it's not that easy. He returns at the end of the film after the white American and European invaders have been beheaded and tells the radical bandit Lunga, we could resolve the water thing, but not this. In Bacurau, then, the political mechanisms that supposedly provide safeguards against the landscape are the primary obstacle against survival. With an established human cause for scarcity, Bacurau proceeds to propose a tangible alternative. Rhetorically, the town itself is a source of water. The character who drives Teresa into town consistently and efficiently obtains water for the residents of Bacurau, producing a vision of a self-sufficient town defying political forces that intend to undercut their well-being. When Teresa arrives in town, she is given a psychotropic drug that contrasts with the state-sponsored Bresol 4, which produces complacency in the face of neglect and societal ills. Under the psychotropic drug's influence at her grandmother's funeral, Teresa sees clear, fresh water pouring from Carmelita's coffin. Carmelita, the matriarch of the Quilombo, is transformed into a source of the most valuable resource in the Sertão. Bacurau imbues the Quilombo with the narrative, metaphorical, and practical capacity to resist destabilizing forces, where Deus y o Diabo na Terra do Sol describes those destabilizing forces as endemic to the region and its inhabitants without finding clear causes or solutions for the region's scarcity. Cinema Novo put a name to the language of the oppressed when they resist their oppressors. Rocha argued that the most noble cultural manifestation of hunger is violence, and that an aesthetics of violence before being primitive is revolutionary. The distinction here between violence and an aesthetics of violence constitutes the guiding principle of Deus y o Diabo na Terra do Sol. Manuel's murder of the landowner at the beginning of the film is simply the first of many significant scenes of violence in the film. This violence has no core narrative or political principle beyond desperation. There are many characters extolling why their method of violence will end the suffering on the Sertão, but nobody can reach consensus. The characters also don't have a legitimate choice to escape the violence, as embodied by the exchange between Captain Corisco and his wife Dada. Corisco is a cangaceiro, a bandit of the Sertão who culturally sways between rebel hero and unscrupulous criminal. His wife begs him to forget the war and flee before it's too late, and he asks her where they would go and argues that they have to stay here to end the evil and avenge his suffering. All the characters are trapped in these visceral cycles of violence, but just as certainly as they are trapped by large-scale patterns of scarcity. Rocha's film evokes the patterns of violence and struggle in the Sertão, seeking to awaken consciousness in the audience of the causes of misery in broader contemporary Brazilian life. Bacurau does not shy away from violence as a natural response to oppression, but it also cares far less to make the distinction between violence and the aesthetics of violence. Violence as a mobilizing and transformative act is central to the narrative of Bacurau. In the absence of oppressors or outside threats, the people of Bacurau are peaceful and not easily moved to violence. At the end of the film, after the cangaceira Lunga has beheaded the invaders and placed their heads in the middle of town, the ex-cangaceiro Pacocha asks if she went too far, and he receives a blunt no in answer. Violence here is less visceral than in Deus y o Diabo na Terra do Sol because it has definitive ideological and narrative boundaries. Violence is a defensive act to protect the town and the people in it. The violence committed by the town against the invaders also has practical political connotations, because after the majority of the invaders are beheaded, the German-American invader implicates Tony Jr., the key representative of the Brazilian political order in the film, in the permission and facilitation of this genocidal violence. The town sentences Tony Jr. to death, condemning Brazilian political entities symbolically for their collusion in genocidal violence. Unlike Deus y o Diabo na Terra do Sol, Bacurau does not advocate political consciousness in its audience so much as it embodies political and revolutionary action. In the Sertão, these circumstances of scarcity and violence give rise to cangaceiros, which dominate the cultural imagination of the Northeast and buttress the narratives of both of these films. The cangaceiros of Deus y o Diabo na Terra do Sol are tortured and separate from their communities. The destiny of figures like Captain Corisco and Manuel is so dirty that not even all the blood of the world can cleanse it, but they never find meaning for their personal sacrifices. On the other hand, the Cangaceiros of Bacurau have tangible connections not only to the community they protect, but to the political and social goals of that community. The two significant Cangaceiros of Bacurau, Pacocha and Lunga, find revolutionary purpose and success through their respective relationships to the town which they protect. Pacocha's relationship to the town evolves throughout the movie, beginning with him going by a non-Cangaceiro name, Acacio, and rejecting the name Pacoch from his past. But he reclaims the name Pacoch in the face of intrusion and danger to the town. Though he struggles with the violence associated with the Cangaceiro lifestyle and his own personal history, Pacoch makes peace with that aspect of himself without forsaking the social and communal lifestyle of the town. Also, he can better protect the town. He is the one who brings Lunga, leader of the Cangaceiros, to stand with the town, invoking Bacurau's support of her by saying, "People there know all you do for them." Lunga returns to defend the town, making peace with her alienation from the place she once called home in order to protect it. Bacurau produces a more idealized, sensationalized, and purposeful vision of both violence and cangaço than Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol, without abandoning the internal conflicts that the two phenomena produced in the 1964 film. Bacurau, above all, creates a riveting and active film that dramatizes the struggles of the Sertão and fulfills their narrative right to self-determination and empowerment, while Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol provides an imagining of the psychological and physical reality of the contemporary Sertão in Brazil, supposedly as a microcosm of the reality of Brazil in the global context, without ever permitting the fulfillment of the Sertanejo's autonomy as an individual within Brazil. Bacurau and Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol are both revolutionary Brazilian films that challenge the status quo, deeply informed by their contemporary political and cultural context. Whereas Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol navigates the Sertão as a window into the Brazilian struggle for cultural and political self-determination, Bacurau delves directly into the uniquely Sertanejo struggle for self-determination in defiance not only of international forces, but also of nationalizing forces within Brazil. Bacurau responds to previous depictions. Cool. Bacurau responds to previous depictions of the Sertão and lived experiences of the Sertão by creating a uniquely rebellious narrative of self-determination, revolution, and liberation. That is all I have for you. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Kat. Another great presentation. Okay, and yeah, we'll be discussing these. Hold your questions until the end, please. So last up, we have Arisbel Lopez. And Arisbel, whenever you're ready, feel free to take over.
Hola a todos, ¿me pueden escuchar?
Sí.
Ok, perfecto. Gracias. Como había dicho Ryan al principio, yo voy a estar presentando hoy en sustitución de una de las personas que originalmente iba a estar aquí y no pudo. Mi presentación se llama Familia Ritual y Reavivamiento Religioso, notas críticas sobre relaciones de parentesco entre las religiones cubanas de antecedente africano, y va dedicada a Manuel Moreno Frajnals, un importante historiador cubano en el centenario de su natalicio. Yo voy a estar leyendo para no dejarme minutos en la presentación. Durante poco más de 30 años, la sociedad cubana ha experimentado un agudo y prolongado proceso de reavivamiento religioso. Este no solo ha subvertido el impulso ateísta del triunfo revolucionario de 1959, sino que ha terminado por redefinir de manera permanente el espacio y significación de lo religioso en la cultura e identidad cubanas. Después de décadas de ocultamiento y hasta de persecución religiosa, hoy los practicantes muestran con orgullo signos y símbolos religiosos en sus cuerpos, viviendas y negocios. Existen una economía y un sistema de relaciones comerciales de lo religioso en extremo sofisticado. La Iglesia Católica recupera poco a poco los espacios públicos con las procesiones, expresamente prohibidas en septiembre de 1961, Las nuevas denominaciones protestantes se multiplican incesantemente y el Estado permite y en casos estratégicos promueve el asociacionismo religioso. Y los turoperadores propagan una imagen paragógica, aunque rica en última instancia, de una nación que constituye el último reducto occidental del comunismo, plena de logros en educación y salud, pero con ciudadanos que creen fervientemente que seres santos, espíritus y muertos, en términos generales, entidades sobrenaturales, tienen capacidad concreta de agencia en sus vidas cotidianas. Mi investigación en curso sobre este fenómeno me ha llevado a colocar la familia ritual translocal en el contexto de las religiones cubanas de antecedente africano al centro de este debate. Si en los últimos años ha aumentado exponencialmente el número de practicantes dentro y fuera de Cuba, se ha incrementado la producción y circulación de imágenes y objetos rituales y se ha normalizado el debate público sobre contenidos religiosos, se ha debido en parte a la vitalidad de esta institución social y a sus mecanismos de supervivencia a condiciones de colonialidad. La presente comunicación parte de esta premisa e indaga por el proceso histórico de formación de las familias rituales, indisolublemente ligado al establecimiento y formalización de las religiones cubanas de antecedente africano. Pretendo discutir las siguientes preguntas. ¿Fue posible la reconstitución de la familia africana en el contexto de la esclavitud cubana? En caso afirmativo, ¿cuál fue el mecanismo que hizo posible tal reconstitución? Si tomamos en cuenta la relación indisoluble entre el grupo doméstico y prácticas religiosas en las sociedades tradicionales africanas, ¿este mecanismo posibilitó también una reformulación de la familia ritual? ¿Cuál ha sido su importancia en la preservación, recreación y transmisión de saberes, objetos y prácticas que integran lo que hoy denominamos religiones cubanas de antecedente africano? ¿Cuál es el rol en el proceso de reavivamiento religioso vigente? Mi hipótesis general plantea que fueron las relaciones de parentesco por afinidad las que permitieron a la familia africana en el contexto de la esclavitud cubana no solo reproducirse como institución social, sino también como célula religiosa. La introducción y regularización del parentesco por afinidad en el sistema de relaciones de la familia africana garantizó la supervivencia de la familia ritual en el sentido en que estableció un patrón de incorporación abierto y electivo en el ambiente restrictivo de la esclavitud. Este salto operó una desidentificación entre la familia consanguínea y ritual. Hasta entonces, la segunda no había podido reproducirse dada la traumática fractura que la trata había infligido en la primera. Desde ese momento, la familia ritual devino un medio extraordinario para capitalizar toda clase de bienes y relaciones que facilitaron la movilidad social de la familia africana. Finalmente, me atrevo a adelantar que este cambio de énfasis en las relaciones de parentesco ritual que va del linaje a la afinidad puede haberse producido en el contexto de la esclavitud urbana de la llanura de Habana Matanzas durante el primer tercio del siglo XIX. La discusión en torno a las preguntas de investigación enunciadas es pertinente por varias razones. En primer lugar, por la escasez de estudios sobre familias africanas en Cuba. Algunos de los pocos académicos que han trabajado en torno al tema durante los últimos años han destacado la desproporción de los estudios de parentesco y vida familiar negra entre espacios como Brasil o el Caribe anglófono y el Caribe hispano. Las dificultades para progresar en pesquisas de esta naturaleza se han achacado generalmente a la escasez de fuentes primarias, así como a su dispersión y mala conservación. Barcia Sequeira ha señalado que para el caso cubano no existen las excepcionales, por completas, registros de plantaciones a través de los cuales Herbert Goodman pudo reconstruir varias generaciones de familias negras, llegando a la exquisitez de determinar la frecuencia con que se transmitían los nombres. Tampoco abundan en nuestro contexto estudios particulares sobre las relaciones de parentesco por afinidad entre esclavos en el marco de la Iglesia Católica. Si bien las prácticas culturales generadas a este efecto no han sido tan visibles y estables a través del tiempo como en otros espacios de América continental, han tenido un impacto en la organización social y modo de vida de las clases populares. Quizá el pobre rigor con que fue implementada la evangelización en Cuba, la amplia movilidad entre espacios urbanos y rurales de un número considerable de esclavos y libertos, y las altas probabilidades de coartación de los esclavos urbanos, así como la disposición de los coartados a asociarse en cabildos de nación favorecidos por la autoridad colonial, fueron factores que condujeron a una canalización de las relaciones de parentesco por afinidad que se han alejado del ámbito de influencia de la Iglesia Católica. En resumen, en el campo de la investigación histórica del periodo colonial cubano, existe un limitado número de trabajos sobre familias negras durante la esclavitud. Los acercamientos a las relaciones de afinidad parecen haber sido siempre circunstanciales. En segundo lugar, enfocar comunidad geográfica a la llanura Habana Matanzas puede resultar revelador. En esta próspera planicie del centro-occidente del país se concentraron las actividades económicas específicas más relevantes del periodo colonial y casi todas las formas de explotación de mano de obra esclava. Desde el último cuarto del siglo XVIII y durante la primera mitad del XIX, esta fue la zona de mayor producción azucarera en el país y concentró el mayor número de esclavos. Hacia 1817, por ejemplo, existían 76 ingenios. En 1820 ya eran 111 y hacia 1840 llegaban a poco más de 330. Hacia 1827 el 64% de la población de esa zona era negra o mulata. En esta área abundaban otros tipos de explotaciones rurales como cafetales, vegas, sitios y estancias establecidos para satisfacer las necesidades de la muy próxima villa de San Cristóbal de La Habana. En el censo de 1827, por ejemplo, muestra que la población de la capital era de 94.023 habitantes. El número de negros y mulatos era ligeramente mayor que el número de blancos, como en los censos de 1774 y 1778, no así en el de 1817, y la proporción entre libres y esclavos, a diferencia de la zona rural de la llanura, era paritaria. Los oficios más comunes de negros y mulatos libres eran, por este orden, servidor doméstico, carpintero, sastre, zapatero, peón jornalero, albañil, carretillero, tabaquero, talabartero, calecero, barbero y sangrador, entre otros. Lamentablemente no existen datos regularizados sobre la ocupación particular de los esclavos urbanos por esta fecha. No obstante, los trabajos de Fernando Ortiz y Pedro de Chamchapeau sugieren que un número considerable de estos pueden haber sido esclavos arrendados que se desempeñaron en muchas de las labores anteriormente citadas. Ortiz destaca que este tipo de esclavitud, si bien se consideró poco decorosa entre los propios esclavizados, por indicar que se servía a un amo modesto, de no muy buena posición social, brindó una enorme movilidad a los sujetos a ella. Generalmente estos esclavos no vivieron bajo el mismo techo del amo, gozaron de libertad de movimientos, aprendieron diversos oficios y establecieron filiaciones gremiales, se relacionaron con libertos en reuniones y celebraciones religiosas de cabildo, cofradías y hermandades, trascendieron las barreras de su propia etnia o nación en la conformación de núcleos domésticos y tuvieron mayores facilidades para comprar su libertad. De manera que en el espacio relativamente pequeño de la llanura Habana-Matanza se concentraron hasta mediados del siglo XIX las mayores densidades poblacionales de esclavos urbanos, esclavos rurales y negros y mulatos libres, al tiempo que coexistieron casi todas las actividades productivas y comerciales que caracterizaron al periodo colonial cubano. Este fue un ambiente propicio para que el esclavo desarrollara lazos de afinidad no solo como formas de reconstruir relaciones familiares, sino como estrategias de supervivencia y movilidad social. En tercer lugar, estas preguntas son importantes porque me permiten fomentar el debate sobre la génesis de las religiones cubanas de antecedente africano, las que comienzan a configurarse y extenderse, como he adelantado, a través del desplazamiento en las relaciones familiares de la consanguinidad hacia la afinidad. Las dos posturas dominantes en la historiografía nacional nos remiten al barracón y a la violencia de la plantación como complejo económico-social. Estos son Manuel Moreno Fraginal y los exponentes de la historia económica marxista, y a los cabildos afrocubanos posteriores a la abolición de la esclavitud en 1886 como espacios de síntesis cultural, y aquí se encuentran María del Carmen Barcia y los exponentes de la historia social de la cultura cubana. Considero que ambas posturas, si bien no son erróneas, resultan parciales. Moreno Fraginal reconoce que la falta de documentos históricos y testimonios para recrear la vida religiosa no católica en la plantación. Por ello, apela a deducciones lógicas para completar tales espacios vacíos que no fueron objeto de su investigación. La solidez indiscutible del resto de su trabajo les ha conferido a estas suposiciones un estatus de validez que me resulta científicamente reprobable. Barcia Sequeira, por su parte, presenta y analiza una buena cantidad de datos que le permiten trazar el recorrido de los cabildos africanos en Cuba desde el siglo XVI hasta los años 90 del siglo XX. Describe cómo después de la abolición de la esclavitud en 1886 y el establecimiento de la Ley de Asociaciones en 1887, un número considerable de esclavos de plantación se traslada a las inmediaciones de centros urbanos, fundamentalmente La Habana y Matanzas, y contribuyen a la proliferación de casas de santos que se desgajan de los antiguos cabildos. Para la autora, estos desplazamientos son fundamentales en la definición de los complejos religiosos de antecedente africano que llegan hasta nuestros días. En este caso, Barcia Sequeira omite algunas cuestiones importantes, Por ejemplo, la movilidad de la población negra a la que hace referencia caracterizaba la esclavitud urbana que había precedido por más de 2 siglos a la de plantación, especialmente en la llanura de Buenamatanza. En honor a la verdad, en otro trabajo había defendido la importancia de estudiar la desatendida esclavitud urbana, pero a la vez había resaltado la dificultad que representaba la dispersión de las fuentes. En resumen, antes de tomar partido entre la esclavitud del barracón y la libertad del cabildo sobre la condensación de lo que hoy denominamos religiones cubanas de antecedente africano, vale la pena estudiar con detenimiento la esclavitud urbana, aunque las fuentes para hacerlo sean menos accesibles. A este respecto solo han escrito con cierta fortuna Fernando Ortiz un breve capítulo titulado El esclavo urbano en Los negros esclavos, en el texto anteriormente referido de Pedro Echan Chapó, así como en La emancipación de los esclavos en Cuba, la transición al trabajo libre, 1860-1899, de Rebecca Scott, y el ensayo Recreating African Ethnic Identities in Cuba, de Matt D. Childs, puede encontrarse información de utilidad. A continuación, comento brevemente los últimos debates sobre familia, religión y esclavitud en Cuba. Moreno Fraginal, en una edición ampliada y revisada de aportes culturales y de culturación, retoma y profundiza su descripción sobre cómo eran conformadas las dotaciones de esclavos. Idealmente se constituían con individuos masculinos de etnias muy diversas y distintas en la lejana África, en muchos casos rivales que ni siquiera hablaban la misma lengua, con el objetivo de mellar cualquier proceso de unión. Estos tuvieron que readecuar su práctica religiosa no solo a las nuevas condiciones materiales y al escaso tiempo libre, sino también a la situación de desarraigo de sus familias rituales. Recordemos que, al menos en la zona de influencia cultural yoruba, área de donde provienen un número importante de los esclavos traídos a la zona centro-occidental de Cuba, era bastante común que extensas familias, en ocasiones constituían núcleos poblacionales enteros, se dedicaran expresamente a la adoración de una deidad. El simple hecho de haber nacido en una familia determinada marcaba la pertenencia a un linaje ritual y la devoción a un oricha tutelar. En el ingenio, Moreno Fraginal sentó un desalentador precedente para investigaciones posteriores sobre familias rituales al afirmar: un núcleo familiar dentro de la plantación era un cultivo de invernadero, un cuerpo extraño naturalmente rechazado. Como la esfera de producción y subsistencia venía impuesta a los esclavos, rígida e inapelablemente, estos no conocían la responsabilidad económica, personal o familiar, porque carecían de economía propia, ni podían ejercer la jerarquía de la consanguinidad. No tenían obligaciones sociales ni familiares, porque toda la actividad estaba reglamentada en función de la producción. Con esta afirmación, negó al esclavo la posibilidad de recrear en alguna medida sus relaciones familiares. No solo negó al esclavo la posibilidad de recrear sus relaciones familiares, sino también la opción de mantener sus propias prácticas religiosas, las cuales estaban basadas en la institución del parentesco. Pero los planteamientos de Moreno Fraginal no son más que una radicalización de aquellos vertidos con sutileza por Gualterio Carbonell en un pequeño gran libro que fuera publicado 3 años antes de la aparición de la primera versión del Ingenio en 1964, y se llama Crítica, cómo surgió la cultura nacional. En uno de los capítulos finales del mencionado libro, Carbonell reconoce los desafíos a los que se enfrentó la familia tradicional africana en situación de esclavitud, pero resalta cómo trascendieron algunos de sus rasgos a la cultura nacional. Trabajos más recientes, como los ya citados de Barcia Sequeira, a los que debemos sumarles los ilustres apellidos negros en la bala colonial, trabajos de Gloria García, como La esclavitud desde la esclavitud, y a Isnara Pérez y María de los Ángeles Meriño, Esclavitud, Familia y Parroquia en Cuba, otra mirada desde la microhistoria, emprenden una crítica a la tesis de Moreno Fraginal sobre este particular. En todos los casos...
Tienes 5 minutos más.
Gracias. En todos los casos se suscribe que los esclavos pudieron, no sin grandes contratiempos, reconstituir sus propias familias. Como he apuntado, del Cabildo de Nación a la Casa de Santo, Barcia, Rodríguez y Niebla sostienen que en las sociedades de ayuda mutua y socorro, a través de las cuales el poder colonial reunió y a la vez marginó a los negros y mulatos libres por su etnia o nación, donde puede encontrarse el germen de la organización actual de ciertas religiones cubanas de antecedente africano. Estos cabildos que, si bien existieron desde el siglo XVI y alcanzaron su esplendor a partir de la abolición de la esclavitud, desempeñaron un rol relevante en la conservación de prácticas músico-danzarias y lingüísticas, en el desarrollo de un sentido de comunidad a través de la asistencia de sus miembros más necesitados y en la definitiva condensación ritual de algunas de las religiones cubanas de antecedente africano, más extendidas en nuestros días. Esta investigación otorga mayor relevancia a las redes de relaciones consanguíneas que a las de afinidad. Este hecho llama la atención ya que casi una década antes, en 2003, la misma autora había dedicado un capítulo revelador en La otra familia a los parientes por afinidad en la familia esclava cubana. Poco después, en 2007, sale a la luz El barco de esclavos, una historia humana de Marcus Rediker. Este erudito volumen, que tiene una edición cubana fechada en 2014, puede encontrar un breve acápite titulado El establecimiento de los lazos afectivos, en el que su autor presenta el salto de la condición de cautivos a la de carabelas. Es curioso que en la mayor parte de las lenguas occidentales involucradas en la trata existan términos equivalentes a la voz carabela para designar a estos nuevos parientes incorporados durante el cruce del Atlántico. Malungo en portugués, Fatimont en francés, shipman en inglés y zipi en holandés. En todos los casos parece haberse filtrado la burocracia administrativa de las respectivas metrópolis. Otra investigación que critica la postura de Moreno Fraginal y aporta experiencias metodológicas a mi planteamiento es la de Pérez Díaz y Meriño Fuente. Las investigadoras intentan reconstruir familias esclavas a través de los archivos de la parroquia de San Felipe y Santiago de Bejucal, ubicada en el suroccidente de la llanura Habana Matanzas. Aunque los registros comenzaron a ser llevados en 1722, las investigaciones se concentran en el siglo XIX. Sus hallazgos son relevantes en más de un sentido. Encuentran que los padrinos, o sea, los parientes por afinidad, eran en buena medida miembros de la familia consanguínea, aun cuando hubiesen pasado a manos de otros dueños. Esto nos habla de la movilidad de los esclavos en la zona y cómo se las arreglaban para mantener la familia unida. 2, encuentran que otro grupo importante de padrinos eran esclavos de un mismo dueño, que en ocasiones provenían de diferente nación. Esto nos hace pensar que la solidaridad y la mezcla entre grupos étnicos diferentes fue más frecuente de lo que Moreno Fraginal supuso. Y 3, que los padrinos eran compañeros de oficios del padre o la madre, lo que introduce una variante gremial a las relaciones de parentesco por afinidad que es necesario estudiar. Esta pesquisa rescata para la Academia Cubana el uso de los archivos religiosos para investigaciones de parentesco. Los estudiosos cubanos han preferido archivos laicos para esta clase de indagaciones, por lo que los pequeños archivos católicos marginales al archivo del Arzobispado de La Habana permanecen prácticamente inexplorados. Para examinar la viabilidad de esta hipótesis, me propongo comenzar por los archivos católicos marginales que he mencionado. La tensa relación entre la Iglesia y el Estado cubano después de 1961 provocó que la jerarquía católica retirara el acceso público a sus archivos parroquiales. Paradójicamente, esta limitación de acceso ha protegido una fuente que se mantiene prácticamente inexplorada. Trabajos como los de Pérez Díaz y Meriño Fuentes y el de Monseñor Ramón Suárez Porcari, canciller de la Curia Arzobispal de La Habana, permiten imaginar la dimensión de estos archivos. Una pequeña parte de estos, al menos unos 40.000 documentos, pueden consultarse en el registro de descendientes africanos que posee Vanderbilt University.
Maribel, tienes un minuto más.
Ok, ahí voy. Hacia 2003, los profesores John Landers, Marisa Carvalho y Paul Lovejoy obtuvieron fondos del National Endowment for the Humanities para el proyecto colaborativo Ecclesiastical Sources and Historical Research of the African Diaspora in Brazil and Cuba, con el que se propusieron digitalizar documentos y organizar colecciones relativas a los archivos parroquiales cubanos de La Habana y Matanza y a los archivos diocesanos brasileños de Nova Iguazú. La parte cubana de este proyecto quedó trunca por restricciones de viajes sobre los académicos norteamericanos y el control de sus fondos económicos por parte de la Oficina de Foreign Assets Control, o sea, FAC. Comenzar con este primer grupo de documentos que recogen los archivos de las parroquias habaneras Santo Cristo del Buen Viaje y Nuestra Señora de Regla y la Catedral de San Carlos de Matanza puede ser una buena estrategia. En dependencia de los resultados que obtenga, convendrá seleccionar alguna de las parroquias más antiguas de la llanura Habana Matanzas. Y creo que ahí lo dejo. Iba a comentar otros recursos que podrían tener información, pero ya se nos acaba el tiempo. Gracias por escuchar.
Muchas gracias, Arifel. Una otra muy buena presentación. Okay, we can open it up to, we don't have any pending questions in the window, but chat window, but if anybody has any questions, please feel free to write them now in the chat window and we'll respond to them. Okay, I have prepared several questions here, so we can start there. I'll start with Vitor, okay? My question for you, Vitor, is that out of all the characters in the film, Shirley seems to exhibit most of these most of the quote-unquote colonizing influences, specifically punk culture, and not any like Brazilian punk culture, but punk culture from at least in the English-speaking world. So she's seen, listening to a couple of different songs. There's a skateboard in her house. She has this obsession with tattoos, and then we also have this scene, where she's rubbing Coca-Cola on herself. So I was wondering if you could speak more about the ways that her character specifically enacts Santiago's notion of the interlugar.
It's an interesting question because there are no the only music, the only Brazilian music we hear during the movie is a hit parade music. There's no local music. There's no local sound. The only local sounds are the sounds of the river and the sounds of the wind that are supposedly being recorded. Mm-hmm. The winds that crosses the village. So and their names are examples of this influence also. Jason, and Shirley, right? So and I think she represents this. I think both. I didn't talk about it in the presentation in my paper too, but I think they both are different ways of inhabit the entrelugar. She is more towards the out. She's the one who brings punk music. She brings tattoos. She brings skateboarding, and he's more towards I don't know how to say that, mais pro interior, mm-hmm. Interiorize mm-hmm. things. So I don't know if it answers your question, but I think it's basically this.
Eu estava muito interessado na questão das tatuagens. She's like obsessed with tattoos, and then there's that scene where she actually ends up like tattooing the pig. But she wants to give Jason a tattoo so bad, and he won't let her. Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah, this thing, just a little bit. This thing about tattooing is interesting also because she seems like she wants to. There's a thing, an issue about eternity that makes Jason anxious, and she seems that she wants to. There's a scene where she proposes to tattooing himself, and he doesn't want to be tattooed. He complains about it. It's an eternal thing. Mm-hmm. So this is an interesting thing.
Great, thanks, Vitor. This is a question for Kat, but Vitor, you might also be able to chime in here, and then I'll have a question for you, Arisbeth. So in Bacurau, there is but also in Ventos de Agosto to some degree, there's this juxtaposition of the water, obviously, like the scarce element in the film. More so in Ventos de Agosto, but to some degree, I think in Bacurau, there's this juxtaposition between it being a mechanism of survival, mostly Bacurau, but also there's an association with death, right? So she has that hallucination, is it Teresa? Has this hallucination, right, of water at the beginning of the film, but it's coming out of a casket. So it's almost like the matriarch, whose name I can't remember right now, could also be seen as like drowning in the water. So I was wondering if you had any comments about the juxtaposition of water, and also Vitor, it's a fishing town, but so they survive on the water, but also it's a graveyard. So Kat, you had any comments first?
I think that's a really interesting way to look at that. I feel like the way that I interpreted that when I saw that, you don't really see like her body in that scene. It's more like the water is flowing into the town, which is very much alive. It felt very pointed that you don't actually see the aspect of death. It's her like returning to the ground and water coming out of her and like enriching the ground. I feel like the more pointed scenes of death and violence in that movie are very much defined like by a dry environment, to my recollection, especially when you see like the coffins and the caskets arrive at the very beginning of the film. That's very much like a transitional moment where there is no water available. There's only the water truck that they're in as they pass through, and they're not engaging with that death. But that's an interesting juxtaposition.
Yeah, particularly because there's this, you know, particularly like there's this association, or most of the time, at least in Black studies, when there's studies of the ocean or the water, it's usually associated with death or a graveyard. But in this film, in Bacurau, but also in Black communities in general that are non-coastal, it can represent something completely different. Yeah, I was wondering, Vita, if you had any comments there too on that.
I remember the image of the truck, the water truck being shot. I think it's very representative. And the relationship between sea and backlands, mar e sertão, they're very close together too.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember if there's a relationship in Bacurau about water and death. Sharp says that the sea is the grave of the slaves, right?
Sure. Arisbel, bringing in your work a bit, these dualities between coast and interior, I was wondering, you mentioned urban slavery in the work of Fernando Ortiz. I was wondering if you could talk a bit about, comment on the ways that rural versus urban life might relate specifically to religious revival in Cuba over the past 30 years. If there is a relationship. These are more urban phenomena.
Sí, definitivamente parece ser un fenómeno más urbano y parece ser un fenómeno más concentrado. Precisamente es lo que me hace tratar de mirar la llanura de Habana Matanzas como una unidad, porque La Habana y Matanzas, al menos en las religiones de antecedente africano vinculadas al tronco yoruba, o la zona cultural yoruba en África, son las dos zonas de mayor expansión, y digamos que son las dos potencias en términos de religiones cubanas de antecedente africano. Tenemos muchas religiones cubanas de antecedente africano en Cuba, pero sin duda estos dos espacios, que son espacios bastante similares en muchos sentidos, porque son ciudades que miran al mar, son ciudades que tienen una bahía importante, que estas bahías han desempeñado en la historia de Cuba, en esta cultura que alguien llamó cultura marinero-militar. Han desempeñado en la historia de Cuba un papel muy relevante, pero ese espacio rural entre las dos ciudades, entre La Habana y Matanzas, es un espacio que en cierto sentido necesita ser como mirado. ¿Por qué? Porque era muy común que muchas de las personas que tenían haciendas en esta zona tuvieran una residencia que muchas veces funcionaba también como almacén. El piso bajo de la casa funcionaba como almacén en La Habana o en Matanzas. Entonces era muy común que hubiera un tráfico, un movimiento de servidores domésticos, de esclavos, entre las propiedades del mismo dueño, ya fuera para trabajar en su propia casa o en el almacén que estaba en los bajos de su propia casa, o para trabajar en la zona rural. Generalmente una de las formas de castigo para un esclavo doméstico de no muy buenas maneras era enviarlo a trabajar al campo y luego podía regresar, ¿no? Entonces, había un movimiento muy, muy fuerte. Son dos ciudades que están separadas, están separadas por alrededor de 90 kilómetros, algo así como 80 millas. Y esa zona entre las dos es una zona en la que la tierra es una tierra muy propicia para el cultivo, es una tierra muy fértil en sentido general. Entonces, había ese movimiento constante, había esa salida y esa entrada del esclavo, del ámbito de la esclavitud urbana al ámbito de la esclavitud rural. Y definitivamente el hecho de que sean dos ciudades tan similares y que en esta época, a principios del siglo XIX, hayan sido los polos más prósperos en términos de la economía colonial cubana, tiene un papel importantísimo en el hecho de que hoy sean las dos potencias en términos de los dos sitios a los que mirar en términos de religiones cubanas de antecedente africano.
Excelente. Gracias, Jaribel. Do you have any comments from panelists or people joining in before I present some other questions? Okay. The next questions, let's see what I've got here. I've got another question for you, Kat. So I was wondering, so Bacurau is a Western film, and maybe Victor, if you wanted to comment as well on the way that genre plays out in the film. It's kind of, I mean, Mascaro was known mostly for documentaries, right, before he made that film. So Kat, I was wondering why you think the Western genre is relevant in 2021, particular in the Brazilian context, and when it comes to violence and scarcity, like why you think it's so effective.
I think the first thing that comes to mind is that Westerns are very much about like frontier spaces, about places that don't fit neatly into like the category of any specific nation or any region outside of themselves. And when you're, especially in like the context of the Sertão, where it's often described as like underdeveloped or backwards and experiencing time differently from like developed regions, it seems very timely to take a Western, which is something that we often historicize and say that's something that, especially in the United States, ended in like the late 1800s, the early 1900s, to take that and place that in a contemporary context and recognize that development happens differently in different places and it means different things to different groups of people, especially racialized or marginalized groups on the outskirts of countries that become like a historicized place to reflect like a country's past instead of a group of people who are living their lives and often do have access to technology and just don't fit with conventional ideas of what we're all doing in the 21st century.
Sure, great. Yeah, I think the frontier space allows for, right, the lack of the presence of the state allows for the development of some of these alternative ways of being or identities, or at least allows them to flourish in a way that might not be the case where there is like much more strong of a state presence. And also, Vitor, in another thing I noticed in Ventos de Agosto is the lack of presence of the state. But at the same time, Jason does, like, one of the only scenes where you actually see the presence of the state, but they're not physically there, is when he drops the body off at the police, at the delegacia. So I was wondering maybe if you could just share a bit more about the presence or lack of presence of the state in Ventos de Agosto, and also how that might relate to your specific presentation about interlugar, things of that sort.
A ausência do Estado é mais um desses elementos que a Denise Silva vai apresentar como um sintoma do eu sujeitado, né? Essa ausência de uma obrigação real, efetiva, de ir buscar o corpo. Apesar da obrigação, eles têm a obrigação escrita, está escrito em alguma lei que eles teriam que ir lá buscar esse corpo, mas a ausência de efetiva obrigação é um indício, é um sintoma dessa coisa do eu sujeitado na vida da população negra, da população racializada no Brasil. E é uma das coisas, um dos elementos que bota a história em andamento também, porque ele inicialmente tenta chamar a polícia, ele tenta ligar para a polícia e a polícia nunca vem. E o corpo fica ali, aquele corpo estranho, aquele corpo atravessado na paisagem daquele grupo, pela ausência, justamente por essa ausência efetiva do poder do Estado. E o corpo termina, na verdade, o corpo no final termina na rua, né? As últimas cenas do corpo, ele fica na rua, porque nem fora da vila a polícia chega.
Okay, Audita, I got another question for you. I was curious about your use of the term reavivamiento. So do you believe that there is truly like a renaissance going on, a rebirth, or do you think that this is simply increased exposure of practices that continued, albeit in secrecy, but were suppressed again, suppressed by the state during the first decades of the revolution, or do you really think that this is
sí,
rebirth?
de hecho, es todo el proceso de reavivamiento religioso es todo un tema, digamos, en los estudios religiosos en Cuba, porque mucha gente ha escrito sobre eso. Y este proceso de reavivamiento religioso al que yo me refiero, yo difiero un poco de muchos de los investigadores que hablan al respecto, ¿no? Casi todos de ellos sitúan el inicio de este proceso de reavivamiento religioso en el año 91, 92, en el que cambian ciertas cosas en Cuba y, por ejemplo, el Partido Comunista permite que los miembros del Partido Comunista, el único partido que existe en Cuba, profesen, practiquen religiones, profesen creencias religiosas, estén vinculados con la... Y establecen el inicio en estos cambios que hay en los estatutos del partido y unas modificaciones que existen en la Constitución, y mantienen que este proceso de reavivamiento religioso termina alrededor de 1998, cuando el Papa Juan Pablo II visita Cuba por primera vez. O sea, un Papa visita Cuba. Y lo hacen basándose en los números oficiales, los números de la Iglesia Católica, de la gente que está yendo a bautizarse, de la gente que está integrándose a la Iglesia Católica, pero pues desde hace mucho tiempo la Iglesia Católica no es el sitio a donde mirar si queremos hablar de religión en Cuba, ¿no? No es mayoritaria. Entonces, yo defiendo que en realidad ese proceso empezó un poco antes, el proceso de reavivamiento religioso, y que se mantiene vigente hasta hoy. Empezó un poco antes, yo digo alrededor de 1986, en el que Frei Beto le hace esta entrevista muy larga a Fidel Castro y se publica un libro que se llama Fidel y la religión, que ciertamente pone el tema de la religión en discusión. Luego, a finales de los 80, tenemos una visita del Alafin Yoyo, del imperio, el antiguo imperio y ley fe, que es recibido, es un líder religioso, pero es recibido como un dignatario político en Cuba. Eso sucede a finales de los 80. Y yo me resisto a decir que el proceso de reavivamiento religioso ha terminado. Yo lo trato como un proceso vivo, y de hecho ese es el centro de mi investigación, el centro de mi disertación, porque ha crecido enormemente. Que no podamos contabilizar las familias rituales y el número de creyentes relacionados a las religiones cubanas de origen africano, porque no sea una institución, digamos, contabilizable, no significa que sea minoritaria o que el proceso de reavivamiento religioso ha acabado. O sea, no lo ve. Y para mí es un proceso activo, un proceso que está en uno de sus momentos más fuertes, y la institución de la familia ritual ha venido a sustituir y sustituyó durante los 90, durante el llamado periodo especial en tiempo de paz, que es una figura constitucional para manejar el país como si estuviéramos en tiempo de guerra. Vino a sustituir muchas, pero muchas instituciones socialistas en crisis. Por ejemplo, el cuidado de los círculos infantiles para el cuidado de niños. Yo tengo un montón de casos registrados en que madrinas cuidan los hijos de sus ahijados para que estos puedan trabajar, porque la institución del círculo infantil en Cuba está en crisis, está desbordada. O sea, hay muy pocos círculos infantiles para la cantidad de gente que los necesita. Lo mismo pasa con el cuidado de ancianos. Tenemos familias rituales que están cuidando ancianos a su alrededor, le dan de comer de los mismos animales que se usan en los sacrificios para los orichas. Entonces tienen una presencia muy, muy fuerte y se han convertido en una institución social que no ha sido estudiado como institución social todavía, de las más fuertes en Cuba durante los 90 y sigue hoy, sigue hoy. Entonces el proceso de arraigamiento religioso no es del 91 al 98, como dicen la mayoría de los académicos, a mi juicio. Empezó antes y todavía está activo, y yo pretendo estudiarlo como que esté activo.
Excelente, excelente. Muy interesante. Gracias, Aristel. Okay, those are all of my questions for now. We've only got 5 minutes left. But do any of the panelists or those of you listening in have any final questions or comments? Okay, we can keep the meeting open for another 5 minutes, but those are all of my questions. I guess I'll be here, but I'll turn the video and sound off. Anybody has any questions or want to exchange information, I'd be happy to facilitate that. But thank you, muito obrigado, gracias, Aristel, Vitor, Kat, for participating. Had a good discussion here, and I really enjoyed all the presentations. Y'all did a solid, great job. So hope to see all of you sometime physically in the near future. Ciao.
Emil, if you want to go ahead and test your PowerPoint and screen sharing, you may do that now.
Hello.
Hi, Jessica.
Hi, Profe Milkeme. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today.
Sure. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah. So welcome everyone to our keynote speaker talk with Dr. Emil Keme. Just a reminder, we're being recorded, and this is live stream on YouTube as well, in case you want to watch it afterwards. But it is a great honor for me to introduce Professor Emil Keme, whose work I have been able to read in class, and I've had the humble opportunity to listen to him in conferences and informal conversations. He's a professor at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. He is Maya Quiche and a member of the Anti-Colonial Maya Collective. And my apologies if I mispronounce this. Ishbalamkahek Hunakpu Gunak. His teaching and research interests primarily focus on contemporary indigenous literatures and social movement, focusing on Central American literatures and cultures, post-colonial and subaltern studies, theory in the Latin American context. Dr. Keme is the author of Maya Nationalisms and Post-Colonial Challenges in Guatemala from 2009, and Le Maya Caxi, Our Maya Word, Poetics of Resistance and Emancipation from Ishimule, Guatemala, a book that was awarded Cuba's 2020 Casa de las Americas Literary Criticism Prize. And without further ado, I'll hand it over to Professor Emil Keme, whose presentation today is called Latin America and Latinx Studies to Abya Yala Towards Indigenous Intellectual Sovereignty.
Thank you, Jessica. Sakirik Nan, Sakirik Tat, Sakirik Iwonahel, Lenubiare Emil Keme, Inach Kichemaya Winak, Papashil Kayala Inalashinak, we Inach Pamusmus, Shukuhe Inach Shilahuchnoch, Inko Waralibuk, Chuwachwek Chuwachwe Saak, Chuyaik Nukasle Mahind, Nubinem, Inkamawach, Kamula Shmul, Chechri, Ukushkakri, Ukushuleu, Trumalchi, Uyam Inko Waral. What you just heard is the Quiche Maya language, which is one of 31 indigenous Maya languages spoken in the Mesoamerican region and increasingly in many parts in Turtle Island. It is a language that I am trying to recover since it was denied to me as I was a child. I just said, good morning, everyone. My name is Emil Keme. I am a Quiche Maya person, and my umbilical cord is buried in a place called Momostenango and also in Quetzaltenango in Ishimuleu or Guatemala. I am very happy to be here with all of you, and I am grateful to the Heart of the Sky and the Heart of Earth for allowing us the opportunity to have this space and this conversation. I would also like to recognize that I am speaking from Chapo Hill. These are the ancestral territories of the indigenous Ino and Ocanichi peoples. As a Quiche Maya immigrant, I am grateful for the opportunity to be here. And I thank all the generations of people that have taken care of this land for thousands of years. I would also like to express my gratitude for the kind invitation to the organizers of the 24th Biennial Graduate Student Colloquium, Hegemonic Ideologies and Resistance in Iberian, Latin American, and Latinx Languages, Literatures, and Cultures at the University of Texas at Austin. I am very glad that despite all of the challenges due to the pandemic and the weather, you made this colloquium possible. I feel very honored and humbled to be sharing this space and my work with all of you. And as Jessica was indicating, the title of my presentation, give me 1 second. I'm gonna be sharing the screen with you. So the title of my presentation is From Latin American and Latinx Studies to BIENNIAL, toward indigenous intellectual sovereignty. And I just want to make you aware that I will be moving back and forth from a screen share in a speaker view, okay? Were you able to see the screen and everything? Thumbs up?
Looks great.
Okay, wonderful, thank you, Luke. Okay, let me proceed. As is well known, the indigenous world has occupied a central place in the constitution of Latin American and Latinx studies. Through indigenista discourses, or discourses about indigeneity articulated by non-indigenous peoples, Latin Americanism has appropriated indigenous cultural elements in order to promote mestizaje, or racial mixing, as a social identitary construct representative of Hispanic populations. In terms of Latinx studies, it is enough to underscore here that the project of Aztlán, constitutive of Chicanx identity, is based on the development of a new mestiza or mestizo consciousness that, though it gives more prominence to the role of indigeneity, still contributes to eclipsing our fundamental indigenous struggles for self-determination. In their virtues and their limitations, both fields of study have been influential in area studies departments, becoming so prominent as to inspire the creation of independent departments, academic associations, centers of study, and journals focused specifically on Latin American and Latinx experiences. It is not my concern here to explore the growth of these fields of inquiry, but rather to examine how both Latin American and Latinx studies appropriate our indigenous cultural identity and turn it into a Latin American or Latino one. For example, in the last few years, there has been a growing tendency by scholars to attach indigeneity to categories of Latinx or Latin America. I look at the 2019 and 2020 Modern Languages Associations or the American Studies Association's academic job postings, for example, display searches for scholars who specialize in indigenous Latin American peoples or indigenous Latinx scholarship. In addition, a 2017 special issue of Latino Studies, edited by Maylay Blackwell, Floridalma Boch Lopez, and Luis Urrieta, entitled Critical Latinx Indigeneities, states that, these are the authors, the special issue emerges out of a need to examine how indigenous migrants from Latin America are transforming notions of Latinidad and indigeneity in the US. In order to respond to this indigenous diaspora, the editors propose, and I quote, critical Latinx indigeneities as an interdisciplinary analytic that reflects how indigeneity is defined and constructed across multiple countries and at times across overlapping colonialities. Keeping in mind the conflation of Latin American, Latinx, and indigenous identity in academic forums, and the idea of a critical Latinx indigeneities framework, in this presentation, I want to explore and problematize the limits of categories and the ideas of Latin America and Latinx for indigenous peoples. I argue that in the respective cultural appropriation of the indigenous worlds through indigenismo in the case of Latin Americanism and Chicanismo in the case of Latinx studies, these fields of inquiry not only obscure indigenous categories that define our diverse indigenous experiences and our relationships to our ancestral territories, but also they eclipse our struggles for self-determination. In the spirit of recovering our humanity and affirming our indigeneity, I will propose BIENNIAL. BIENNIAL is the category employed by many indigenous activists and scholars on the continent to refer to what for others is the Americas. Our own political transhemispheric indigenous civilizational project is represented in BIENNIAL, I will argue. And BIENNIAL is a critical and theoretical framework that can potentially allow indigenous and non-indigenous scholars and activists to unearth ancestral epistemologies, categories, and ways of knowing that can help us materialize our indigenous intellectual and political sovereignties. So let me begin with some questions. What are the political and cultural implications of conflating indigenous, Latin American, and Latinx identities within the spaces of BIENNIAL? What are the cultural and political implications of identifying indigenous peoples as Latinos, Hispanic, or Latin American, or indigenous Latinos, indigenous Hispanics, or indigenous Latin Americans, or interpreting our diasporic experiences or forced displacement from a Latinx interdisciplinary analytic? Aren't Latinidad and indigeneity mutually exclusive categories? But why can't indigenous studies offer an interdisciplinary analytic to reflect how indigenous diasporas are defined and constructed across multiple countries, geopolitical contexts, and colonialities? To start answering some of these questions, let me first address the emergence of the idea of Latin America, a social construct that, through mestizaje, privileges a European imaginary rather than an indigenous one. According to Uruguayan critic Arturo Ardao, the idea of Latin America emerged as a direct response to the growing imperialist aspirations of Anglo-Saxon America, or the United States in Spanish America and the Caribbean. The name was first proposed by Colombian intellectual José María Caicedo in his poem, Las Dos Américas. Let me just share the screen once again. So José María Caicedo wrote a poem called Las Dos Américas, the Two Americas, which was published in 1856. Caicedo states in one of the verses of that poem, La raza de la América Latina al frente tiene la raza sajona. The Latin American race has in front of it the Anglo-Saxon race. Caicedo was obviously responding to the Mexican-American War of 1845-1848, during which Mexico lost half of its territory to the United States. This defeat obviously provoked a lot of anxiety, and rightly so, among the criollo mestizo or white intelligentsia regarding US imperialist expansion in the region, and history has proven this anxiety is justified. In 1856, filibuster William Walker invaded Nicaragua and later declared himself president. We can also mention the Spanish-American War of 1898. Spain loses its last colonies. Puerto Rico, for example, becomes a free associated state, right? Caicedo would later obtain a post as ambassador of Spanish-American affairs in Paris, France. And from there, from France, he wrote various articles in which he sought to establish a conciliatory discourse between Spanish America and European powers. In one of these articles, he once again invoked the idea of Latin America, stating, "Since 1851, we have started to give Spanish America the denomination of Latin. And this innocent move has brought the anathema of various newspapers in Puerto Rico and Madrid. It has been said of us, because you hate Spain, you unchristian America." "No," we responded, "I have never hated a single people, nor am I one of those that curses Spain in Spanish. There is an Anglo-Saxon, Danish, Dutch America, etc. There is also a Spanish, French, and Portuguese America. And for this latter group, shouldn't the scientific denomination be Latin? But of course, we Spanish Americans are Latin, not because of our Indian heritage, but rather because of our Spanish one." As we can see, the cultural project imagined by Caicedo sharply excludes the Indians. The adjective Latin is directly associated with European and not indigenous peoples. This tendency would later change, however, as Criollo Mestizo intellectuals realized the importance of indigeneity to establish Latin America's identitary difference in relation to Europe. In tandem with the cultural project of Latin America, an intellectual elite that among others included Alfonso Reyes, Pedro Enrique Sureña, and Leopoldo Sea, responded to Caicedo's project by proposing a collective identity based upon historical figures embodying the Mestizo ideal. These figures included Fray Bartolomé de las Casas. Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz is going to be included later. El Inca Garcilaso de la Vega, Simón Bolívar, José Martí, Rubén Darío. The Chicano movement, Chicano intellectuals would later follow a similar path, rescuing emblematic historical figures as symbols of their movement. Literary critics Harold Augenbraum and Marguerite Fernandez almost argue, for instance, that, and I quote, "This guy, Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca's metamorphosis into being neither European nor Indian, a cultural hybrid created by the American experience, converts the explorer into a symbolic precursor of the Chicano movement." So they choose Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, right? The argument in favor of mestizaje in Latin America and later the US Southwest found its full manifestation with José Vasconcelos' book, The Cosmic Race, La Raza Cósmica. This book was published in 1925, shortly after the conclusion of the Mexican Revolution of 1810-1918. And the book responded to efforts among Mexican elites to rethink the identity of the Mexican nation state. For those of you who are not familiar with this book and Vasconcelos was a key figure that occupied a position as Minister of Education and Minister of Culture under the governments after the Mexican Revolution. And so the argument that Vasconcelos developed in La Raza Cósmica is that, well, he's looking at a country like Mexico, right? He says, well, there are whites, there are blacks, there are Indians, and there are Asians. What will happen if all these races mix together, right? Then we will have a fifth race. And that fifth race for Vasconcelos represented La Raza Cósmica, the cosmic race, right? And, you know, it's usually when I talk to my students about this book, it's like Vasconcelos is imagining, like, you know, developing this big party where he's going to put a lot of liquor, and then suddenly all these mestizos are going to come out, right? He's not taking into account the materiality of interethnic or interracial relationships, right? But that's not the problem. The main problem with Vasconcelos is that if you look closely at his arguments, you will realize that it's a very racist argument in which he still sees the white race as the superior race, and that the mixture of all the races eventually are going to make indigenous or blacks disappear, right? Just to give you an example, going back to the slides. When Vasconcelos is talking about the benefits of mestizaje, right? This is what he says. The Indian, by grafting onto the related white race, would take the jump of millions of years. And in a few decades of aesthetic eugenics, the black may disappear, together with the types that a free instinct of beauty may go on signaling as fundamentally recessive and undeserving, right? And obviously, some scholars have noticed this in Vasconcelos. And in her book, for example, Seeing Indians, A Story of Race, Nation, and Power in El Salvador, Virginia Tilly concludes that Vasconcelos, saw the true value of La Raza, the race, in its European, Spanish, and French, hence Latin cultural racial roots, right? She also indicates that for Vasconcelos, Indians not already Spanishized or Españolizados or assimilated had no other door to the future than the door of modern culture, modern European culture. For him, Indians needed to be turned into Latino mestizos through cultural change, marginalizing and even eliminating the indigenous peoples was essential to Latin America's international security and standing. And that is what's behind Vasconcelos' ideas of La Raza Cósmica, right? And as we see, Gloria Anzaldúa is gonna later embrace and redefine Vasconcelos' idea in Borderlands, La Frontera, which articulated a new mestiza consciousness to characterize the experiences of Mexican-American people in the United States. Anzaldúa recognizes her mixture as white and Mexican, and at the same time dignifies the project of Aztlán. This project. And for those of you who are not familiar with the project of Aztlán, according to the Chicano movement, the true origins of the Mexica civilization are not located in what is today central Mexico, right? But rather in the Southwest. You know, like according to the creation narrative, the Mexica people were told by their gods that they needed to build the city of Tenochtitlan, where they found an eagle devouring a snake, right? And they ended up in what is today central Mexico, and that's where they found the eagle eating the snake, devouring the snake. So the Chicano movement claims that that didn't happen, right? That the Mexica people actually found the eagle eating the snake in the Southwest, and that is Aztlán is the true origin of the Mexica civilization, right? And this is the territory that the Chicano movement claims with the idea of Aztlán, right? Let me go back to screen share. But by looking at this map, you know, we come to realize that the Chicano are not the only people that occupy these territories. That there are indigenous nations that have claimed sovereign and have gotten sovereign rights like the Ne or the Navajo people, right? The Comanche, the Yaqui or Yuayama peoples. What about them? Right? And Elizabeth Ellis, in her article, The Border Crosses Too, addresses that issue. And she indicates in the 17th century, the Southwest United States was dominated by Apaches, Caros, Comanches, and many other smaller native polities. Contrary to popular imaginings, these were not nomadic peoples who roamed the plains seeking only to raid or chase buffalo. Rather, each of these groups did indeed have have homelands, territories that they controlled, and resources that they each reserved for exclusive use, right? And for his part, Jack Forbes analyzes the relationship between imperialism and the emergence of the mestizo concept in his essay, the mestizo concept, a product of European imperialism. And Forbes indicates that mestizos reside in areas subjected to European colonialism and imperialism. They seldom possess the power or resources to determine their own cultural destiny, either political, intellectual, or psychological. Their existence is usually a direct byproduct of European imperialism and colonial policy. In this context, Forbes wonders as to why we do not consider imperialist countries like Spain or the United States mestizo. And he says, Spain is clearly far more of a mestizo nation, if that term is ever properly to be used, than is Mexico. Spain is a complex mixture of Latin Italic, North African, Middle Eastern, Greek, Gitano, and other characteristics. And this assumption leads Forbes to rhetorically ask, so what is it then that the Castilian speaking Spaniard is allowed to have dignity and security of being simply a Spaniard, of possessing an ethnic identity and a nationality, right? And Forbes is going to answer his own question by saying, well, because since 1491, the Castellano Spaniard has not been subjected to political and intellectual colonization. The Spanish people have been free to develop themselves without having any alien government officials classifying individuals as 1/4 Gitano, 1/8 Jewish, 1/2 Arab, and so on. They have not had foreign scholars investigating them, trying to understand them, and then developing conceptualization, which dominate the thinking of even native intellectuals. In short, the Spaniard has been free to define his own nationality and categories of existence. Yeah, and so the proposal that Jack Forbes puts on the table, right, it makes us think of, like, you know, why people being the universal cities, or even the mestizo subject, right? In the sense that, you know, a white person can go to Guatemala and buy like a huipil, a Maya huipil. And nobody's ever going to say, oh, look at that white person. He or she is losing his or her identity by wearing Maya clothes, right? But when we do it, when suddenly we use computers or wear Nikes, suddenly, oh, look, that person is not indigenous anymore, right? So it's just something to keep in mind. To summarize then, the idea of mestizaje has acted as the cornerstone of modern Latin American national states and their hegemonic institutions, as well as the consequent configuration of Latin American and Latinx studies. Indeed, mestizaje has become an exceptionalism within Latin American and Latinx studies. But what I would propose is that we have to understand mestizaje as a social construct rather than as a concrete biological category. Right? that can lead to other venues of inquiry. In many cases, however, both Latin American and Latinx studies, with their ideas of mestizaje and racial mixing, have contributed to indigenous erasure and to obscure our indigenous demands to establish our own political and intellectual sovereignty. Historically, these demands include recovering and defending our ancestral territories and the revitalization of native languages and cultural specificities. Such struggles for us are not something from the past, but rather continue to define our contemporary experiences, as is demonstrated by the actions of the water protectors in Standing Rock, Idle No More in what is today Canada, the Zapatista Army of National Liberation in southern Mexico, or the Mapuche struggle in the Guaymapu, or Chile, Argentina. These movements combat against neoliberal capitalist logics based on extractivism that sustains itself through the elimination of indigenous peoples. Many indigenous activists and intellectuals have recognized the oppressive and colonial dimensions of hegemonic narratives like mestizaje and Latinidad. In his book, La Revolución India, Aymara intellectual Fausto Reinaga states, I am not a mestizo writer or a man of letters. I am an Indian that thinks, that develops ideas, that creates ideas. My ambition is to forge an Indian ideology, an ideology of my people. Similarly, Luis de Leon from the Cachiquel Maya Nation states, I cannot participate in the so-called mestizaje because Hispanism is precisely the negation of my language, of my culture. And most recently, there is the movement Nicantlaca, an indigenous movement that emerged in California. And they have developed this viral campaign to restore their indigenous identity by negating categories like Hispanic, Latino, right? They have developed posters like the one that you're seeing, and they have also done videos like this one. I'm gonna play it. It's only 2 minutes. Let me know if you can hear it.
I am not Latino. I am an indigenous person of this continent.
Colonial terms did not define me. I am not Latina or Hispanic. I'm an indigenous woman to this continent.
I am not Latino because I'm not from Latin.
I'm not Latino. I'm not Southern European, and I'm not going to let colonialism define me.
I'm not Latina. Latino means genocide for my people.
I'm not Latino. Latino kills my indigenous identity.
I ain't Latino because I'm not white.
I'm not Latino because it is used as a marketing scheme to kill our identity.
I am not Latina. I am an indigenous woman.
I am not Latino nor Hispanic. I am indigenous to this land.
I am not Latino. The Spanish language does not define me.
I am not Latino. I don't identify with the people that rape my people.
I am not Latina. Latinos are Southern Europeans. I am not from Europe. Latinos invaded our continent 500 years ago.
No somos latinos, no somos hispanos. Somos la gente original de este continente, más bien conocidos como Nicantlaca. Nosotros no dependemos de una identidad falsa europea que es lo que es latino y hispano. Nosotros tenemos nuestra propia identidad. No nos llamen latino o hispano. Eso es una ofensa, es un insulto.
I am not Latina, I am not Hispanic. I am not defined by European colonial languages. I am an indigenous woman of this continent, Nicantlaca. I have nothing to do with Romans. I have nothing to do with Italians. My heritage are the Olmec and the Maya. We are indigenous people, not Hispanic and not Latinos.
We are not Latino, we are not Hispanic. We are not white, we are Nicantlaca. 为我们还有太阳那样。
In this sense, Latin America, Latinidad, and their mestizo ideal are not just the names of specific territories and identities imagined by settlers and their descendants, but rather these are concepts that, from an indigenous perspective, embody the enduring historical and cultural regimes of colonialism throughout the hemisphere. Such categories have historically denied us the right to name our own lands and our own experiences, and have repeatedly entailed, in the name of criollo mestizo white projects, the suppression and marginalization of indigenous languages and ways of thinking and being, on the assumption that indigenous lives and cultures are savage, barbarous, backwards, or uncivilized. We as indigenous peoples can only be a part of Latin America or Latinidad if we give up our lands, languages, and cultural and spiritual specificities. Contrary to these cultural projects, many of us propose a BIENNIAL to represent our own political struggles for self-determination and intellectual and political sovereignty. Let me go back. Oops.
I am not.
A BIENNIAL, for those of you who may not be familiar with it, is the name that the Guna people in the land of the Guna, the former territory, the Guna Islands, this is their ancestral territory, former San Blas, Panama. A BIENNIAL is the name that the Guna people used to refer what for others is the American continent as a whole. The concept came to have continental ramifications after the Aymara leader, Takir Mamani, one of the founders of the Tupac Katari indigenous rights movement in Bolivia, arrived in Panama. There, Mamani met with the Silas, or the Guna elders and authorities on the island of Stupu. They told them, everyone uses the name of America for our continent, but we, the Guna people, hold the true name, the ancestral name of this continent, which is BIENNIAL. Given his ability to travel to international conferences, forums, the Silas then entrusted Mamani to disseminate this message to the leaders and representatives of other indigenous nations with the goal of using the real name of the continent. Mamani followed the Silas' advice and spread the message in various gatherings and international forums, asking indigenous representatives and organizations that instead of using terms like America or Latin America, they use BIENNIAL to refer to the continent in their official declarations. And Mamani justified it in this way. He basically said, placing foreign names on our villages, our cities, and our continent is the equivalent to subjecting our identities to the will of our invaders and their heirs or their descendants. Therefore, renaming the continent would be the first step toward epistemic decolonization and the establishment of indigenous peoples' autonomy and self-determination. Since the 1980s, many indigenous activists, writers, and organizations have embraced the Guna peoples and Mamani's suggestion, and BIENNIAL has become a way to refer not only to the continent, but also as an indigenous collective and political construct to reclaim our identities, histories, lands, and hemisphere. With the idea of BIENNIAL then, I express a desire to displace the ideas of Latin America and Latinx as representative of our indigenous experiences and struggles. I want to register an alternative way to understand indigenous struggles, not in their Latinx or Latin American dimensions, but rather from our positionality as indigenous peoples who have occupied the lands of this hemisphere for thousands of years. We need to understand that our struggles are fought not in the name of mestizaje or Latinidad, but rather in the name of vindicating our ancestral cultures, languages, and territories, in the name of vindicating our indigenous identities as Quiche Maya, Aymara, Diné, Osage, Choctaw, Lakota, Zapotec, Quechua, Nahuatl, Cherokee, Xinca, Mohawk, Cree, Mapuche, Wayuu, Comanche, to name just a few of the over 1,000 indigenous nations that continue walking the lands of this hemisphere, fighting for the right to exist. Therefore, for us to recognize and endorse categories like America or Latin America or Latinity would affirm a colonialist logic that overlooks our needs as indigenous nations. In particular, it comprises our continued efforts to recover and defend our territories and restitute our linguistic, cultural, and spiritual specificities, efforts that Latin Americanism, Latinx studies, or American studies in all of its forms have failed to deeply address and understand. For these reasons, I would venture to say that the efforts of an indigenous rights movement should be invested in first developing, through the idea and project of BIENNIAL, a global confederacy of diverse indigenous nations struggling to overcome external and internal settler colonialisms and their logics of elimination. By positioning ourselves as indigenous subjects, we can not only enable the hegemonic articulation of our demands, but we can also negotiate with non-indigenous peoples to secure the constitution of multicultural or intercultural national and international models based on our own indigenous needs and perspectives. To conclude then, like the Guna Silas and Takir Mamani, I encourage you to consider the idea and civilizational project of BIENNIAL as a trans-hemispheric indigenous category that challenges the Eurocentrism of Latin America, to inscribe it in your official declarations, political manifestos, scholarly articles. In this way, BIENNIAL can become our category, our own locus of political enunciation that can lead us to restitute our indigenous life and that of Mother Earth. Indeed, the struggle of BIENNIAL is a struggle for our territories, for indigenous existence, for the richness of our lands, for the rights to our ways of life. These are economic, political, and geocultural struggles that we fight collectively. Let's take BIENNIAL as a point of departure to think of better modes of intercultural or multicultural sociability that consequently lead us to materialize, like the Zapatista slogan, a world where many worlds can fit. Sipalak Matios, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Emil Keme, for this amazing and thought-provoking presentation. And now we have 15 minutes for questions, and feel free to write them in the chat. Well, I do have a question. And my question is about, from your own experiences and things that you have probably done and have been exposed to, how can we create or foster communication, but also those alliances among the different communities across BIENNIAL? And like you said, not just thinking about the geopolitics of Latin America, but Turtle Island and the Caribbean, the Pacific Islands. So if you can talk about this, thank you.
Right, yeah, it's, well, as I was saying, BIENNIAL represents, the diversity of over 1,000 indigenous nations throughout the hemisphere. One of the problems that we as indigenous peoples face too is that, I mean, we know more about Europe, right? We know more about the European world or the dominant world, but we don't know much about ourselves. How can we create the conditions of possibility to produce knowledge in which we learn more about the Comanche, the Cree, the Mohawk, and create bridges among indigenous nations? I think that's the first step. Just to give you a specific example, I am a Quiche Maya person, right? And my duty as a Quiche Maya scholar that works in a research institution is to learn more about where I come from, who my people are, right? Because if we look at text, at the ancestral texts, the codices, there are only 4 surviving codices, but beyond that, there is also, many sacred sites in Mesoamerica that, tell me something about my people, or the Mayan calendar, right? All this knowledge, and in that knowledge, you're not gonna see references to Latinos. Those terms come later, right? So I think my duty as a Quiche Maya scholar is to try to unearth that knowledge and share it, right, with others. If I talk to a person who's Zapotec, he or she is gonna have a similar experience. If he or she is gonna look back to her history, it's gonna be a history that is gonna be thousands of years. That person, if he or she shares that knowledge with me, we can enrich our experiences, right? The same thing with the Mohawk Nation, or the Cree, or the Mapuche people, the Quechua. I mean, there is so much knowledge that we don't know about ourselves, and I think the first step is just to try to unearth that knowledge, and it's something that we cannot do by ourselves as indigenous peoples. So we need allies, and I know that there are a lot of people who are doing research on indigenous peoples. The only problem is that research is not coming down to our communities many times. One of the first tasks that with my collective, the collective that I am a part of, in our talks with our community is, there are so many people that come here and produce all this research about us. They publish it in foreign languages. It never comes back to us, right? So our first duty is to try to produce that knowledge in the language that is desired by the community. Maybe make the effort to translate it to indigenous languages. I think that's our first duty as scholars, indigenous scholars, but also scholars that are, doing research about us. Bring that knowledge, find ways to bring that knowledge to the community, right? I think that can be a first step. Yeah, I think that's a lot of work. Did I address your question?
No, yes, definitely. Thank you. We do have another question from Luke. So he says, many of us teach Spanish at the university level. What advice do you have for us when we speak about Latin America, Abya Yala? How can we incorporate an understanding of the peoples of the region without relying on generalizations? Are there times when it is inappropriate to speak about native peoples of the region so as not to mislabel them as Latino?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be the first thing. Try to be inclusive. There is so much out there in terms of testimony, indigenous voices. A lot of people say, "Oh, there is nothing out there." It's a lie. There is so much out there. And the idea, if you are in a classroom, try to find these materials and include it in the classroom. Bring it into conversation with the other texts that you're using. You can use these materials to talk about, the way that we have adopted Spanish, or but also learn about the person that it's being included, her experience or his experience. For example, bring in testimonies by Domitila Barrios de Chungara. You have to learn about where she's coming from, who she is, her struggles, what she's fighting for. I think these are potential discussions that students can enjoy. I can tell you, because that has been my experience. Every time I bring voices that are not part of the dominant textbooks, people have a reaction, like they are grateful for learning these experiences, and they should be taught. These voices should be included in the curriculum, right? Just as a side note, just to give you an example, right? At my university, my department, we were evaluating our program, right? And like students that are part of the program, they have to do an exam, the MA exam, in order to go to the PhD. And in that exam, they have to read all these canonical works from Latin America or the Latinx worlds. And obviously, if you look at that list, indigenous or Black voices are practically non-existent. And even trying to convince colleagues about including these indigenous voices, there are so many, as I said, has been a battle, and it shouldn't be, right? So it's because there were also complaints that, well, you know, it's so hard to attract indigenous or Black students to our department. It's like, well, I mean, it's obvious they are obviously not being, they are not seeing themselves represented in our course offering, or you know, so these are things that you know, may not be much, but you know, you as students can be advocates about demanding that these courses be offered, or these voices be included. Right? Those are some of the steps I'm thinking about.
Thank you. We have another question from Natalie Martinez. Thank you so much for your presentation. In adopting Abya-Yala, it creates incredible bridges and alliances across the region. I wonder, to what extent does this homogenize the indigenous experience and cultures in adopting Abya-Yala?
Yeah, that's a good question. Because it's, some people say, well, you know, Aztlán did the same thing. Now with the Abya-Yala, you may be proposing the same thing. And the essay that I wrote about Abya-Yala a few years ago, what I propose is like, it's first of all, it's a provocation. It's a way to sort of open up the conversation about this, about indigenous rights. But I am very aware that, you know, Native Americans talk about Turtle Island, the Mapuche talk about the Waimapu, the Wayu people talk about the Guajira, the Guarani Kiowa talk about Pindorama, you know, all these ancestral names. There are thousands of ancestral names, right? And what I propose is like Abya-Yala to be the name of the entire continent, and within Abya-Yala there are all these, we recover all these ancestral names, right? And then bring them into conversation. You know, it's what I see, for example, is that when you talk about Tawantinsuyu, for example, it's addressing a specific territory, Waimapu, right? A specific territory, what is today Argentina and Chile. But with the Guna people, what I found interesting is that they thought of the entire hemisphere, right? Not just the specific Guna Islands, but rather the entire hemisphere. And I thought, well, you know, this is an opportunity to bring this to the table and have a conversation about it, and have address the type of questions that was just asked by Amalia, was it? I don't remember who was it.
Natalie.
Oh, Natalie, I'm sorry. Natalie, you know, but I think it's important for us to have these conversations.
Most definitely. And so we have a few more minutes for another question. If not, we will continue the conversation during the roundtable at 12:30. And I'm gonna paste the link just in case people wanna continue.
Hello. Shtaqih tatemil lenubi alamalia inti Joshel Guaral pawawe ni matijo balre tejas paosten. Nabe kawah kinya un maltioshinik chechla rumal le presentación de hoy. Sorry about that, my mic is just a little rusty. But as part of the organizing committee, I wanted to thank you again for coming here and joining us today. Your presentation is great. And for everyone else joining us, yes, the roundtable discussion will be started immediately after this. If you need to take a break, go grab something to eat or drink, feel free to do so. But also to let you know, the format will be a little different. Here we have a webinar format where we can turn on our videos, but not the attendees. The attendees can only communicate through chat. But in the second Zoom meeting, the format will be in a meeting form. So they will be able to turn on their videos and their microphones to be able to communicate with you directly. Okay. Thank you so much to you once again.
Thank you.
All right, then I will close up and I'll see you in the other room. All right.
Hello. Thanks, Luke.
Hey, Sean, how's it going?
Good. How's the conference going so far?
It's been really good so far. Hi, Laura Rose. Glad to see you're here. Hello, all attendees. Yeah, so far so good. Yeah, we've had some exciting keynotes, a lot of really good presentations.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So I was going to moderate in Portuguese today because 3 of the 4, and you've got Laura Rose who speaks Portuguese, going to present in English, but then the other 3 presenters are presenting in Portuguese. So you think that's the right call?
Absolutely. You're welcome. Yeah, we've been, we had one session this morning that Ryan moderated, and he had a Portuguese and English and a Spanish presentation. So it's really up to you. And you can, if there are questions in English at the end, you're welcome to ask that. It's up to you.
That's great. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was actually strategizing a bit with Ryan yesterday by text. I was like, what are you going to do? And he said that he was actually going to do English, but it sounds like it makes sense that he did a little bit of both today, right?
Yeah.
Lorraine advised me to maybe do a bit of both. I think I'm going to pretty much stick to Portuguese, but if I ever need to break into English, I'll be happy to do so, but great.
That's great. Laura Rose, you're welcome to sort of make sure that your sharing works. We've been kind of having people do that beforehand.
Okie doke, let me do that.
Let's see, I don't know if our other panelists are here yet. Oh, shoot. Okay. Fernando, Laura Rose, this and Rodrigo. I don't see them yet. Maybe they're in the.
Are y'all
yeah,
able
we
to
see it great. No, we're seeing your notes one. We're not seeing the presentation one.
Oh yeah.
Are you on a dual monitor? You might have clicked the wrong screen or something.
Yeah, let's see if I do this. What about now?
I'm still seeing the same thing. I'm seeing kind of a bigger and a smaller version of the same.
Yeah, so there's like a presenter's view. I wonder how I shared just the.
Laura Rose, if you go in and click share, at least on a PC, you have different options. And like when I was sharing yesterday, there were like 3 different PowerPoint ones to choose from. It was like, the main normal. No, you don't see that on yours?
No, I did it with Eduardo yesterday and he didn't see it. So I'm wondering why.
Wait, Fernando, get him upgraded. Welcome, Fernando.
Fernando. Olá.
Olá, boa tarde.
Boa tarde, tudo bem?
Tudo bem, tudo bem.
Oh, I wonder if I do.
Sean, are you good to go in terms of introductions at the beginning, sort of reminders and things like that?
Cool. I've got the reminders here that I've written down in Portuguese. I've got some notes. Basically, it's just like saying hi and welcoming everyone and then letting them know that I'll be unmuting myself to tell them when they have 5 minutes left and then 1 minute left. I'll let them know that the session is being recorded and that they are to put questions in the chat throughout the presentation.
Questions in the Q&A, which is different from the chat.
Okay, so, I see it right here as a matter of fact. So that's great. So I'll close this chat as a matter of fact, and I'll open up my Q&A here so that I'm keeping track of questions. So I'll tell them, I did in my notes say please place questions into the Q&A forum. And so that's good to go. And then I will be selecting those questions and kind of they'll go through me and I'll ask the presenters that at the end of the presentations, right?
Yep, that's great. And Laura Rose and Fernando, everybody else who has panelist permission, you guys can't use the Q&A feature. So if you guys have questions for each other, you should ask those in the chat.
Oh, okay. Thanks for letting us know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we could, worst case scenario, just say them, but yeah, the chat would be just fine as well. So.
Yep, the chat works good for that. That's where I've been asking my questions. Great.
Okay, great.
We're still waiting on
I'm
two
gonna check.
presenters.
Aha, I think I got it now. Let's see.
Yeah, give it a go.
This one. Are you seeing just?
This looks good. That looks great.
That's perfect.
Yeah, changing. Okay, figured it out. Great.
Perfect.
Ok. Fernando, você quer compartilhar a sua tela também para ver se funciona tudo? Você consegue, tá?
Falar inglês, eu preparei minha apresentação em português, mas não tem.
Tudo bem. Aliás, eu acho que eu vou moderar hoje em português, aliás.
Ah,
Então,
tá bom.
se você quiser falar inglês, tá ótimo, mas a apresentação em português está perfeita hoje, tá? Então, mas você pode fazer o share screen com a gente?
Uhum.
Legal. Perfeito. Ótimo. Tá aparecendo aqui, então. A sua apresentação está pronta também. Então, agora a gente apenas está esperando para mais 2 outras pessoas, não é? Ou, sim.
Sim.
O Rodrigo e... Fernando.
Moisés.
Moisés, Carlos, isso.
I'll shoot him an email just to make sure.
A gente consegue ver as outras pessoas assistindo ou é só...
Eu acho que
os panelistas.
A gente só consegue ver os...
Ver mesmo, sim, mas se você for em participants, você vai ver que tem panelists 4 e agora tem 4 attendees também. Katura, you're here. Nice to see you. Eduardo, nice to see you. Kind of see you. See you on the list. Então, or we'll wait till shall we wait till 102, 103 in order to just make sure everyone's showing up?
Yeah, that's great.
Great. I'm assuming, Luke, that since you coordinated this thing, you're not presenting, right? Because you've got your hands full doing a lot of other stuff.
Hey, sorry, I'm getting these emails sent. I did present yesterday, but
oh, cool.
It's okay.
Okay, Joel, Amalia are here. Great.
Hola, Sean. ¿Cuánto tiempo?
Hola, Joel. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, bien. ¿Y tú? Qué bueno verte.
Sí, gusto verte. El cabello sigue creciendo, ¿verdad? Y también la barba no, ha cortado la barba.
Bueno, ahí va, pero el cabello, como dices tú, Sean, está descontrolado.
Pues me encanta así, descontrolado, así, como rebelde, ¿no? Me gusta.
Sí. Eres moderador de esto, ¿no, Sean? Ahora.
Sí, eso. Entonces vamos a empezar de aquí a poco. Estamos esperando todavía para 2 otras personas, pero vamos a empezar de aquí a poco, tal vez en como 2 minutos sea una buena idea, ¿no?
Muy bien, cuando guste. ¿Tuvieron la oportunidad de probar el PowerPoint?
Sí, los 2 que van a presentarse, sí.
Ok, gotcha. Pues entonces, a tu ritmo. I'll be en las sombras.
Vale.
Si no llegan los otros chicos, pues ni modo a continuar. Empecemos con Laura y Fernando, y Fernando, y luego ya si llegan los otros que presenten, y si no, pues voy a...
Ok, está bien entonces. Então, a gente tem aqui conosco pelo menos 2 dos nossos apresentadores, né, de hoje. Então, eu vou ser o moderador hoje. O meu nome é Sean McPherson. Então, bom, vou começar oficialmente então, tá? E espero muito que esses outros 2 cheguem, tá? Mas pelo menos temos 2 apresentadores conosco já. Então, boa tarde, gente. Espero que vocês estejam bem e curtindo a conferência até agora. Sejam bem-vindos ao nosso painel sobre a literatura brasileira. Estou muito feliz de estar com vocês hoje e empolgado, né? Antes de começar, eu gostaria de lembrar vocês de algumas coisinhas. Primeiro, os palestrantes vão ter 20 minutos para apresentar, tá? E eu vou lhes avisar quando faltam 5 minutos e depois quando tem mais 1 minuto para encerrar a apresentação. A sessão vai ser gravada, lógico, né? E vai ter uma sessão de perguntas e respostas depois das apresentações. As pessoas que estão assistindo podem escrever perguntas no Q&A forum, que é diferente do chat, né? Durante as apresentações, com o nome da pessoa específica que está apresentando, né? Para quem você está dirigindo a sua pergunta, para não confundir. E eu vou selecionar as perguntas depois para a gente ter uma boa conversa, né? Então, bem, acho que... Deixa eu achar uma coisa aqui. Tá. Então, com isso, eu acho que a primeira apresentação vai ser do Fernando Zanaga, que vai apresentar sobre Lima Barreto. O título da apresentação é Lima Barreto, a imprensa e os discursos racistas científicos no Brasil no início do século XX. Tá? Então, vamos começar, se não tiver uma outra pergunta, né? Fernando, você está pronto? Quer fazer o share screen? Ótimo.
Tá aparecendo para vocês?
Tá sim.
Beleza. Bom, primeiramente, né, boa tarde, né, a todas e todos. Eu gostaria também de primeiro agradecer aos organizadores pela oportunidade de poder participar. Eu vou falar um pouquinho, então, sobre Lima Barreto, a imprensa e os discursos racistas científicos no Brasil do início do século XX. O primeiro ponto que é interessante a gente destacar é tentar situar um pouco o Brasil nesse começo do século XX. Uma nova elite republicana vai tomar o poder em 1889 e eles vão tentar enterrar o passado, tentar apagar o que tinha acontecido no Brasil. Por exemplo, a escravidão e a monarquia. Então, para representar bem isso, eu trouxe um trecho do hino da Proclamação da República, que fala assim, nós nem cremos que escravos outrora tenha havido em tão nobre país. É até de mau gosto falar, porque a abolição da escravidão no Brasil foi apenas em 1888. Então, para a gente ver, né, esse lado, né? E hoje o rubro lampejo da aurora acha irmãos, não tiranos os X, estão fazendo uma referência tirando ao último imperador do Brasil, mas essa ideia de que existiria uma irmandade entre os brasileiros, ela nunca aconteceu por causa da limitação dos direitos políticos. Então, essa nova elite, né, buscando modernizar, buscando criar uma nova imagem para o Brasil, eles vão se voltar para a Europa. A Europa vive na Belle Époque, eles vão olhar as cidades como cosmopolitas, vão ver Paris, principalmente, mas também Londres, e vão buscar algumas ideias que estavam circulando, fazendo sucesso na Europa, e vão tentar transplantar para o Brasil. Uma delas, que fez bastante sucesso, vai ser o darwinismo social, que basicamente é elaborar os conceitos, né, aplicar os conceitos elaborados por Darwin, como a seleção natural, e aplicar eles para analisar, para se estudar as sociedades humanas. Então, os discursos racistas que já existiam na Europa, eles passaram a ser reelaborados agora, adotando Darwin, e vão defender que os seres humanos eles vão ser desiguais por natureza. A humanidade para sempre vai estar dividida, porque os grupos vão ter potenciais, os grupos humanos vão ter potenciais diferentes. Então, os indivíduos e as sociedades mais capazes vão prosperar, enquanto as sociedades e as pessoas que tiverem mais dificuldade vão ter essa dificuldade justamente por terem uma deficiência na estrutura biológica delas. Eu até trouxe um trechinho pequeno do Herbert Spencer, né? Ele foi o criador, geralmente atribuído, né, do darwinismo social, e ele que cunhou a frase, né, a sobrevivência do mais apto, survival of the fittest, não foi o Darwin. O Darwin depois acabou incorporando, acho que na 5ª ou 6ª edição do Origem das Espécies. E vou ler um trechinho, então, do Spencer. É inegável que, desde o período em que a Terra foi povoada, aumentou a heterogeneidade do organismo humano entre os grupos civilizados da espécie. Também a heterogeneidade dessa última, considerado como um todo, aumentou por virtude da multiplicação das raças e da sua diferenciação entre si. Então, já nesse primeiro trecho tem, né, a diferença das raças, e elas são, né, várias raças humanas, e essas raças são diferentes entre si. Como prova da primeira tese, podemos citar o fato de que no desenvolvimento relativo dos membros, os homens civilizados se afastaram muito mais dos tipos placentários que as raças humanas inferiores. Ou seja, então, esses homens civilizados, sempre pensando nesse branco europeu, é mais evoluído, né, do que as raças humanas que eles consideravam inferiores na época, asiáticos, africanos, por exemplo. Então, o Foucault ele vai identificar que no século XIX vai emergir um novo racismo. Vai ser um racismo que o Estado vai passar a aplicar. Um racismo que vai ser que ele vai chamar de racismo moderno e de face biologizante. Então, o Estado, né, vai agir sobre a sociedade vai exercer esse racismo sobre ela mesma, sempre buscando, nos próprios indivíduos, sempre buscando uma purificação e uma normalização social. Porque qual que vai ser a ideia deles? Porque eles acreditavam que, como os europeus dominavam, na época dos imperialismos, dominavam boa parte do mundo, a ideia é que assim, os europeus dominam porque, além deles serem superiores culturalmente, eles também são superiores biologicamente, por serem pessoas brancas. Então, essa ideia de que a pureza racial, principalmente no caso do Brasil, que era um país muito miscigenado, a ideia é que assim, qualquer miscigenação gera, invariavelmente, seres degenerados. Então, por isso que eles defendiam essa ideia de que quanto mais pura fosse, né, a raça, mais apurada fosse a raça, melhor seria o desempenho desse país, ou formaria uma nação que teria sucesso mundialmente. Então, essas elites brasileiras, agora, do começo do século XX, elas vão trazer essas ideias para o Brasil, essas ideias racistas para o Brasil, e, por um lado, eles conseguem também justificar, né, como essas elites eram elites brancas, como eles dominavam, né, o cenário político e econômico do Brasil, e também eles conseguiam justificar como eles tentavam sempre excluir as populações indígenas, também as populações de origem africana no Brasil. Então, servia para essa dupla justificação. O segundo ponto que eu quero destacar com vocês, antes de a gente entrar, né, no Leão Barreto, é falar um pouquinho da imprensa do começo do século XX. Né? Desde o final do século XIX, a imprensa no Brasil vai começar a se desenvolver muito, vai crescer muito, tanto em número quanto de periódicos, quanto na circulação, né, de cada edição. Vai crescer bastante, vão ser criados revistas esportivas, revistas científicas, vários jornais em várias cidades. Vai crescer bastante. E apesar do Brasil ter índices elevadíssimos de analfabetismo, essas ideias circulavam nos jornais. Por quê? Porque era bastante comum os hábitos de leitura coletiva. Então, às vezes, se reunia um grupo de pessoas, se uma delas soubesse ler, eles compravam um jornal, essa pessoa lia, e depois eles discutiam aquela notícia. E vai ser um fato muito característico do Brasil, que desde do final do século XIX, os grandes escritores brasileiros todos vão procurar contribuir para a imprensa. O primeiro ponto, acho que é mais óbvio, né, de se profissionalizar, ter um salário, né, como jornalista. Mas o segundo ponto é de aumentar o prestígio e o reconhecimento. Que na hora que eles fossem vender, por exemplo, ele lançou uma obra de poesias ou lançou um romance, a ideia é que, se ele fosse mais conhecido, ele venderia mais livros. Né? Então, uma ideia um pouco nesse sentido. E também o terceiro ponto, que é o mais interessante para a gente, é os escritores vão ver como eles vão conseguir poder participar do debate público e tentar influenciar os rumos do país. Então, os escritores vão ver nessa oportunidade de contribuir com a imprensa uma chance de tentar redefinir os valores sociais nessa primeira república, que no Brasil a pergunta que se fazia no começo do século XX era: que país nós seremos? Que país nós queremos ser? Então, nesse ponto também é importante o gênero crônica, porque o gênero crônica, além de tratar do cotidiano, ele tem essa relação, essa interlocução, né, entre o escritor e o leitor, que se por um lado, né, o escritor, esse cronista, ele vai selecionar os fatos que vão lhe permitir, né, trazer o seu posicionamento, as suas interpretações. Por outro, ele também vai querer atender às expectativas desse público leitor. Então vai ter essa interlocução. Por isso que eu defendo que, mais do que, geralmente é comum trabalhar com o Barreto, com os contos e os romances dele, para falar um pouco dessa questão do combate dele à escravidão. Desculpa, escravidão não, racismo. Mas eu acho que as crônicas são mais adequadas para analisar essas estratégias, né, dele combater as ideias racistas que circulavam naquele momento. Então, o Leão Barreto, só para situar, né, talvez todos não conheçam, mas o Leão Barreto ele vai ser, para muitos autores brasileiros, como a Lilia Schwartz, vai ser o primeiro literato brasileiro a se reconhecer como negro e também o primeiro a fazer uma literatura negra, suburbana e pobre. Então, apesar de todas essas dificuldades, ele foi um dos escritores que teve mais público leitor, tanto em nível nacional, se a gente for pensar. Ele escrevia para uma grande revista que chamava Careta, que era uma revista humorística, muitas vezes ele escrevia mais de um artigo por edição, mais de uma crônica por edição, às vezes usando pseudônimos. Então, o Felipe Denilson Botelho Correia, ele defende que o Leão Barreto era um dos escritores que tinha maior público leitor no Brasil da Primeira República. E a gente pode observar nas crônicas dele que ele vai utilizar várias estratégias para sempre denunciar e combater o racismo no Brasil daquela época. Desde denunciar, né, que os regulamentos da polícia do estado de São Paulo excluíam os negros da participação. Ele vai criticar as reformas urbanas que aconteciam no Rio de Janeiro, que buscavam tornar, né, uma cidade, o centro da cidade, deixar para a população branca, né, transformar essa ideia de ser o cartão postal do Brasil, enquanto isso expulsar as populações pobres, populações negras, para as periferias, né, para os subúrbios e também para os morros. Ele vai também criticar, né, a repressão policial, as práticas de matriz religiosa, as práticas religiosas de matriz africana. No Brasil tinha liberdade de culto já na Constituição de 1891, mas ela não era seguida. E também vai descrever também como o racismo foi utilizado, né, essa ideia de você ter uma nação branca no esporte brasileiro. Vai ser comum, o presidente do Brasil vai ligar, né, para quem era responsável por convocar, por exemplo, a seleção brasileira de futebol, e vai falar para somente convocar jogadores brancos. Então, para criar uma imagem tanto interna quanto externamente do Brasil como um país branco, obviamente naquela ideia de que o Brasil daí conseguiria se civilizar. E também, por fim, que é um debate que também acontece no Brasil hoje em dia, que o Barreto já fez em 1907, que é a ideia de debater, né, o racismo presente em canções populares, como marchinhas de carnaval. Então, essa ideia do combate específico aos discursos racistas científicos, a gente pode perceber, por exemplo, na crônica O Patriotismo, de dezembro de 1914, que Leão Barreto ele vai questionar se raça é um conceito científico. E para fazer isso ele vai recorrer ao famoso Lamarck. Ele fala, Lamarck, que entendia muito bem nessas coisas, diz, na sua filosofia zoológica, que a natureza não formou realmente nem classes, nem ordens, nem espécies constantes, mas unicamente indivíduos. Então, o que o Barreto está fazendo? Ele está se opondo a esses discursos científicos que defendiam a existência e a hierarquia de raças, recorrendo a outros cientistas, a outros discursos, para negar a cientificidade desses discursos racistas. O Foucault vai explicitar, no século passado, que todo poder e toda autoridade, eles vão chamar para si sempre a verdade. Eles são respeitados porque eles, teoricamente, diriam uma verdade, trariam uma verdade. O Foucault fala que o que é verdadeiro, né, o que é tido como verdadeiro, se faz obedecer. Então, o poder, para o Foucault, ele só se exerce quando ele produz uma verdade e também quando ele vai acabar criando, né, necessariamente um campo correlato de saber. E é interessante destacar que o Foucault, né, entende por verdade não como um conjunto das coisas verdadeiras, de se descobrir ou fazer aceitar, mas sim um conjunto de regras segundo as quais a sociedade distingue o verdadeiro do falso e atribui esse verdadeiro, né, efeitos específicos de poder. E cada sociedade, por Foucault, vai estabelecer regimes de verdade. Então vão ser critérios que vão ser utilizados para reconhecer um discurso como verdadeiro. Nas sociedades ocidentais e também no Brasil daquela época, o discurso que era tido como verdadeiro, que tinha que ser obedecido, eram os discursos científicos. Então tinham que obedecer esses critérios de cientificidade. Então, eu defendo que o Leão Barreto ele identificava essa relação, né, que o Foucault posteriormente, né, explicitou, de poder, saber e verdade, porque uma estratégia a mais comum dele vai ser questionar o regime de verdade desses discursos racistas científicos, argumentando que esses discursos racistas científicos eles não respeitam os rituais de verdade. Consequentemente, eles não podem ser considerados científicos, logo, eles são falsos, eles não são verdadeiros, logo, eles não têm que ter poder nenhum na sociedade. Na crônica Considerações Oportunas, de agosto de 1919, ele fala, Leão Barreto, nada mais falso do que apelar para a ciência na questão racial. Cada autor faz um poema à raça, de que parece descender ou com que simpatiza por isso ou por aquilo. Os seus dados, as suas insinuações, os seus índices são interpretados ao sabor da paixão oculta ou clara de cada dissertador. Ou seja, Leão Barreto fala, olha, esses conceitos, né, de raça, ou essas ideias que são ligadas, os dados que eles acabam compilando, eles não são objetivos, eles são transpassados pela subjetividade, pelos desejos pessoais desses né, cientistas que defendem essa hierarquia de raças. Ele também fala, ó, critério de raça também não é científico, porque ele não é fixo, ele se varia de autor para autor. Então, Leo Barreto vai fazer bastante isso, né, de questionar essa credibilidade desses discursos racistas científicos. E, de novo, como ele recorreu a Lamarck, agora ele vai recorrer também ao famoso Linneu. Ele fala até, ó, Linneu teria dito que a natureza não tem raça nem espécies, ela só tem indivíduos. Ele vai concluir essa crônica falando assim, olha, eu pretendi com essas linhas ligeiras dizer que a ciência com C grande, então quando fala com C grande quer dizer a ciência verdadeira, que segue então esses rituais de verdade, não autoriza no seu estado atual nenhuma matança de seres humanos por serem desta ou daquela raça. O Leão Barreto, na continuidade da crônica, anteriormente ele tinha mencionado, por exemplo, que esses discursos racistas científicos, eles justificavam os massacres e assassinatos. Então ele fala, esses discursos são responsáveis pelo linchamento dos negros nos Estados Unidos, ele fala do assassinato em massa de judeus na Rússia, ele fala inclusive do genocídio que os turcos cometeram contra os armênios. Então o Leão Barreto faz essa ligação, né, entre discurso e práticas violentas. Outro ponto que é legal, né, destacado em Leão Barreto, é que ele entendia, ele compreendia esse espaço, né, o sucesso que essas teorias racistas faziam no Brasil, que elas circulavam, então ele vai sempre procurar estudar bastante elas para conseguir participar desse debate, conseguir refutá-las. Por isso que na biblioteca pessoal dele, ele vai ter vários autores que vão ser defensores desses discursos de hierarquia racial, como Haeckel, Topiner, Gobineau, Spencer e Le Bon. É até curioso destacar que, antes de Leão Barreto ser, né, realmente um escritor reconhecido, ele vai escrever uma carta em francês para o Célestin Bouglé, e ele vai falar, né, uma carta em francês, comentando que, olha, você não conhece nada, né, sobre, esse é o termo do Leão Barreto que ele usou, né, sobre os mulatos brasileiros. Porque ele vai argumentar, todos os grandes escritores brasileiros, não importa se é de prosa ou poesia, eles são mestiços, Gonçalves Dias, Olavo Bilac e Machado de Assis. Os grandes engenheiros brasileiros, médicos, advogados também são afrodescendentes. Então ele escreveu essa carta, né, para o Célestin Bouglé, então professor da Sorbonne, defensor da hierarquia racial, ele escreveu para falar, olha, você tem juízos errados, juízos falsos, né, sobre os homens de cor. Ele até vai concluir a carta falando assim, olha, que o propósito dele era explicar certos juízos falsos a que o mundo civilizado submete os homens de cor. Então sempre tentando combater essa ideia desse racismo científico, que era tido como científico na época, depois a gente viu que era meio que besteira, né? Então, Leão Barreto também vai utilizar outra tática, que vai ser ironizar, né, e práticas que eram tidas também como científicas, que já estavam caindo em descrédito naquele momento, como, por exemplo, as mensurações antropométricas. Na crônica chamada Da Minha Cela, Leão Barreto ele tinha sido internado no hospital do Exército, porque ele tinha bebido bastante, tinha sofrido algumas contusões, e ele fala, né, nessa crônica de novembro de 1918, sofri também mensurações antropométricas e tive com o resultado delas um pequeno desgosto. Sou braquicéfalo. Seu braquicéfalo seria basicamente você ter um crânio um pouquinho mais alongado e para a cronometria daquela época, se você fosse braquicéfalo, indicaria que você seria mestiço. Então logo você seria um sujeito degenerado. Tanto que ele até ironiza, fala, olha, os meus detratores, eles vão poder, né, além dos meus inúmeros defeitos, eles vão poder falar também que eu sou um sujeito braquicéfalo, então que eu seria um tipo inferior. Falando com ironia, então ironizando. E mais um aspecto que a gente pode ver, como o Leão Barreto estava muito antenado e achava muito importante participar dessa discussão para combater esses discursos racistas científicos, vai ser que ele vai publicar uma crônica chamada A Origem do Homem, 1921, que ele vai pegar um artigo que é muito obscuro desse cientista, o Charles Turrell, para combater, porque o Charles Turrell ele defendia, né, a teoria poligenista. A teoria poligenista ela vai negar...
Fernando. Desculpa. 5 minutos, tá? Desculpe.
Tá ok. Já estou encerrando. Mas obrigado. O Charles ele vai defender, então, esse cientista, esse anglo-canadense, ele vai defender a teoria que os seres humanos não têm um ancestral comum. Para ele, né, para essa teoria poligenista, brancos e negros, eles são espécies zoológicas diferentes. E o que já era mais aceito naquela época, desde o Darwin, foi se formando aos poucos um consenso ao redor da ideia de monogenismo. Então, que os seres humanos, eles têm sim, né, a teoria que aceita hoje, que eles têm sim um ancestral comum, logo eles são da mesma espécie. Então, por isso que o Leão Barreto ele vai ironizar ainda, né, Vossa Excelência, né, ironizando, né, esse cientista anglo-canadense e pretende acabar com a teoria absurda de que nós todos temos uma mesma origem, né? Obviamente, Lima Barreto defendendo o monogenismo. Então, só para concluir, né, como que a gente viu nessa breve apresentação, né, que o poder e o saber eles acabam se articulando no discurso, né? O Foucault vai demonstrar para a gente que o discurso ele existe como instrumento e efeito do poder, mas ele também gera seu ponto de resistência. Então, ao mesmo tempo que o poder, esse discurso, desculpa, ele veicula e produz o poder, acaba reforçando esse poder, ele também cria as condições para ele ser minado, para ele ser exposto, para ele ser debilitado, e permite, então, essa resistência a esse discurso, a esse poder. Então, o discurso faz parte desse campo, né, de correlações de forças, e essa característica do discurso permitiu que Lima Barreto produzisse esses discursos antirracistas nas primeiras décadas do século XX. Por quê? Para o Foucault, onde há poder, também há resistência. Então, para concluir mesmo, né, essa comunicação teve como objetivo mostrar que Lima Barreto ele ocupou essa posição de interlocutor e ele vai produzir um discurso para combater o racismo científico que circulava na sociedade brasileira daquela época. Então, Lima Barreto ele vai utilizar, né, dos critérios de verdade estabelecidos pelo discurso científico para tentar tirar o valor de verdade, para tentar extirpar o valor de verdade desses discursos racistas científicos, né? E, de novo, aquela ideia, né? Tirando esse valor de verdade, retirar o poder, porque o que é tido como verdade se faz obedecer. E aqui só uma breve bibliografia que eu usei, se alguém tiver depois interesse eu posso passar mais detidamente. Mas era basicamente isso. Pessoal, obrigado pela atenção de todos.
Muito obrigado, Fernando, pela apresentação fascinante sobre a eugenia e como Lima Barreto combateu isso no começo do século XX, né? Agora, bem, vamos esperar, né, com as perguntas até depois de todos os apresentadores apresentarem, né? Parece que o Rodrigo está conosco já, então boa tarde, Rodrigo. Olá. Agora eu acho que a segunda palestrante aqui que tem na lista vai ser Laura Rose, da UT Austin mesmo. E o título da apresentação dela vai ser Remnants of Casagrande e Senzala, The Stereotyped Roles of Black Women and the Elusive Nature of Brazilian Whiteness in the Novel Flesh and Bone and Water. Ok? Então, Laura Rose, se você quiser começar, já pode.
Obrigada. Aqui estou um segundo, perdi. Aí está. Um segundo enquanto eu preparo o PowerPoint aqui.
Sem problema.
Eu fiz assim. Opa. Present review. Ok. Estamos aqui e share screen. Esse aqui. Tudo certo? Foi? Estão vendo?
Foi mesmo. A gente está vendo.
Ok. Perfeito. Então, eu preparei minha apresentação em inglês, mas eu queria dizer que se no final querem fazer perguntas no português, não tem problema. Mas eu vou fazer a apresentação mesmo em inglês. So, before anything else, I wanted to say hello and thank you so much to the organizers of this event. I've been seeing a little bit behind the scenes and I know it's just been a lot of work. So I'm very grateful for all of you who have been putting this together. I've also was able to see some of the participants watching. I can't see your faces, but I see your names and I'm really thankful for you being here, mentors, colleagues, friends. So thank you for being here. So I'm going to start my presentation. I will admit that I ended up changing the title. I had started with this title of Remnants of Casa Grande Senzala, the stereotype roles of Black women and the elusive nature of Brazilian whiteness in the novel Flesh and Bone and Water. But as you can sort of see from the title, it's a lot. And so I ended up breaking this idea into two parts, and I'm going to focus on one part. What I think is the most exciting and interesting is looking at whiteness. So the new title of my presentation is I'm Hardly White, Deciphering Brazilian Whiteness in the Novel Flesh and Bone and Water. One second. Okay, so Flesh and Bone and Water was written by Luisa Selma, who was born in Brazil and raised in England. The novel was published in 2017. And it's funny, thinking that this is a panel on Brazilian literature, there's the discussion about where this book falls. Is it British literature? Is it Brazilian literature? Is it sort of a kind of brazuca in-between literature? And I would say it does clearly fall into Brazilian literature because it deals with a lot of Brazilian themes, and especially as I'm looking at now, how whiteness is operating in Brazil. So I think we can firmly place it in this category of Brazilian literature. So a little bit about the book. Flesh and Bone and Water enters the mind of André Cabral, a carioca born into a wealthy family in Rio de Janeiro, who flees to England at the age of 18 in order to escape the shame of his past. So in London, he decides to become a doctor and ends up marrying a British woman with whom he has 2 daughters. Though throughout the novel, we see that André's escape to England was motivated by a sexual secret relationship with his former live-in Black maid, Luana. As such, André and Luana's relationship becomes the central scope of the plot, and the novel actually switches between adolescent André, who after losing his mother in a car crash becomes infatuated with Luana, and then present day André in England, who is receiving letters from the now adult Luana, who is still in Brazil. So I think this relationship between André as master, Luana servant, and the racial characterization has been studied by many people and is quite interesting. But what I'm focusing on today, and I think is a particularly interesting scene of the novel, is at the end, when André travels to the island town of Marajó with his daughter. He's on vacation with her, but he's really trying to meet up with Luana. But in this scene, he affirms to his daughter, I'm hardly white. And I think in this way, he reveals one of the rhetorical strategies white Brazilians rely on to reject the notion of racism in Brazil and their own position of privilege. So throughout this presentation, I will explore this negation of his own whiteness. To give a little bit of context and think of this starting from a US lens, the phrase, I don't see color, is very common here, and it is used by white people when the subject of race and racism is brought to discussion. Underlying this response is a belief that if they refuse to see and acknowledge difference, then that difference doesn't exist. And if that difference does not exist, then they have to assume a responsibility for the structural privilege that they receive because of it. Ruth Frankenberg names this practice color evasion. And in other words, avoiding talking about color difference is an avoidance of talking about one's power. This statement, I don't see color, also relies on an understanding of the person's white race as normal. whiteness as the norm has been extensively researched by scholars in the United States and England, where the country's national identities are explicitly white. However, what happens when we think of whiteness in the context of a mestizo nation like Brazil? I think it's extremely important to bring the mestizaging discourse into this discussion, because as affirms Liv Sovik, the line of flight through mestizaging denies the existence of Blacks and hides the existence of whites. So I bring to this presentation an argument. I build off of what Liv Sovik proposes when she says that white Brazilians are able to deny their own whiteness when in contrast with quote unquote pure white gringos from abroad. I argue that the same is true when white Brazilians make regional comparisons within the country, specifically with white people from the southern region. And I will show you now why I think so. So we can observe a comparison of this negation of Andre when he says, "I'm hardly white," like I said, scene at the end of the novel. First, I'll just share a quick trajectory of Andre. So he's born in Rio de Janeiro, and at 18, like I said, he moves to England and stays there most of his life. But where the scene takes place is he's traveling on vacation with his daughter to Marajó Island, which is right here. So he and his daughter are taking a ferry boat, like shown here, to the island town of Marajó. On the ferry boat, there are 2 levels, and this is all explained in the book, one with air conditioning above and one without air conditioning below. He sees what he thinks are gringos going up to the air conditioning while his daughter stays below to get a good look of the river. Although all of a sudden, one of the gringos comes to talk to him and he realizes he's not a gringo at all. He's, quote, he's not a gringo, just one of those strange Southerners who doesn't seem Brazilian. So here we're talking about Andre is in the northern region, and this is actually where his family is from. Despite being living in Rio de Janeiro, his family is from the north. But he's talking about people from the south here who seem to him like gringos. The southern gringo-like character doesn't seem Brazilian to Andre because the southern region of Brazil has constructed a regional identity of gaúchos in opposition to the rest of the brasileiros, according to Mariana de Oliveira Santos. In the mid-19th century and through the 20th century, there was a large number of Germans and Italians who immigrated to the South, and particularly to Rio Grande do Sul, the state. And so this immigration had a few strategic and geopolitical functions. It was a form of colonization to fill the, quote, empty land, empty in quotes because they were indigenous populations still living there. Second, it was a means for white European settlers to colonize the land. And third, an attempt to, as a whole, whiten the majorly Black Brazilian population. After the Second World War, Italian culture and identity started to have this superior meaning. And as a result, this gaucho identity became connected with a superiority idea that is better than or different than the regular Brazilian. So this is very similar to how we can see the Southern white superiority similar to white gringos in the US or England, for example. So it's possible to understand how Andre's first thought when he saw this man from the South that he was a white gringo. And then when he realized Brazilian, he said, oh, but he's not a true Brazilian. And going to this question of what it means to be a true Brazilian, we can understand that in André's conception, it's certainly not white because in his idea, there are no white people in Brazil, only mestizos. So, you know, the Southerners aren't really Brazilian. Remembering now that André is a descendant of Northerners. So when he visits Belém and Marajó, he notices that the people, quote, were shorter and darker than in Rio, with small eyes, like me and Papai, end quote. André sees himself physically as resembling people of the North rather than the South and Southeast. He is more mixed with Northerners' small eyes, different from his mother and brother Thiago, who are glaringly white. Nevertheless, this doesn't make him not white. It just makes him a different kind of white person. Alberto Guerreiro Ramos was one of the first to recognize two types of white people in Brazil, the branco puro and the branco mestiço, in his book chapter, Patologia Social do Branco Brasileiro. He asserts that there are very few branco mestiços in the North and Northeast, and even fewer branco puros. But these branco mestiços have black blood and look white. However, the fact that one group has black blood and the other doesn't is almost irrelevant, because unlike countries in England and the United States, where the one drop rule makes a person with one drop of black blood black, Brazil's racial hierarchy is based on phenotype. As Horaci Nogueira stated in 1954, quote, race prejudice occurs in relation to appearance. That is, when it takes into account the manifestations of the physical traits of an individual, the physiognomy, the gestures, the accent, that which is de marca. In other words, racism operates in Brazil based on a person's appearance, their physical characteristics. This means that someone can have Black or Indigenous blood and small eyes and still be white. So when I'm going to focus now in on this particular scene where he's interacting with his daughter and with these Southerners from Brazil. And the daughter asks, what the hell did he say? And he responds, he thinks we should sit upstairs with the other white people. Remember, they're on this ferry boat. And she says, are you kidding? And he's thinking and saying, how did he come to the decision 1 hour into the trip to come and rescue us from the commoners? The man obviously felt a kinship with me, not so much for my whiteness, I'm hardly white, but for all of those other signifiers, Ray-Ban sunglasses, deck shoes, an iPhone in my shirt pocket, and a daughter who speaks to me in English. She responds, what a cock, she says. So when André says, I'm hardly white here that you can see, he draws on the fact that he is mestizo to negate his own whiteness. He is not spindly and white like his mother, like his brother, or like these Southerners in Brazil. Therefore, in his conception, he is not white at all. There's one more layer that we need to consider in this, and that is André's time living in London. It is certain that André's experiences in London have had an impact on his understanding of racial identity. There, for example, he was exoticized and othered when he met his future parents-in-law. In a part of the book, André is nervous about meeting them and tells his future wife, oh, you know, I'm worried about this. And she responds, oh, they'll love you. They love anything foreign and exotic. So in this scene, André is confronted by this prospect of being a racialized other, confirming his non-white status in England. André's racialization in England also reinforces his belief in Brazil's national mestizagem discourse and his own mestiço-ness. However, he may be hardly white in England, but not in Brazil. As Patricia Pinho, and this should be 2009, excuse me, not 2007. As Patricia Pinho suggests,
5 minutos, amiga.
Graças. Obrigada. So, however, he may be hardly white in England, but not necessarily in Brazil. So Patricia Pino explains that the process of being unwhitened is a frequent experience for many Brazilian immigrants in the US, and we can imagine it's similar in England. On the other hand, these same individuals frequently recover their whiteness and the authority that comes with it upon entering Brazilian borders. Even though Andre is exotified and racialized in England, when he gets back to Brazil, he regains this status of a white person. So thinking about when Andre claims he is hardly white, he is drawing on his experience in England, and he's making this comparison with what he believes are, true white people and non-Brazilian people, the Southern Brazilians. Taking another step back and thinking about this phrase, I don't see color, in connection with the phrase, I'm hardly white, Frankenberg suggests that the intention behind this statement, I don't see color, is not cruel or harmful. In fact, quote, it has in its various guises been taken to be anti-racist. It's an attempt to ignore racism as a means to make it go away. Nevertheless, this avoidance ultimately solidifies the power difference for who has the privilege to just ignore racism, certainly not the victims of this. We can observe a similar phenomenon with the phrase, I'm hardly white. Andre's intention is not bad when he negates his whiteness. In fact, in many ways, he's asserting his mestizo belonging and his belonging to this mestizo nation. So in this particular scene, when he's on vacation with his daughter and showing off his homeland, it's a chance to assert his connection with the country. He wants her to see the Brazilian side of him. And as a result, he draws on the racial identity of being hardly white to affirm that attachment to it. He is a true Brazilian because he belongs to the mestizo nation. As I've shown throughout the presentation, Andre is able to negate his whiteness by comparing himself with Brazilians from the South. And ultimately, this comparison and denial of whiteness permit us to understand how white Brazilians struggled to acknowledge and accept a white racial identity, thus ultimately allowing themselves to be absolved from the responsibility of fighting against structural racism in the country and propping up the myth of racial democracy that legitimizes their privilege. So I think it's important for us to think about what, in connection of how is it possible to be white and still be part of Brazil? What role does racial identity and potentially being white have to do with belonging or not to Brazil? I think those are some important questions moving forward. And here are my references. I'm happy to pass along those if they are of interest to anyone as well. So thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to the rest of the presentations today.
Ok. Muito obrigado, Laura Rose. Gostei muito das perguntas no final da apresentação e gostei da apresentação maravilhosa sobre as complexidades da branquitude, né? Você deu muito para pensar com essa apresentação. Agora, bem, indo para a terceira apresentação aqui, vai ser... O título é Projetos de Identidade Local. Estou na... Sim. Projetos de identidade local na poesia de Silva Freire, a imagem de grande mãe e a vivência do povo na margem do sistema mundial colonial moderno. E o nosso apresentador vai ser Moisés Carlos de Amorim. Então, obrigado por estar aqui conosco hoje, Moisés, e a apresentação é sua agora.
Eu que agradeço. Boas as apresentações, estou ouvindo muito fascinado. E eu venho falar, na verdade, de um poeta que no Brasil ele é desconhecido, né? Mas na minha região, eu moro numa região do centro-oeste brasileiro, em Cuiabá, ele tem uma certa relevância para a cultura local, né? Que é o Silva Freire. Então, a importância de trabalhar com esses autores que são deslocados dos grandes centros, né, da cultura hegemônica, e os grandes centros da cultura hegemônica no Brasil ainda continua sendo o eixo Rio-São Paulo, é interessante para a gente pensar nesses projetos, né, de identidades, não só locais, mas identidades também nacionais que foram apagados, né, ao longo desse processo, desde o processo da colonização e, mais recentemente, com esse processo do neoliberalismo, né, do apagamento das fronteiras, desse tempo líquido moderno que vem forçando as pessoas que vivem à margem do sistema mundial colonial moderno a construir uma identidade que é uma identidade propriamente não de uma tradição local, né? Então, eu uso a obra do Walter Mignolo, que é um autor importantíssimo latino-americano. Ele fala, num livro interessantíssimo, histórias locais, projetos globais, se não me engano, esse é o título, e ele fala desses projetos que surgem na margem, né? Então, Silva Freire é esse poeta que constrói projetos da margem. Ao mesmo tempo, eu trabalho também com uma imagem, com uma crítica literária, a crítica do imaginário. Então, a imagem da grande mãe aí, o arquétipo da grande mãe, o arquétipo materno. O arquétipo pensado aqui, segundo Jung, né, como uma representação coletiva que funda, digamos assim, esse inconsciente coletivo, né? Então, esse arquétipo da grande mãe, ele é característico da poesia regionalista de Silva Freire, não só na poesia de Silva Freire, mas em outros autores. E, ao mesmo tempo, esse arquétipo aparece como uma imagem de uma vivência desses povos que vivem à margem, né, desse sistema mundial colonial moderno. Então, nós temos duas visões aí, a crítica decolonial e a crítica do imaginário. Bem, para situar vocês, o Silva Freire é um poeta que nasceu próximo de onde eu moro, aqui na Baixada Cuiabana. Ele nasceu numa região chamada Porto de Fora. Ele nasceu em 1928 e morreu em 1991 em Cuiabá. Ele era advogado, escritor, trabalhou também aqui em Cuiabá ao longo da sua vida. Teve uma importantíssima dedicação não só à literatura, mas à cultura como um todo. As suas obras regionalistas são de renovação formal, né, e de uma presença desse povo cuiabano. Eu vou ilustrar duas obras importantíssimas de Silva Freire, que são Na Moldura da Lembrança e Presença na Audiência do Tempo. Essas obras compõem a trilogia cuiabana. Nestas obras, a gente percebe o cotidiano vivido na cidade pelo povo, né? Porque o povo vive essas situações cotidianas, indo em contato com os amigos, com os familiares, nas partidas de futebol, no encontro para comer alguma coisa, seja um peixe, seja as frutas daqui da região, né? E estas imagens compõem uma imagem de intimidade, de comunhão, de repouso, que é praticamente a característica desse simbolismo materno que a cidade configura nessa construção espacial. Eu vou ler para vocês alguns poemas, para vocês perceberem como surge a imagem da grande mãe e como se configura essa relação entre as pessoas dentro desse espaço cosmopoético. O poema não tem título, na verdade, nesse livro, Presença na Audiência do Tempo e na Moldura da Lembrança, ele constrói poemas como se fosse flashes da vida moderna, como se fosse flashes autobiográficos daquilo que ele vê. Então, o sujeito lírico diz assim: esta casa é sua, vem morando, ouça a minha alegria musical. Lavrado em rede, lavrando, lavando, levando meu cansaço, ali balanço o cochipó, rio sozinho, ou violino retorcido, entre anseios de remos, ursos de seios e respeito de amor. Um lambari priscou para dentro da canoa, ficou saltitando seu triste de vida. A primeira imagem aqui nesse poema, e essa imagem aparece praticamente em toda a obra, é a imagem da casa. Ele diz nos versos iniciais: esta casa é sua, vem morando. A outra imagem que aparece como imagem da intimidade é o próprio rio, que ele diz aqui: ali balança o cochipó, rio sozinho. Né? Então, essas duas imagens, como observou muito bem Gilberto Durand, são imagens isomórficas à mãe. E não é só Gilberto Durand que fala sobre essa isomorfia. O próprio Jung também, né? Carl Gustav Jung fala sobre isso. No livro Os Arquétipos do Inconsciente Coletivo, ele diz assim: menciono apenas algumas das formas mais características do arquétipo materno. A própria mãe e a avó, a madrasta e a sogra, uma mulher qualquer com a qual nos relacionamos, bem como a ama de leite ou a ama seca, né? A antepassado, a mulher branca, no sentido de transferência mais elevada, a Deus, especialmente a mãe, a virgem, quanto mãe rejuvenescida. Aí ele propõe aqui a isomorfia, a meta da nostalgia da salvação, o paraíso, o reino de Deus, em sentido mais amplo, a igreja, a universidade, a cidade, o país, o céu, a terra. Vamos parar por aqui com esses exemplos de símbolos maternos. Então, Jung começa dizendo que a mãe pode ser uma mulher qualquer, pode ser a virgem, e aí nós percebemos a configuração do corpo, né? A mulher é uma pessoa, mas depois ele diz que a mulher, que o arquétipo materno pode ser também a igreja, a universidade, a meta do paraíso, a salvação, o espaço sagrado, aquele lugar onde você teve seus primeiros amores, né? Onde você viveu em comunhão com sua família. Então, esse isomorfismo do símbolo materno passa de um sujeito para um espaço, né? E aí a casa configura esse símbolo materno. Ao mesmo tempo, ele fala também do rio, e esse rio aparece pela maneira como o poeta escreveu, anseios, disseios, respeito, né? O seio, respeito, são imagens femininas. E aí, consequentemente, aparece aqui esse símbolo materno. O Jung não fala especificamente nessa parte sobre a mãe bondosa e sobre a mãe terrível, mas, para ele, existe dois tipos de simbolismo materno, né? Que é a mãe bondosa, afetiva, aquela que cuida do seu filho, como o poeta descreve aqui, né, em Cuiabá, essa casa é sua, mas existe aquela mãe que destrói o filho. Nós temos alguns exemplos na literatura ocidental, né? A Medea, por exemplo, faz esse tipo de ação, né? Mas aqui eu quero trabalhar com a mãe bondosa, a afetiva, não a mãe terrível. Então, a primeira imagem é a da casa, e a segunda imagem é o rio, que são imagens isomorfas à mãe. E ele continuando na página 43 desses dois livros, né, que é um seguido do outro. Assim era a casa de esquina, e assim a gente e as coisas do tempo. Pela rua de cima não há como perder. A rua de cima é uma rua característica dos centros de Cuiabá. Cuiabá, na década de 50, 60, era um espaço ainda inóspito. Havia 3 ou 4 ruas somente, né? E essa rua de cima era a rua onde acontecia tudo. Então, as ruas também traz esse aspecto maternal, né? Do sujeito se perder nesses espaços e, ao mesmo tempo, viver nesse cotidiano da cidade. Silva Freire representa uma continuação da literatura, de uma literatura regionalista, nacionalista em Mato Grosso. O primeiro autor que trata disso é Dom Aquino Correia. Ele é um autor muito famoso, foi arcebispo aqui de Cuiabá. E o Silva Freire continua a discutir a questão da identidade regional, da cultura regional. Só que, ao invés de ele falar dos conquistadores, daqueles que vieram aqui e fizeram riqueza, né? Ele fala do povo e ele inverte na própria construção do topônimo da cidade. Ele inverte, ele não diz que foi o estrangeiro que deu nome à cidade. Um poema muito famoso, ele fala que foram os índios, junto com os estrangeiros, que construíram o nome de Cuiabá. Então ele diz: desconfia a lenda que índios paiaguás, vizinhos de guerra dos cochiponés, aldeados nas barrancas do rio Cuiabá, um deles, bebendo água de cuia, num gole seco, deixou que o utensílio lhe escapulisse, tomando correnteza. Rio macio de zigue-zagues, o Cuiabá flutua sobre a mesa em desiguais passagens. Por isso sai correndo duro, fogueteando às vezes, nas corredeiras, parede e meia de canal, tão de descansado fica, nos remansos de banho ou pesca. Escapulida, cuia de cabaça, do corpo santo indígena, roda que emborca rodando esta, na garupa do caspe-chaspes da água menina, vindos da cabeceira das franjas ferruginosas das bandas de Rosário Oeste, o índiozinho paiaguá, porém, debicando da cuiada que o rio lidera, gungunou o mateiro português, a seu lado, espichando a vista ladina. Cuiavá, Cuiavá. Sem ficar sabendo que escrevia na oração centro-ostina a origem do nome da Vila Real do São Bom Jesus de Cuiabá, lá pelos fundos do ano de 1719, Silva Freire. Então, a construção, o surgimento do topônimo da cidade tem como primeiro personagem não aquele que veio de fora, mas os índios que já moravam aqui, né? Então aí é uma inversão nessa história contada pelas narrativas eurocêntricas, né? A Chimamanda Adichie vai falar sobre o problema de haver uma narrativa única nas construções da colônia. E aqui Silva Freire inverte esse papel. Aqui ele coloca o índio como o elemento fundamental para surgir, né, esse espaço regional que é Cuiabá. Walter Mignolo fala que é importante haver contrarrespostas da modernidade colonial, justamente porque essas contrarrespostas formam uma episteme da margem, né? Então, Silva Freire é um intelectual que problematiza na margem a própria configuração e surgimento desse espaço e como esse espaço se insere dentro da realidade brasileira. Aqui ele faz a inversão desses padrões mundiais de poder, né, do capitalismo que surge no período colonial, colocando o índio como um personagem central e a vivência desses povos, não só os indígenas, nesse cotidiano vivido. Então, nós temos já 3 imagens aí. Temos a casa, o rio, o índio, e o rio é muito presente aqui nesse texto, né? Vocês perceberam que eu falei muito sobre o rio. O nome de Cuiabá surgiu porque a cuia foi indo seguindo uma direção, a cuia foi, a Cuiavá, né? Então, o rio aí é um elemento importante. E Durkheim vai dizer que existe 2 tipos de simbolismo: o simbolismo telúrico da mãe, da máter telúrica, né? E a máter aquática. E é interessante que esses 2 simbolismos maternos, eles estão presentes na obra de Silva Freire. Ele vai dizer: o primeiro e supremo engolidor é, sem dúvida, o mar, como encaixe ictiomórfico nolo deixava pressentir. É o abissus feminizado e materno que, para numerosas culturas, é o arquétipo da descida e do retorno às fontes originais da felicidade. E esse retorno às fontes originais da felicidade é o retorno à grande mãe, né? Quando a gente morre, as pessoas querem morrer geralmente na sua pátria, né? Porque a pátria, quando a gente morre, a gente retorna a esse útero materno. Então, toda a poética de Silva Freire é uma problematização desse elemento materno, né, da cidade, e desse regresso pós-morte para o ventre da grande mãe. É interessante porque o próprio Johan vai dizer que pátria não é o mais adequado, a terra deveria se chamar mátria, né? Porque a terra onde a gente vive, ela é feminina, e os nomes que compõem a terra são femininos. Cuiabá, Geórgia, né? Sydney, Grécia e assim por diante. Vários nomes são nomes maternos. E mesmo países que tenham nomes paternos, na verdade, é uma escamoteação, é um erro, justamente porque a pátria representa a grande mãe. Continuando, ele vai discutir, então, essa...
5 minutos, Moisés.
Ok, essa crítica à colonialidade do poder, né, e do saber ocidental, invertendo essas histórias coloniais, porque a história do conquistador era preponderante, e ele inverte e coloca a história do colonizado como fundamental. Ao mesmo tempo, ele também valoriza a língua, o linguajar cuiabano. Tem muitos poemas dele, nesse poema em especial que eu li, gente, tem muitas palavras que vocês, quem fala português, né, talvez não entenderia, porque são palavras e jargões regionais. Ele valoriza, então, esse linguajar cuiabano, faz a inversão. A valorização da cultura oral e dos saberes culturais do povo cuiabano e a vivência dentro desse espaço, né, que é fundamental. Para finalizar, ele fala sobre a importância do alimento, da alimentação. Translúcida no tremeluzir de piraputanga assanhada, pacus, jeripocas de salto alto, jurimpensém, douradinhos, subindo e subiando, subindo em rufadas, o macio cuiabazinho. São frotas de ventrechas postas, prateando os beiços dentados das praias, na carruagem que nada para catar de cardume serrilham na água. São nomes de peixes daqui da região, pacus, jeripocas, jurupensém, douradinhos, né? Então, ele está descrevendo o pescador que vai até o rio para tirar o alimento, e, ao mesmo tempo, ele está descrevendo a comunhão que existe entre o pescador e a comunidade onde ele mora, que é essa comunidade de Cuiabá. Então, gente, para finalizar, eu quero dizer que o potencial epistemológico do pensamento liminar, do pensamento que surge na margem, de um outro pensamento, tem a possibilidade de superar a limitação do pensamento territorial, né? Haja vista que os locais de saber e do conhecimento geralmente são locais já condicionados pelo capitalismo, né? Condicionados por esse modelo colonial, e produzem uma epistemologia monotópica, cuja vitória foi possibilitada por seu poder de subalternizar o conhecimento. Uma dupla crítica, então a crítica que Silva Freire faz, né, mesmo de forma indireta, a essa colonialidade do poder, libera conhecimentos que foram subalternizados, e a liberação desses conhecimentos possibilita um outro pensamento, uma epistemologia que surge na margem, uma epistemologia decolonial. Muito obrigado, agradeço a vocês por me ouvir, e vou ficar aqui ouvindo vocês. Qualquer pergunta, estarei aqui.
Ótimo, muito obrigado, Moisés. Deu vontade de conhecer melhor a obra de Silva Freire. E agora, aliás, parece que a gente vai aprender mais sobre outro autor que vem da mesma região, né, de Mato Grosso, se não me engano, né? Então, a quarta apresentação vai ser Longe de Tudo, a Literatura, de Ricardo Guilherme Dique, por Rodrigo Simão de Moraes. Então, a palavra é sua, Rodrigo. Rodrigo, você está conosco? Você está por aí? A gente não está ouvindo você. Agora...
Agora sim, desculpa,
Agora
professor.
sim.
Eu tive
Tudo bem, tudo bem.
Eu tive uma queda na internet aqui, eu precisei passar para o meu telefone celular, mas deu tempo. Eu queria começar agradecendo a organização do evento, pela oportunidade desse encontro, especialmente nesse momento tão difícil que a gente vem vivendo. Falar da alegria de ter o Moisés como interlocutor, exatamente pelo assunto que ele trata, da região de onde ele fala, é um privilégio, e eu vou falar disso aqui ao longo da minha apresentação, do pouco espaço que se existe para autores realmente do Centro-Oeste e do papel fundamental que eles exercem. E queria dizer, especialmente, que é um privilégio falar aqui sobre esse autor, que no Brasil chegou a gozar de algum reconhecimento, de atenção por parte da crítica, de certa celebração até, isso ali entre fins dos anos 1960 e início dos anos 1980, mas que depois foi relegado ao esquecimento. Porém, resistiu à hegemonia do cânone da literatura brasileira e, em uma época muito distante da internet, resistiu também ao distanciamento físico, exatamente, pois escolheu justamente voltar a viver em sua terra natal, o estado do Mato Grosso, de onde fala o Moisés, no centro-oeste do Brasil, muito distante também, como ressaltou o Moisés aqui na fala dele, do que aqui no Brasil a gente chama de grande centro produtor cultural de cultura, grande produtor de cultura e de consumo de cultura, o que nós chamamos aqui de eixo Rio-São Paulo. E resistiu especialmente também, isso é importante que se diga, a um distanciamento que foi causado pela estranheza de sua literatura, se cotejada com a produção corrente no Brasil naquele período. Eu imagino que a maioria das pessoas, com exceção do Moisés, aqui nunca tenha ouvido falar desse autor e, especialmente, tido a oportunidade de ler qualquer livro dele. E isso não é nenhuma surpresa, de maneira alguma. Muito pelo contrário. Como eu dizia, esse autor desapareceu no mapa da literatura brasileira e, para entender como isso se deu e como ele resistiu produzindo, ainda que ignorado pelos leitores, pelo mercado editorial, pela imprensa e pela crítica, eu vou fazer aqui uma breve contextualização. Ricardo Guilherme Dick é o nome desse escritor, nasceu em 1936, em um acampamento garimpeiro, mais de 100 quilômetros mata dentro, na Chapada dos Guimarães. Aos 6 anos de idade, ele se mudou com a família para Cuiabá, que naquele momento, início dos anos 40, não tinha mais que 50 mil habitantes, era uma pequena cidade, ainda que capital do estado, então, do Mato Grosso. Em 1965, já aos 29 anos, recém-casado, ele se muda com a esposa Adélia para o Rio de Janeiro, justamente em busca de realizar o sonho de ser um artista, pintor primeiro e depois escritor. Já na capital fluminense, ele se forma em filosofia pela Universidade Federal do Rio de Janeiro, e lá também ele lança o seu primeiro romance, Deus de Caim, lançado em 1968, depois de ser um dos vencedores do prêmio Almap, à época, um dos principais concursos literários do Brasil. No Rio de Janeiro também, ele escreveu os seus 2 romances seguintes, Caieira, em 1978, e Madonna dos Páramos, 4 anos depois, em 1982. O Madonna dos Páramos venceu o prêmio Hamilton de prosa, também um prêmio, à época, muito importante aqui no Brasil. Uma década depois, no entanto, de chegar ao Rio de Janeiro, Dick resolve voltar para Cuiabá. Em 1975, resolve viver novamente na sua terra natal, e ali ele viveu até a sua morte em 2008. E apesar de Caieira e Madonna dos Páramos terem sido lançados com Dick já vivendo de volta em Cuiabá, os livros foram escritos no Rio, mas lançados já com Dick de volta, depois de Madonna dos Páramos, ou seja, vivendo em Cuiabá, ele nunca mais lançaria um livro por uma grande editora, ou então, sem que fosse por leis de incentivo cultural. Todas as vezes que Dick foi perguntado sobre o porquê de não voltar a publicar por uma grande editora, ele sempre respondeu citando as dificuldades de estar tão longe desse eixo cultural Rio-São Paulo. Em entrevista ao jornal o Globo, por exemplo, eu vou citar aqui, ele declarou o seguinte: aqui ele fala do Mato Grosso, aqui a gente pula atrás de editores. Como não há o que fazer, temos que esperar que nos descubram nos grandes centros. Mas, para além do distanciamento físico, há também um outro tipo de afastamento para o qual eu quero chamar a atenção. Enquanto a literatura brasileira do período exibia uma prosa, eu acho que eu posso dizer, de gosto ácido e comunicação bastante clara, algo que a gente pode pensar como um neorrealismo, Dick, por sua vez, caminhava no sentido completamente oposto, caminhando cada vez mais profundamente por uma linguagem excessiva, ornamental, para, como disse Hilda Ilst, uma grande admiradora, para a volúpia da palavra. Algo que a gente poderia chamar, observando a sua literatura e sua linguagem, de um neobarroco. É bastante conhecido aqui no Brasil, nos meios literários, a posição de Graciliano Ramos, por exemplo, contra o que ele chamava de, eu vou abrir aspas, complicações psicológicas, às vezes um lirismo atordoante. Tem uma famosa frase do Graciliano que diz o seguinte: a palavra não foi feita para enfeitar, brilhar como ouro falso. A palavra foi feita para dizer. Graciliano era completamente contra o tipo de literatura praticado por Dick, exuberante, do excesso. Mas Dick, no entanto, nunca se importou com isso. A sua literatura esteve sempre marcada por uma espécie de rebuscamento, atravessado o tempo todo por uma estranheza, uma dicção lúgubre, soturna, que se distanciava também da temática política e social da época, se lançando diretamente a reflexões filosóficas, especialmente uma reflexão filosófica de caráter místico, que é a principal marca, a principal distinção que se pode fazer, pode se traçar entre Dick e os seus colegas de geração. A experiência de um homem religioso, e aqui é importante dizer que não um seguidor de qualquer religião, mais religioso no sentido dado, por exemplo, por Mircea Eliade, ou Mircea Eliade, de um homem voltado ao sagrado em contraponto ao profano. Ou seja, Dick se manteve sempre muito afastado dos valores predominantes no Brasil, os traços solares, uma certa coloquialidade trazida pelo modernismo no Brasil, assim como ele se manteve distante, como um contraponto à literatura do período que se contrapunha à ditadura militar, a partir do que o Davi Arrigussi Júnior, por exemplo, chamou de literatura-reportagem, bastante documental. Dick estava muito longe de tudo isso. Ele manteve-se fiel à sua obra, ainda também que o mercado tenha sinalizado sempre, sido sempre muito explícito com ele, com relação ao seu estilo prolixo, afeito às longas narrações. Vou dar como exemplo aqui uma carta que Dick recebeu da editora Civilização Brasileira, assinada pelo próprio Enio Silveira, dono da Civilização, quando ele submeteu à editora os originais de um romance que tinha 996 mil palavras. Na correspondência, Enio Silveira diz o seguinte, que a narrativa foi considerada longa, exaustiva, e em longos trechos a narrativa era altamente intelectualizada. Em um outro momento, Patrícia de Malta, uma agente literária que vivia na Itália, que vive na Itália até hoje, tentou representar Dick junto às editoras europeias. Porém, havia uma grande dificuldade, como ela revela numa carta a Dick. Pela extensão dos livros, ficaria muito caro imprimir várias cópias dos livros para assim distribuir aos editores europeus. Isso era mais uma dificuldade para Dick, que, no entanto, não alterou a sua maneira de se expressar literariamente. E, por fim, um curioso fenômeno também se desenrolou com Dick, quando, de volta a Cuiabá, seguiu escrevendo compulsivamente e longamente, mas, consequentemente, isso fez com que a maioria da sua produção seguisse inédita. Os livros que foram publicados conseguiram existir sempre apenas através do incentivo local, né, como eu citei, e editado por pequenas editoras locais, com a consequência de não ter uma distribuição para todo o Brasil. Isso deu início há um movimento pendular e paradoxal para Dick, que a cada trabalho que ele engavetava, o nome dele surgia de tempos em tempos em jornais de grande circulação do Brasil, assim como ele era sempre relembrado também em manifestações de apoio e de admiração de nomes como de Hilda Hilst, como de Glauber Rocha e muitos outros. Agora, é importante observar como Dick era retratado de tempos em tempos nesses principais jornais do país. Eu vou citar aqui algumas manchetes de jornais. Monstro sagrado da literatura brasileira, exilado em Cuiabá. Com o novo livro, diz a outra manchete, Dick quer sair do ostracismo. Outra manchete, o Ermitão da Copema, que é o bairro em Cuiabá onde Dick viveu. Prisioneiros de um ostracismo cruel. E, por fim, a última manchete que eu destaquei aqui, Dick, o gênio recluso da Chapada, é a manchete do jornal Estado de São Paulo, publicada em 17 de setembro de 2006. Tudo isso, como eu disse, revela a condição paradoxal que Dick ocupou em vida, colocado sempre entre o que seria o lugar e o não lugar. Ser apontado como recluso, como ermitão, como alguém no ostracismo, por alguns dos jornais mais lidos do país. Ou seja, o que gera interesse jornalístico sobre Dick, o que vai torná-lo, de alguma maneira, notório é a sua não notoriedade. Com isso, ele parece encarnar, desculpe, completamente o conceito de paratopia de Dominique Manguenot, não apenas no aspecto editorial, mas também literário, de criação, pois diz Manguenot, eu abro aqui aspas, nem suporte nem quadro, a paratopia envolve o processo criador. A paratopia é, simultaneamente, aquilo que de que se precisa ficar livre por meio da criação e aquilo que a criação aprofunda. É, a um só tempo, aquilo que cria a possibilidade de acesso a um lugar e aquilo que proíbe todo pertencimento. Ou seja, Dick volta a viver em seu estado natal, distante dos grandes centros, porque necessita de solidão, do afastamento da grande cidade para escrever. Mas, ao mesmo tempo, isso leva à impossibilidade de publicação, consequentemente, ao distanciamento dos leitores, da crítica, do mercado editorial, mas ele resiste sempre. Como? Eu imagino que seja a pergunta fundamental. Dick resiste produzindo ininterruptamente e, especialmente, ele resiste ao tematizar o esquecimento em sua própria literatura, reforçando essa posição paratópica, fazendo disso a força da sua literatura. Afinal, a paratopia é, segundo Manguenot, uma difícil negociação entre o lugar e o não lugar, uma localização parasitária que retira a vida da própria impossibilidade de estabilizar-se. Não por acaso, Dick deu a um de seus livros o título Cerimônias do Esquecimento, um livro de 1995. E certa vez perguntado em entrevista sobre os temas chaves de sua obra, sobre a sua tópica, ele declarou: o tempo. O tempo faz a gente esquecer tudo. O tempo é esquecimento. A própria vida é esquecimento. E, diante de tudo isso, eu queria fechar aqui com uma frase, mais uma vez, de Manguenot, que diz o seguinte: a literatura tem necessidade de institucionalização. Prêmios, academias, antologias, lugares ao sol. Mas legitima-se, sobretudo, através de seus franco-atiradores, aqueles que escapam às suas instituições. Eu não tenho dúvida que Dick foi um franco-atirador legítimo na literatura brasileira, que, apesar do esquecimento, do afastamento, seguiu produzindo fiel à sua obra e que hoje, eu espero, com o meu trabalho e com outros pesquisadores que se dedicam à obra dele, pode finalmente ser conhecido porque produziu uma literatura riquíssima, resistindo sempre e sendo fiel a ele, o que está, de maneira inegável, imbricado com, como dizia o Moisés, com o seu local de nascimento, o seu local de infância. Então, eu queria aqui ressaltar essas qualidades e essas características do Dick e esperar que mais gente possa conhecer a sua literatura. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado. Ok, então, bem, temos muito tempo. Obrigado, Rodrigo. Temos muito tempo ainda para perguntas. Parece que temos uns comentários da professora Léo. Aqui, os palestrantes conseguem ver esses comentários? Sim?
Sim, a gente
Ótimo,
consegue.
ótimo. Então, eu acho que o que vamos fazer é o seguinte, vamos para as perguntas, tem um par de perguntas para Laura Rose, se não me engano, e depois tem pelo menos uma pergunta para Fernando, e depois, se tiver tempo, eu também tenho uma pergunta para cada um de vocês, tá? Então, vamos começar com Laura, e parece que tá vindo de Keturah. Ela pergunta aqui, Andre's body is read differently depending on where he is. Do his attempts to distance himself from whiteness in Brazil confirm his whiteness and white privilege? Does this reinforce racial hierarchization within the country by highlighting other signifiers for whiteness? Laura?
Thank you, Sean. Yes, there's a few questions for me in there. I'll respond, I guess, to Katura's question first, and I think that's a really good one, and I didn't make clear enough in my presentation. It's not the fact that he denies whiteness that makes him white. What makes him white is his relationship and the way his social position in Rio and in the North is that he is constantly racializing Luana, who is his Black maid, constantly racializing her. And then when he talks about himself, he is included with like his school friends and essentially, so there's a quote when he says, you know, Luana could be just like our school friends, except none of them are white, and he's including himself in this. So I think that's a good point. It's not the fact that he's rejecting whiteness, but this sort of othering that he does and the social position that he occupies that makes him white. I'm not sure if that is clear. But I think that's important to include as I continue working on this project. Should I answer the other two? Or?
Yeah, actually, if you want to follow up on that, I've got, I had a couple questions for you, so I might as well just kind of ask one that I think pertains to the answer that you just gave to Katura's question. So I say here in our panel, the social construction of race emerges as an important theme, right? Especially with your and Fernando's presentations. So I just wonder how you kind of answer this in your presentation to a certain extent with the mentioning of English and the iPhone as status symbols or white symbols of whiteness, right? But I wonder how you, how to you, Saoma, the author shows whiteness to be much more than just like the color of one's skin. So if you could follow up on a couple of other things that you might feel, you kind of touched on right there, denote his whiteness within Brazil, we'll say, and maybe in the UK as well, if you'd like.
So Saoma, the author, is what Andre says is that no, it's not, I'm not white, it's a class thing. He says that, and I think this is a pretty common discourse in Brazil of that, no, it's class that makes me different, not race. And so I think that is a big factor in, you know, and specifically in that quote of what he says. I think, yeah, so that's one point. Another thing is that, and this sort of ties into Ryan's question about the author's racial project in crafting this transnational protagonist, is I think in many ways, Saoma, the author, and I didn't get into this either in my presentation, is that she identifies with the protagonist in the sense that she was Brazilian, born in Brazil, moved to England. And so she's also thinking about, like, and has interviews on this, is that her memories, her sort of relationship with Brazil and England is reflected in Andre. And so in terms of her racial project, I don't think she was set out to say, oh, I'm going to show whiteness. I think she was just sort of putting in what she's heard from her family members, what she perhaps thinks about herself and her own identity, racial identity. I think she did have some goals in terms of just showing that there is racism. You know, she shows this racialization of Luana, and in some ways it's critical. I don't think she goes far enough. That's my own personal rating. But I think that is one of her goals, because she's talking to, this book is written in English. So she's talking to people in the US, people in England, and it was translated also into some other European languages, I think in Norway and Sweden. Don't quote me on that. But anyway, so she's dealing with this audience, and so she's writing to them. And so she's essentially showing to them, okay, there is racism in Brazil, and she does that fine. Going beyond that, I think she's not really able to go beyond that. I'm not sure if that answered Ryan and your question.
Oh yeah, that was great. Thank you. I have a follow-up one for later. So thanks, Laura Rose. Let's see what we got here. Okay, just want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Okay, great. So now vamos para Fernando agora. Tem uma pergunta para Fernando. Fernando, você ainda está aí?
Sim, tô aqui. Eu estava respondendo uma outra pelo chat, que uma pessoa me fez uma observação.
Ótimo, tá legal, tá joia. Então,
mas essa eu não respondi, essa da Dandara eu não respondi, eu respondi uma outra observação.
Eu vou ler a pergunta para todo mundo, para ninguém perder, e depois você pode responder, tá? Então,
claro.
A pergunta é a seguinte: como essas crônicas de Lima Barreto foram recebidas pelos defensores do racismo científico no Brasil? Gostei da pergunta.
Sim. Então, o Lima Barreto, ele sofreu, ele publicou uma obra, o primeiro romance que ele publicou, ele, na verdade, Recordações do Escrivão Isaías Caminha, ele atacou um dos principais jornalistas do Rio de Janeiro daquela época. Então, ele sofreu boa parte de boicote. E como que era feito esse boicote? Através do silêncio. Então, quando ele lançava obras, ou mesmo quando ele tentava participar desse debate, muitas vezes ele não recebia a resposta, mesmo das pessoas que ele acusava diretamente. Tem um escritor que é muito famoso, que é o Coelho Neto, que ele não cansava de escrever crônica criticando, falando que ele não era literato, que era melhor morrer de fome do que escrever como ele, coisas do tipo. E eles ignoravam olimpicamente, porque ele não faria parte daquele grupo que seria digno, por exemplo, de frequentar vamos pensar, a Confeitaria Colombo, ou mesmo de fazer parte daquele círculo da Academia Brasileira de Letras. São raros os casos em que respondiam principalmente às crônicas dele. Aos romances, sim. Por exemplo, se nós pegarmos o caso mesmo do Recordações do GSC Caminha, muitos críticos falam assim, olha, o livro é ruim porque o personagem principal, ele também é mestiço, né? Um jornalista que sofre preconceito, vai para o jornalista, porque no Brasil não tem preconceito de raça. O Lima Barreto daí escreve várias cartas para esses críticos, falando, não, como que não existe preconceito no Brasil? Então, essas crônicas, geralmente, elas não recebiam, ou mesmo quando o Dr. Kell, que era um defensor da eugenia no Brasil, que ele fundou a Sociedade Eugênica Brasileira, o Lima Barreto atacava ele, mas eles não optavam por não responder. Até um caso muito, muito curioso, o Lima Barreto vai até mesmo brigar com os modernistas brasileiros no movimento de 22. Não tem nada a ver com questão racial, mas eles, na resposta, né, que eles colocaram do Mário de Andrade, ou do Oswald, eles falaram assim, olha, um tal de Lima Barreto. Então, o Lima Barreto sofreu muito em vida com essa falta, até mesmo falta de debate. Ele reconhece em cartas, ele fala, olha, eu escrevi Recordações de Isaías Caminha para pôr essas questões do jornalismo do Rio de Janeiro, mas também o preconceito, para colocar essas questões em pauta. E o que eu recebi em troca foi o silêncio. As críticas que ele recebeu, que foram nos jornais, né, sobre Recordações, ele tentou responder, mas a gente nunca teve, por exemplo, a réplica ou a tréplica. Então, geralmente, o pessoal optou por apagar, né, ou é um jeito mesmo, né? Essa não resposta é uma resposta, é um jeito de receber. Mas os críticos que responderam principalmente ao Recordações do Caminho, eles falam assim, mas no Brasil não tem preconceito racial. Então, aquela ideia que depois Gilberto Freire, né, como vai retomar e vai cristalizar na década de 30, né, do Brasil como aquele paraíso racial, já vinha de antes. Você tinha na década de 30, na década de 10 e de 20, o Gilberto Freire pegou, né, e conseguiu construir todo um arcabouço teórico em torno dela. Mas, geralmente, as crônicas do Leão Barreto, ele escrevia, as pessoas liam, mas era difícil alguém pegar e responder diretamente a ele.
Ok, muito obrigado. Sim, é interessante, né? Você está falando sobre Lima Barreto, escrevendo no começo do século XX, e os críticos dizendo que não existe preconceito no Brasil. 100 anos depois, tem um protagonista no romance que Laura Rose analisou, que fala que ele não é branco, né? Que a branquitude não existe necessariamente numa forma pura, vamos dizer assim, né? E que no Brasil tem problema de classe, não de racismo, né? Então, é interessante como isso continua, né? E o papel que Gilberto Freire teve em promover isso, né? E perpetuar essa ideia do mito, pois, né? Da democracia racial no Brasil, né?
Jean, posso só complementar agora o que você falou? Eu lembrei que eu ia comentar em relação ao que a Laura tinha falado. É que o Leão Barreto ele foi internado 2 vezes no hospício no Brasil. A primeira vez ele foi classificado, ele era um funcionário público, ele foi classificado, né, como branco. Na segunda, classificaram ele como negro, que ele já não tinha, ele fala, diz que é escritor na profissão e como negro. Então, para a gente ver essa...
Estou feliz que você mencionou o Cemitério dos Vivos, né, o Diário do Hospício, né, porque a minha pergunta tem justamente a ver com esse livro. Sugere, tipo, eu estava tentando ir nessa direção. Então, bem, isso dito, eu tenho, porque acabaram as perguntas no Q&A Forum, tem o comentário de Lorraine ainda está por aí, mas vamos para as perguntas minhas que eu fiz para vocês, tá? Porque está acabando o nosso tempo, faltam apenas 25 minutos. Então, bom, o que eu vou fazer é compartilhar as minhas perguntas com todos vocês, para dar um pouco de tempo para vocês pensarem, né? Mas a primeira pergunta vai para Fernando, depois Laura Rose, depois Moisés e depois Rodrigo, tá? Então, para Fernando, pensando nesse mesmo hilo de pensamento, né? E tá por aqui, sim. Como, além de comentários sobre o racismo, né, o Lima Barreto tentou rejeitar a ideia da eugenia em termos mais bem de deficiência psicológica, né, ou física, ou vício, né? Pensando justamente nesse cemitério dos vivos, nesse diário que ele escreveu, tá? Então, essa é a pergunta para Fernando. Laura Rose, I have another question for you here. I'm looking at the title of this book by Sauma. I'm thinking flesh and bone, but also water. I'm wondering what importance does water play in the novel? You mentioned this river, I believe, or this town along the river, like in the north, Marajó or something like that, right? And then also you've got this character who's visiting Brazil from abroad across the Atlantic, right? And so that's your question. Bom, Moisés, estou pensando aqui sobre a casa, o rio, o indígena como símbolos na poesia de Silva Freire, tá? E eu estou pensando que evocam a nostalgia, na minha opinião. Então, considerando o fato de Cuiabá ser uma cidade relativamente jovem e periférico, né? Para que você acha que Freire sente tanta nostalgia? Você menciona um retorno grande depois da morte. Gostaria que você refletisse um pouco sobre isso. Espero que isso faça sentido. E depois, Rodrigo, bom, eu tenho várias perguntas aqui. Eu acho que a pergunta que gostaria de te perguntar mais é a seguinte: esse estilo rebuscado de Dick, né? Você poderia considerar uma característica regionalista ou anti-regionalista? Pensando nessa ideia da paratópia, né, entre lugar e não lugar, né, e o fato Didique ter uma perspectiva muito única, rural, ele é um pouco difícil ele ser lido, evidentemente, ele é precisamente pelo estilo rebuscado dele e tipo neobarroco dele. Então, é isso. E finalmente, se tiver tempo também para Moisés e Rodrigo, eu estou pensando em se pode falar de um estilo mato-grossense em geral, maior, tentando conectar esses dois autores. Existem conexões, são completamente diferentes, então, uma conversa sobre isso. Então, vamos começar com o Fernando primeiro.
Sim, eu não sei se eu entendi bem a pergunta. Você falou além você fala além das crônicas, né? Como que ele encarava essa questão, né? Relacionada ao vício. Eu interpreto, né? Geralmente, ele foi internado 2 vezes. O pai dele também foi afastado do trabalho, considerado neurastênico. Ele teria uma fraqueza mental. Por isso ele se aposentou. Lima Barreto, então, na trajetória de vida dele, ele abandonou, né, a faculdade, começou a trabalhar também para cuidar do pai. Ele também tinha que sustentar alguns outros irmãos. E eu vejo essa questão. A gente não pode esquecer que mesmo com todo esse ardor que o Lima Barreto tinha em combater essas teorias racistas, ele teve uma formação positivista. Ele chegou a frequentar a igreja positivista do Rio de Janeiro. Então, eu acho que a gente percebe um pouco também, principalmente nos diários, parece que tem um pouco de medo de que uma das ideias da degenerescência, né, o pai dele também era mestiço, era a ideia que o pai dele teria enlouquecido, a loucura, a neurastenia seriam traços de mistura de raças, né, aquela ideia da degeneração. E o Barreto também tinha um pouco, eu vejo como um pouco de medo dessas ideias também serem verdade. Dele, em algum canto da cabeça dele, ele ficava, será que tem alguma coisa? Em alguns trechos, ele chega até a escrever um decálogo, acho que em 1902, quando ele era bem jovem, que ele fala, eu nunca mais vou beber nada na minha vida. E depois, futuramente, ele, olha, eu bebo por causa da tragédia que é a minha família, por causa da tragédia familiar. Em muitos, um trecho que é muito tocante do diário dele, do diário íntimo, é quando ele comenta, né, da primeira vez que ele pensou em suicídio, que ele tinha sido acusado de um roubo, fazendo relação com a raça, né, obviamente. Também como ele perdeu a mãe muito jovem, então ele sempre tem essa mágoa, essa dor muito grande, mas eu vejo um pouco como também com um pouco ele justificava, olha, eu bebo para afastar a pobreza, para afastar essa dor que ele fala, né, do meu lar, né, que ele fala que é um suplício. Chega a falar que eu ia voltar para casa dele, por isso que ele ficava tanto tempo fora, circulando. Eu vejo por esse lado. E também, né, acho que você até comentou, né, o Diário do Hospício, né, a gente poderia, por exemplo, fazer uma outra discussão racial baseado, né, no encarceramento da população negra, né, no começo do século XX, né, que ele fala negro é a cor mais cortante quando ele entra no hospício. Eu respondi sua pergunta minimamente?
Respondeu perfeitamente. Eu estava tentando pensar simplesmente que, além dele, porque ele está pensando, olha, essa ideia da eugenia é completamente falsa, é errônea, né? Você pode falar, acho. Erroneous, né? Mas não tem apenas a ver com a raça, tem também a ver com, sei lá, deficiência física, psicológica, como no caso dele, ele terminou passando tempo no manicômio, né? 2 vezes, como você falou, né? E também com o vício, né? Então, você refletiu muito sobre isso e agradeço isso e gostei da sua resposta, assim. Eu adoro Lima Barreto, eu estudo os cemitérios, o luto, a memória, né? E eu estava fazendo um projeto sobre o cemitério de São João Batista, no Rio, e ele
tá lá.
Por ser tão rebelde, né? Ele tá lá, mas ele nunca conseguiu entrar na Academia de Letras Brasileiras de jeito nenhum, né? E ele tá no cemitério famoso, chique, né? Da Zona Sul do Rio, mas ele não consegue entrar no panteão dos deuses da academia, né? É interessante, né? Pois é. Então, bem, agora, mudando de assunto, Laura Rose, você quer tentar responder a minha pergunta?
Sim, antes disso, eu só queria comentar o Fernando, não sei se vai para o Rio, mas quando eu vivi lá, quando morei lá, eu assisti a peça Traga Minha Cabeça de Lima Barreto, que é interpretado pelo Hilton Cobra. Não sei se chegou a ver, mas para mim foi assim, tudo que você está falando da vida pessoal dele e também da intervenção das obras dele, eu acho, assim, me impactou muito, muito, muito essa peça. Então, se você, não sei se já assistiu, mas se tiver a oportunidade de assistir, talvez estão fazendo uma apresentação online esses dias, não sei. Mas, enfim, é isso.
Uhum. E o que você... Então, chama de Traga a Minha Cabeça ou Traga...
Eu vou postar aqui o link do Facebook do evento.
Isso
Aqui.
seria ótimo. Uhum.
Traga Minha Cabeça de Lima Barreto é um ator negro, assim, muito conhecido no Rio e é muito importante, ativista, militante, Hilton Cobra. Enfim, se
Ótimo.
tiveram a
Obrigado,
oportunidade, eu
obrigado.
recomendo.
João, então, você quer responder a minha pergunta? Você lembra a pergunta?
Eu lembro, você gosta das metáforas, Sean, você vai direto para as metáforas, e essa questão da água no livro, eu acho algo para pensar. Sim, eu acho que tem relevância porque, principalmente nesse lugar do Marajó, que eles vão viajar, tem uma relação diferente, porque é um rio, né? Não é o mar que eles estão banhando. E também a questão dele sentir falta do mar. Uma coisa quando ele... Na Inglaterra, quando o protagonista volta para o Brasil, ele fala assim, eu sentia falta... Assim, é uma sensação especial, né? Então, eu acho que vale a pena indo procurar mais sobre a relevância disso. Obrigada.
Ótimo, sim. Nada, obrigado a você. Eu simplesmente estava pensando por que ele é branco, né? Que faz que ele seja branco além da cor da pele? E eu acho que, em parte, a habilidade dele tem a ver, mais uma vez, com a classe, mas a classe e a raça estão relacionadas, né? Obviamente, e no caso dele, ele consegue morar no outro lado do mar, fora do Brasil. Ele também consegue tirar as férias, né? Nesse rio longínquo, sei lá, que fica no norte do Brasil, né? Então, eu acho que talvez tenha a ver um pouco com isso, mas também, obviamente, é uma referência a Transatlantic Slave Trade, né? E a escravidão e processo colonial, né? Então, muito bem, obrigado. Vamos ver, Moisés, aqui a sua oportunidade de responder a minha pergunta.
Ótimo, professor Chan. Antes, porém, eu gostaria de falar sobre a apresentação do Fernando. Eu já cheguei pelo fim, Fernando, mas gostei muito da sua fala, do que eu ouvi. E eu fiquei pensando no Cruz e Souza, quando você estava falando do Lima Barreto, né? Que é um poeta negro que também, em vida, sofreu bastante o desprestígio, né, da sua arte. Tanto que o Olavo Bilac, que era amigão do Coelho Neto, fez artigos dizendo que o Cruz e Souza não era um grande poeta, não sabia medir os versos, usava palavras muito requintadas, né? E que, portanto, não teria relevância nenhuma para a literatura. Eu fiquei pensando nisso, nesses escritores negros, né, que surgiram nesse período, que tiveram uma grande importância, mas que foram relegados ao esquecimento, pelo menos nesse momento, né, mas que conseguiram a relevância dos leitores e do público de uma forma geral. Respondendo à pergunta do professor Chan, sim, tem esse tom nostálgico, né, essas imagens, a casa, o rio, os índios, a alimentação de uma forma geral, o povo que aparece na cidade. E eu acho que isso acontece justamente porque a literatura regionalista, ou uma literatura de cunho nacionalista, né, como é a literatura de Silva Freire, tenta buscar um passado, né? E esse passado, ele às vezes, como é no caso do Mato Grosso, não é tão distante assim nas brumas do tempo, né? É uma característica que o Said fala dessas literaturas nacionalistas, principalmente dessas literaturas que buscam uma afirmação da identidade nacional, que elas sempre se voltam para o passado. Mas o interessante é que Silva Freire se volta para o passado para questionar como foi configurado esse passado pelo colonialismo e pela colonialidade, né? Então ele está se contrapondo aqui, professor, ao Dom Aquino Correia, que é um poeta mato-grossense que veio antes dele e que escreveu uma obra belíssima chamada Terra Natal. O meu amigo cuiabano também conhece. Só que nesse livro, em especial, ele fala sobre os conquistadores, louva a terra com sua riqueza. Ele dá a deixa de que a terra é um lugar, é um paraíso sagrado, um espaço sagrado, né, para construir uma civilização aos moldes da civilização europeia. Então, Silva Freire está contrapondo esse discurso regionalista e, consequentemente, propondo uma outra forma de pensar a identidade regional e a identidade cultural do povo cuiabano e do povo mato-grossense.
Ótimo. Obrigado pela resposta. Estou pensando, gostei do seu comentário sobre o fato da identidade se jazer, né, no passado até certo ponto, né? A gente está tentando construir uma identidade e várias vezes isso depende da região na qual a gente nasceu, né? Ou em certos eventos históricos importantes, esse tipo de coisa, né? Então, gostei, mas ao mesmo tempo, daí entra o problema colonial, né? E o genocídio contra o povo indígena e tal, né? Então, é complicado. Mas, ok, bem. E fechando aqui com o Rodrigo, você gostaria de responder a minha pergunta? Tá no mute.
Agora sim. Obrigado, Chan. Eu acho que no caso do Dick, ainda que algumas... Dick foi muito pouco estudado até hoje, mas algumas pesquisas sobre ele constrói uma visão da literatura dele como regionalista. Eu discordo. A leitura da obra dele vai mostrar que, claro, o Mato Grosso é muito importante para ele, o sertão mato-grossense. Na verdade, até um período, depois que ele mantém contato com a Hilda Ilst, ele declaradamente, em cartas, ela diz que está um pouco cansado do tema do sertão, que está explorando outras facetas na literatura, mas ainda antes, nos primeiros livros dele, ainda que o sertão mato-grossense seja muito importante como cenário, onde ele situa seus personagens, as preocupações de Dick, na verdade, são profundamente universais. Ele vai refletir sobre a morte, sobre o tempo, sobre o esquecimento. Então, o sertão serve, ele, claro, para ele construir essas reflexões, mas é um sertão muito mais mítico do que voltado às questões reais. Ainda que o social esteja na obra dele, como no livro Caieira, por exemplo, não é o interesse principal de Dick. Na verdade, ele explora questões filosóficas muito mais profundamente pelo próprio interesse dele. Ele depois foi estudar filosofia. E Dick tem uma característica que é filho de uma mato-grossense, descendente de índios bororos, mas filho também de um pai alemão que se mudou para a América Latina e foi para o Mato Grosso para se tornar garimpeiro, com quem Dick teve acesso a uma literatura europeia, clássica. Isso acho que está bastante presente na obra dele. E com isso eu confesso que eu não sou, na verdade eu sou, dizer para o Moisés, eu sou paulistano, na verdade, mas um admirador da obra de Dick. Não conheço tão profundamente a literatura mato-grossense, mas não me parece existir uma literatura mato-grossense, né? Eu, pelo menos, tenho essa visão a princípio.
É interessante seu comentário, porque você mencionou o sertão mato-grossense, né? Que é, aliás, um conceito sobre o qual sei pouco. Eu já passei tempo no sertão, no Brasil, na Bahia, né? Já li pelo menos 100 páginas de Grande Sertão Veredas. Adoraria terminar um romance algum dia, é um pouco difícil, né? Para mim, pelo menos. Mas eu queria saber, aliás, qual se existe alguma diferença entre esse sertão mato-grossense, tão periférico, né? Ou se faz parte do mesmo sertão, dessa mesma cosmovisão sertaneja, né? Que aparece no romance de João Guimarães Rosa. Não sei se vocês gostariam de comentar. E também, Moisés, se você quer acrescentar alguma coisa aos comentários do Rodrigo também. Temas
Eu
tipo...
gostaria, sim, sim. Eu penso de forma contrária ao Rodrigo. Eu acho que há uma literatura mato-grossense justamente porque havia projetos, né, de construção de uma literatura regional. E aí, dois autores que eu citei trabalham com esses projetos, né, de literatura regional. Estão aqui no Correio, no início do século XX, né, ele escreveu, assim como os autores do romantismo brasileiro, como Gonçalves Dias, José de Alencar, escreveu toda uma forma de escrever a literatura regional em Mato Grosso. E veio posteriormente a geração de Silva Freire, né, que levou a cabo essa continuação desse projeto com uma outra tonalidade. Agora, hoje em dia, não se fala mais de projetos regionalistas ou nacionalistas, né? Então, cada autor ele vai vivendo e vai escrevendo aquilo que lhe mais interessa. Mas há escritores, acho que em toda parte do Brasil, alguns escritores mais regionalistas, outros nem tanto, né? Há escritores como o Dick, que são mais universalistas. Mas, ao mesmo tempo, há um traço aí do próprio, de uma própria literatura, de um próprio cânone, entre aspas, né? Muito entre aspas, de um cânone regional, né? Nesses escritores. A gente pode citar Manuel de Barros, por exemplo, que fala, que tem uma relação um pouco com o Dick, por tratar também desse Pantanal universal. Então, a gente pode, como analista, a gente pode traçar um limite de que há um certo discurso aí, uma certa literatura de tom mato-grossense ou de tom regional, né, para essa literatura.
Obrigado. Gostei de você diferenciar entre um estilo regional de Mato Grosso e talvez um cânone, né? De pessoas que talvez tenham estilos diferentes, mas que são, pelo menos, dessa mesma região e que sempre poderia achar alguma conexão entre esses autores, precisamente por essa razão. Pois é, gente, acho que está acabando o nosso tempo aqui, porque a gente tem que dar um intervalozinho, né, antes de começar a próxima sessão. Então, quero lhes agradecer muito pelos comentários e as apresentações maravilhosas, de verdade. Foi um prazer conhecer vocês e bater um papo com vocês sobre a literatura. Então, bom, gente, se não tiver outro comentário, vamos encerrar a sessão. Tá bom?
Obrigada, Sean. O Sean vai apresentar na próxima sessão, então podemos ver o trabalho dele daqui a pouco também. Obrigada pelo trabalho.
Obrigado, Soel. Obrigado a vocês. Bom trabalho, gente. Parabéns, tá?
Obrigado.
Então, talvez a gente se veja depois do intervalo. Obrigado.
Tchau, gente. Obrigado.
Okay, so Luke.
Hola, Sean, ¿me escuchas?
Te escucho, sí.
Muchas gracias por moderar.
Pues de nada. Ha sido un placer, de verdad. Y un poco de un desafío, ¿no? Porque fue la primera vez que lo había hecho, ¿no? Pero creo que me fue más o menos bien, ¿verdad? La cosa más difícil es inventar preguntas, ¿verdad? Pertinentes y coherentes, ¿no? Pero creo que lo hice más o menos bien, entonces estoy feliz con el trabajo que hice, gracias a Dios, y ahora a presentar, ¿no?
Ahora te toca presentar. Dame un segundo que ponga a tus compañeras.
Lo hice.
Ok, perfecto. Gracias, Luke. O Arisbel. Son, ¿quieres probar tu presentación?
De hecho, no tengo nada a compartir. Voy a leer una parte de un ensayo más grande, ¿no? Así que no tengo que compartir nada, así que estoy listo.
Okay, perfect. Hello, Dandara. Hello, Valerie. How are you?
Hi, fine, thanks. And you?
I'm fine. Thank you. So we have 3 minutes, so you can, if you want, try and share your screen just to try if everything is working fine.
And I'll be right back, okay? I'm just going to run change shirts, as a matter of fact. Yeah, see you in just a second. Bye.
Okay.
Ok.
Já tô aqui a minha aberta. Oi?
Yeah, it is perfect.
Tá. Okay, so then I will try mine as well. Let's see if this works.
It will be perfect.
It doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it in the presentation mode right now?
Right now, it's perfect.
Okay, and it moves?
It does.
Okay, perfect. Then I think everything is fine.
Oh, yeah, very good. So let's wait for Sean, and then we will start.
Oi, Valerie.
Oi.
Dandara and Valerie, I'm really curious how you heard about our conference. We're thrilled you're with us.
My mentor is Patricia Pinho, and then she sent me like the call, and then I sent the call to Valerie.
That's perfect. Well, we're bummed we can't host you here in Austin, but some other time, next time.
Hopefully.
Let's hope so.
All right, I am back. Ready to roll whenever you all are.
Fresh and new.
That's it, with a new shirt.
Yeah.
You know?
Muy bien. Okay. Okay, so buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Welcome to our last session, our colloquio. Thank you for being here. We have 3 exciting presentations. Remember that we are recording this on Zoom and YouTube. Concerning questions and answers, if you are an attendee, please use the question and answer section. If you are a panelist and you have questions for any of you, please put it in the chat, write it in the chat, okay? Because we don't have that section for panelists. Also, I will let you know whenever you have like 5 minutes left, one or none. And Sean, you ready? Okay. So the first presenter will be my friend Son McPherson, graduate student at UT. He will be presenting on reactivating memory, the New Blacks Institute, and the politics of Black mourning in Rio de Janeiro.
Okay, thanks, Joel. Perfect, great. This is a work in progress right now. Actually, it's an essay. It's for my qualifying paper here at UT, and as of right now, it's about like 50 pages long, right? And so I'm reading an excerpt from that. It's about 10, and I've clocked in about 18 minutes twice. And so I think that if I read swiftly, I should be good. The working title as of right now is Memorialization by Disinterment, the New Blacks Institute and the Politics of Black Mourning in Rio de Janeiro. So I'll get started. The first section is called the introduction. All right, starting with the introduction. So in anticipation of the 2014 World Cup and 2016 Olympic Games, the government of the municipality of Rio de Janeiro began investing millions of reais in what was touted as the revitalization of the city's centrally located port zone. The project, known as the Marvelous Port Urban Operation, was started in 2009 and completed in 2016. The two-phase undertaking involved making infrastructural changes throughout local neighborhoods and culminated in the construction of two museums at Mauá Plaza, the Rio Art Museum and the Museum of Tomorrow. The former of these two institutions occupies two buildings, the century-old Dom João VI Mansion and what used to be the Mariano Procopio bus station. Boasting a permanent exhibit made up of thousands of museological items, archival pieces, and bibliographical works, the Rio Art Museum claims to promote, quote, a transversal reading of the city's history, its social fabric, its symbolic life, conflicts, contradictions, challenges, and social expectations, end quote. In other words, a key component of the museum's mission consists of presenting Rio's complex history to visitors so they may grapple with it. Since its inauguration in 2013, the museum has also advocated for diversity in its exhibits, prominently displaying works by groups who historically have been underrepresented in such spaces throughout Brazil, namely women and Afro-descendant artists. Located across the plaza from the Rio Art Museum, the Museum of Tomorrow represents the architectural crown jewel of the marvelous port. Designed by Spanish architect Santiago Calatrava, the building consists of a large, sleek white structure that sits at the water's edge and resembles a docked ship. Inaugurated in 2015, the Museum of Tomorrow advertises itself as, quote, a new icon of the modernization of Rio de Janeiro's harbor, a science museum meant to explore, imagine, and conceive all the possibilities for constructing the future, end quote. Whereas the Rio Art Museum devotes much of its gallery space to displaying the past, the Museum of Tomorrow's exhibits, as its name and mission statement declare, tend to focus on the future. Although in 2018, the museum's curators added one room, the Thought Cube, dedicated to the contemplation of humankind's cultural and racial diversity and past and present struggles for global equity, the museum mostly avoids these topics. Instead, it focuses on the planet's natural environment, its polluted state today, and the effort that will be required to save it, treating these concerns largely as if they were somehow unrelated to socio-history. Ironically, the museum conveys a message of sustainability even while being co-sponsored by Shell Oil and extending into the extremely contaminated Guanabara Bay. Because of their size, fame, and declared reasons for being, these museums serve as useful foils for the New Blacks Institute of Research and Memory, a smaller, less well-known cultural center and archaeological site founded by the Guimarães family in 2005, above the largest known mass grave for enslaved Africans in the Americas. Located in the neighborhood of Gamboa, only a short walk from Mauá Plaza, the stated goals of the New Blacks Institute are to, quote, propose reflections and stimulate educational and research projects for the preservation of memory of the events related to the period of legal slavery and its current unfoldings today, end quote. In addition to its desire to safeguard the site and generate research and conversations about slavery and its afterlives, the Institute also aims to honor those whose remains are buried there, as well as cultivate communities of solidarity that advocate for social justice for Afro-Brazilians. Importantly, the Institute recognizes the continuation of anti-Black violence in Brazil into the present. In this sense, its mission statement is reminiscent of Christina Sharp's observation that, quote, the past that is not past reappears always to rupture the present, end quote, for members of the Afro-diasporic community. While the Museum of Tomorrow could be critiqued for ignoring the social injustices plaguing Brazil today and the prejudices, systems, and events that cause them, the New Blacks Institute actively attempts to connect the country's past crimes against humanity to those of the present. The Institute thereby exposes and decries historical and current instances of anti-Black violence in order to begin imagining a more socially just future for Afro-descendant Brazilians. This goal is implicit in the Institute's name, with New Blacks evoking change and solidarity to the layperson, and the use of institute instead of museum, emphasizing the dynamic, ongoing nature of the project. Comparing the New Blacks Institute to the Rio Art Museum, although both cultural centers advocate for social justice and aim to critically engage with Rio's past, the latter has received extensive public funding and private funding, while the New Blacks Institute has often operated in a state of financial precarity, having received comparatively little support from the government. In this article, I ask what a slavery memorial ought to look like in contemporary Rio de Janeiro, with the New Blacks Institute serving as a case study that allows me to begin answering this question. My analysis draws from ethnographic fieldwork conducted in October and November of 2019, during which time I made 2 visits to the Institute, met with the directors and other volunteers, and participated in a walking tour. As a white American from a privileged background, I acknowledge the limits of my positionality as a non-member when it comes to portraying and analyzing the New Blacks Institute and Afro-Brazilian communities in general, and attempt to develop my analysis with utmost caution and humility. I claim that the Institute's politics of mourning can best be described as consisting of a philosophy of commemoration by disinterment, okay, or memorialization by disinterment. That is, the idea that the most effective way to ensure the continued knowledge of the site's existence is to guarantee that it remains figuratively and sometimes literally unearthed. In order to gauge the success of the tactics the Institute employs to try to reach its professed objectives, I place observations from my fieldwork in conversation with scholarship on critical race theory, as well as memory and museum studies. In doing so, I find that the Institute's creation and maintenance of a museum, library, art gallery, and other communal spaces, as well as its coordination of walking history tours, all free of charge, function as effective means for preventing the grave's figurative reburial, that is, its re-erasure from Brazil's collective memory. I contend, however, that the Institute's decision to expose some of the human remains buried at the site undercuts its mission to honor and protect the deceased. In sum, I argue that the Institute's philosophy of commemoration or memorialization by disinterment is successful on a metaphorical level, but when applied too literally, perpetuates the very violence it seeks to halt. By examining this cultural center's uniquely Brazilian attempts to maintain an effective ethical slavery memorial, this study contributes to wider discussions about the politics of Black mourning throughout the African diaspora. So the next section here is called Contextualizing the New Blacks Institute. So I'll give you a little history. When Mercedes and Petrúcio Guimarães dos Anjos, a white couple residing in the port zone of central Rio de Janeiro, known historically as Little Africa, discovered a seemingly endless quantity of human bones in the ground beneath their home while preparing to renovate it on January 8, 1996, their first thought was that a serial killer must have at some point in the past buried his victims where they now lived. Subsequent investigations by archaeologists and the authorities confirmed, however, that their residence, as well as at least 2 others located along the same city block, was sitting on top of a long-forgotten cemetery of New Blacks. According to historian José Murilo de Carvalho, the so-called Cemetery of New Blacks, now the most well-known of several such grave sites that exist throughout Brazil, functioned from 1769 to 1830 as the main site in the city for the, quote, burial of New Blacks, that is, of slaves who died after ships entered Guanabara Bay or immediately after they disembarked before being sold, end quote. Occupying an area approximately the size of a soccer field, it formed part of a region of Rio then known as Valongo, the location during that time of the city's principal slave market. Records indicate that between 1824 to 1830, the bodies of 6,122 deceased Africans were discarded at the site, yet archaeologists estimate that it serves as the final resting place for as many as 20 to 30,000 people. In reality, the Cemetery of New Blacks was little more than a pit where corpses were disposed of along with the daily garbage. The bodies were often burned, then covered with a thin layer of earth without any sort of ritual being performed to honor them. After over a decade of complaints made by those who lived nearby regarding the cemetery's lack of sanitation, the government finally closed it in 1830. The process of forgetting the Cemetery of New Blacks then began some 20 years before Britain forcibly attempted to halt the transatlantic slave trade and 58 years prior to the abolitionment of slavery in Brazil. The abolishment of slavery in Brazil. Although subsequent development of this part of the city may have resulted in periodic uncoverings of the site, over the ensuing decades, its existence eventually became unknown to most residents of the area, as evinced by the Guimarães shock upon unearthing the cemetery more than 1.5 centuries after its closure. Indeed, the rediscovery of the cemetery of New Blacks in 1996 brought about a profound change in the lives of the Guimarães family. It represented an instance of what Avery F. Gordon would define as haunting, a moment in which, quote, things are not in their assigned places, when the cracks in rigging are exposed, when the people who are meant to be invisible show up without any sign of leaving, when disturbed feelings cannot be put away, when something else, something different from before, seems like it must be done, end quote. Refusing to rebury the past, the Guimarães family relocated, facilitated archaeological studies of the burial ground, and over time transformed their former home and a neighboring residence into the cultural space, museum, and memorial now known as the New Blacks Institute. Mercedes has served as the Institute's president since its official founding in 2005. She, her family, and a large team of volunteers and collaborators, many of whom are Afro-descendant, continue to manage it today. For many reasons, maintaining an entity like the New Blacks Institute in Brazil is an uphill battle. Since its founding, the Institute has been forced to survive mostly through visitors' donations and collaborations with universities, having seldomly received financial aid from the government. This overall lack of assistance is tied to what Jaime Amparo Alves, referencing the work of Achille Mbembe, refers to as Brazil's enduring necropolitical colonial order. According to Alves, Brazil's current project of state-making continues to treat most Black Brazilians not as citizens or even humans, but rather as raw material that must be consumed to maintain an uneven societal status quo. This continued disregard for Black life in Brazil extends to grave sites containing the remains of Africans and Afro-Brazilians who died during the pre-abolition era, a fact made evident by the state's failure to invest the funds needed to properly preserve and memorialize such sites when they are uncovered. Considering the hostile environment in which the New Blacks Institute operates, it therefore makes sense that its directors should choose to enact an aggressive policy of memorialization. By revealing the remains of the enslaved to the public, the Institute hopes to minimize the deniability of the existence of the Cemetery of New Blacks. In her analysis of contemporary Puerto Rican funeral tableaus, in which morticians place the deceased in poses that create the illusion that they are still alive, Josiana Arroyo Martinez points out how in necropolitical societies, the relationship between death and visibility transforms, stating that, quote, desperate atmospheres in which violence is a part of daily life, the interactive processes of death become spectacular, ritualized, visible, end quote. I contend that this is the case for the New Blacks Institute in Rio, which, due to widespread systemic racism and racial violence, feels obligated to take drastic measures to prevent the re-erasure of the Cemetery of New Blacks from Brazil's collective memory. The next section here is visiting the New Blacks Institute, a bit of ethnography. With inconsistent operating hours, the New Blacks Institute is alternately empty to the point of seeming closed even when it is open, or packed with people. Many of these visitors are middle and high school students arriving with their teachers on field trips. The Institute has plans for expansion, but at the time of this writing consists of an educational exhibit as well as an art gallery toward the front, with the back half of the center made up of a classroom that doubles as a theater for showing educational films, a small library, a gift shop, and a cafe. Located just inside one of the Institute's two main entrances along Pedro Ernesto Street, the permanent museum exhibit is doubtlessly one of the Institute's most important rooms. Its walls are covered with historical information, including a timeline about the cemetery and the Institute offered in both Portuguese and English. Archaeological artifacts are encased in small glass windows, and an inlaid television plays a documentary about the gravesite's history and discovery on loop. The exhibit's back wall is decorated with near life-size drawings of several African men sitting in circles, seemingly being held captive. Above their heads float the names of dozens of enslaved men and women who were recorded as having been interred at the site. All of their first names are Christian, new names forced upon them by slave traders at mass baptisms before their departure from Africa in a ceremony designed to sever captives from their native cultures. Although not the original names of those buried in the Cemetery of New Blacks, their placement along the wall is meant to honor the dead and recover their humanity, diversity, and individuality. In the middle of the floor, a rectangle of glass exposes a mostly intact human skeleton, hinting at the unfathomable quantity of people buried below and making evident the careless way their bodies were discarded. Upon absorbing the contextual information provided on the museum walls, the Institute's logic in displaying these human remains, whether flawed or not, becomes clear. After so many years of forgetting, literal visibility through this opening in the floor represents a risk the Institute feels is worth taking in order to prevent a return to silence. It demonstrates in some a literal attempt at memorialization by disinterment. How do we contend with this open wound in the floor? Considering that the Institute's goals are to protect the Cemetery of New Blacks from re-erasure and honor those whose remains are buried there, does this exposure of the bones of enslaved Africans actually help achieve these goals? Or does such an act prevent them from being fulfilled? The well-meaning intentions of the New Blacks Institute notwithstanding, ultimately this aspect of the museum struck me as a misstep in need of careful analysis to understand. Fred Moten's analysis of a photo of Emmett Till taken at his funeral offers a useful framework for beginning to accomplish this task. In 1955, in Money, Mississippi, Till was shot in the head for allegedly whistling at a white woman, his body then having been thrown into a river with a cotton gin fan tied around his neck. When the body was returned to Chicago for burial, his mother decided to have an open casket funeral with his body unaltered by morticians in order to show the world what had been done to her son. In his essay Black Monin, Moten contends that, in addition to presenting the viewer with an image, photos carry with them dense layers of context that he refers to as sounds. In the case of the photo of Emmett Till, Moten characterizes its phonic substance as one of mourning, resistance, and longing for a future free from racial violence, thereby pointing out its political and performative nature.
Perdón.
5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, cool, great, thanks. So wrapping up here. In the case of the skeleton exposed at the New Blacks Institute, the Institute reveals it frozen beneath glass in a way that is evocative of a photograph, and it does indeed make a loud political statement. By displaying these human remains, the Institute forces visitors to grapple with the physical and symbolic acts of violence perpetrated against these people in life and death, as is the case with the photo taken of Emmett Till's face at his funeral. The holes in the ground also serve as a powerful metaphor for the continuation of anti-Black prejudice and violence into the present. They symbolize the open wounds of Brazilian society and the perpetually unfinished work of Black mourning. Just as these remains remain, so too does the perennial problem of anti-Blackness. In these respects, the exposed human remnants fulfill one of Christina Sharp's criteria for an effective slave memorial, since they reveal, quote, a past that is with us still, a past that cannot and should not be pacified in its presentation, end quote. That said, upon viewing these remains for myself, I was initially shocked more than anything else by the impression that they were being used as props. If, on the one hand, leaving them disinterred helps stave off the threat of forgetting once more the atrocities that resulted in the creation of the Cemetery of New Blacks, on the other hand, it posthumously reduces to mere tools the remains of people who, as enslaved Africans, were reduced to mere tools while still alive. Ultimately, then, the decision to leave some remains exposed, though well-intentioned, ends up perpetuating the dehumanization of the deceased rather than restoring their humanity. If, as according to Sharp, another crucial component of doing the work of Black mourning is to defend the dead, the Institute falls short in this regard. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sean. As always, super fascinating. I love it.
Yeah.
I have like a couple questions, couple of, curiosidades, but that would be like in Q&A section.
Excellent.
Gracias, Son. So our second presenter will be Dandara Maya, graduate student at, let me try this, Beirut Universitat, something like that, more or less. The title of the presentation is African Prints and Resistance Through Fashion in Brazil. So please, whenever you want.
Let me just share. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So first of all, thank you for having us from Germany. I'm from Brazil, actually, but I'm going to present in English because I wrote everything in English. Yeah, so this is part of my PhD research that I'm focused on African prints in the context of Brazilian diaspora and Nigerian fashion. Today, I'm going to focus on like the role of wax prints as a political tool against racism in Brazil. So So first, I'm going to talk a little bit about what African prints are, in case you don't know. Then I would like to share with you the connection between fashion and citizenship, how fashion operates, defining who's citizen and who's not. So we move on to Africa to understand Africa as a mythical space, and then what African prints has to do with all the story. And in the end, I will explain to you a little bit of what I'm developing and calling fashion in the body, as some sort of the connection of dress and the body as a cultural performance. So African prints, or wax prints, or African prints are manufactured imitations of Japanese batik. So this happens back to the 19th century. Colonial Dutch Empire has colonies and where today is Indonesia. And so there in Java Island, there was this batik techniques to dyeing with using wax as a resist element. And then this company is starting like imitating this with machines in order to make it faster. And for several reasons, they decided to move the markets to West Africa, the Gold Coast, also part of Dutch Empire. At the beginning it was Dutch companies, but later like British companies, Swiss, and even French. But the fact that is this change of market affected profoundly the structure of the prints. So they are not only more imitations of batiks, they changed to incorporate aspects of African societies, the local taste, and also what these designers in Europe were imagining about Africa. I started this research because I started seeing these prints present in several special places in Rio, mostly were by Afro-Brazilian women, and in locals or where African heritage were being celebrated. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this later. Yeah, so back to like colonial times in Brazil to understand enslaved people were not able to have much clothes, and this was some kind of mark to define who were citizen and not. The only exception would be, for example, if slaveholders would want to show how wealthy they were in dressing well their slaves, or other possibility, the case of ganhadeiras. There were types of women who were enslaved, were allowed to work in urban spaces, and they have to pay a little fee to this, not little, but like a fee to the slaveholders, but they could keep the rest of the money. And they would invest this in either buying nicer clothes or to buy the freedom. The freed men and women will also invest their money to buy nicer clothes, and especially shoes. Shoes were very expensive, and as you can see in one of these images of Debré, even when you see like a woman here that she's dressed really well, and the shoes are not there, or at least like very simple. And then the other two ones are represented with shoes. So shoes are very special mark to define who was a citizen or not. This is also exploring the work of Thiago Santana, and he's a visual artist in Brazil, and he has several works around demonstrating how freedom was denied to people through these marks of clothing. So even beyond that, in post-abolition, Giovanna Xavier would talk about how improvements of the race were necessary to access this new status as citizen. So you're like, there's no slave anymore, but it's still like not able to access all the spaces. And several solutions, cosmetic solutions, will be offered to, for example, lighten the skin and straightening the hair. And women will like looking for that to alleviate, let's say, the fact that like their bodies were not racialized. So she uses the expressions of civic beauty from Tiffany Gill. So again, understanding like the connection between appearance, beauty, and this political discussions. Another thing I would like to mention, it's something very common in Brazil until like around the 50s, was the politics of boa aparência. So, and her work, Maria Damasceno, would show how this expression of good appearance would be slowly substituting Marx's color and race. So also this silent codes defining who is allowed to occupy the space and who is not. So in Brazil, there are several this silent codes defining a sense of normality of the dress, and where you were able to, which spaces you're able to access or not. And if you decided to break somehow with the silent code, you would suffer sanctions and see some as a rebel or enemy of the state. Especially during dictatorship, this was very present with the Black movements, Black Power movement, for example. Men wearing Afro hair, it was seen like a communist or like something that we don't want. Yeah, and that brings us to this idea of Africa as a mythical space. As I said, the Black movement in Brazil would pretty much always connected somehow to expressions of culture. So this is something that is very present, especially like in the 70s and 80s. So there's several researchers that talk about how the Black movement would use promote cultural events and festivals and parties and things like that to attract more people to participate in discussions about racism, especially those, convince those who do not refuse to believe there were races in Brazil and just like a matter of class. So to access more people, but also to work on self-esteem. So for many Black movements, self-esteem was a key part of defining this identity as a Black person at the same time of making discussions in more institutional level. So there's what I say call like it's just journey back to Africa. So many people will try learn more about Africa, visiting African countries in order to understand, knowing more about the culture and trying to bring more this influence to Afro-Brazilian culture. So we're going to be flooded with images or more positive images of Africa. This was very important to change the narrative about Africa. So, for example, Malik Sidibe is a Malian photographer, and these type of images will serve as a reference to Afro-Brazilians, and as Patricia Pinho talks about, this creations of narratives about Africanness. This serves as sources inspiration, but sometimes can also like reduce to a certain limited sets of images about what Africa is, and especially reduce it to the idea of African as more connected to the body. So this can work both ways. Nevertheless, this mythical space work as a healing space as well for many Afro-Brazilians. To create dialogues to understand how to surpass the trauma of colonization. In one of my, during my first field research, back to my master's degree, I still were not able to make my field research right now due to the pandemic, but discussing this topic with one of my interviews, Tenkadara, she's the founder of Baobab Brazil, one of the oldest brands in Brazil that use African prints. She was discussing about the relationship with Africa, and then, she said that she quotes like Africa and Africa is like this big romance with Africa, and fabrics being this like the biggest of the romances. And this is something I would like to say. If you understand this idea of Mother Africa as an archetype, like Jung would say that you only access these archetypes through images. And so I contend that African print is somehow one of these images that materialize this space and bring into our daily life as part of this creation, or not creation, but like connections with this identity, this moment of healing. But there's something special about fabrics because you can wear them, you can embody this Africa. So it's quite powerful. So this brings me to this idea I'm developing about what I'm calling fashioning the body. So seeing the body together with the dress as sometimes of performance. These fabrics, they arrived in Brazil, I forgot to mention, through both like women like Tenkadara that visit African countries, and then she would bring these fabrics with her, but also with people who just visit and bring them as souvenirs. And the third option would be immigrants who live in Brazil nowadays and just go back and forth, like principally it's mainly Angola, and they bring these fabrics to sell in Brazil. So something that is also present in my field work was the importance of the fabrics coming from Africa. So even when they're not sure exactly where the fabrics are being produced, knowing that fabrics are coming from like Angola, for example, would be something very important to both the designer and the clients. Okay, so this fashioning the body, this impacted the dress body causes, it's performative. And I'm creating this idea coming from art theory, like the idea of performance in visual arts. And George Grunsberg, he would define this performance along the lines of using the body as a media, questioning what is natural, re-encounter with oneself, and like seeing the human body as the most plastic of meaningful materials. So these aspects that Grunsberg says, I also see in the relationship between designers, clients, and wax prints. First, because where a wax print is already a rupture with this considered normal. As I said, this normality of the dress that being constructed through all the years, it somehow is rupture when you use wax prints because they are perceived in our fashion system, Western fashion system, as alien. They don't belong, and they are seen as ethnic. And even when they are incorporated somehow, they're also still placed in this other place as like a exotic influence there, like hints we're bringing, but never as part of what is considered to be normal. So you're already like disrupting this idea of normality, as Grunsberg says. The second thing, using your body, like building a plasticity with your body, this image that you create when you style the fabric in your body. Like many of the clients would go to the designer because they also offer the possibility of bespoke tailoring. So there's like a creation together, and many times they look for these brands, they go for the designers because they are already in the process of becoming African, let's say, like becoming Black. They like already raise awareness about ethnic issues, about racism, and they are in the process of discussing this in society, understand that what is it's important to define yourself as a Black person. It's also important to speak about this, but maybe they are not there yet or already there, but it doesn't matter. But the fabric comes in this moment, they're already ready to become African, let's say. So again, so connection with oneself, as Bloomberg has also said.
Dandara,
yeah.
5 minutes.
Oh, great. So I also building this idea of like cultural performance, reading Manuela Canedo da Cunha when she talks about the difference between culture and culture with quote marks. So where culture with quote marks would be this reflexive category. When you talk about culture, you're actually talking about culture with quote marks. And she says that they use this category, like ethnic groups, minorities of how we want to call it, to demand social historical reparations. So again, this connection between embodying your culture somehow, and at the same time discussing it in the political or even institutional realm. Although this can cut both ways, because it can also reinforce stereotypes, and like people start having expectations about how you're supposed to perform this culture. So to finish, well, I would like to say, like, fashion can be, it is a space for political debates, but both ways, even as a place to exercise of power and the vigilance and domestication of your body, but also a space where you can play resistance in the sense of like rupture with this sense of normalities. So I'm gonna finish with this quote from Beata Lecomte, one of the designers that I interview. And when I asked her if her work was always around Afro heritage, she didn't hesitate, and she answered, yes, it is politics. It's Black politics. So thank you.
Hi, I'm not sure what happened, but it looks like maybe Joel has been kicked out of the meeting or something. So we'll go ahead and we'll switch to Valerie whenever you're ready.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I will share my screen, and let's hope that Joel comes back. All right. So my name is Valerie Gruber. Just like Dandara, I'm also a doctoral researcher from the University of Bayreuth in Germany. And I'm very happy to be part of this panel, because I feel like our presentations are connected in a very interesting way. And as I go through my slides, you will see immediately what I mean, I think. So I would like to draw our attention on a dimension which is often overlooked in academia, but in real life, it is what makes us live, and this is our body, as we just saw in the presentation of Dandara. I will bring in some insights from Salvador in Brazil and Cartagena in Colombia to develop a notion of epistemologies of the body, which precisely tries to bring the body also into the academic space, but not just as an object of research, but rather also as a producer of knowledge. Epistemologies, as you probably all know, refer to the way how we know, how we create knowledge, and more importantly, what counts as valid knowledge. And this is precisely where power relations come in, because different social, cultural, economic, or political relations give rise to different epistemologies. And as those relations are usually unequal, asymmetrical, we not only find conflicting knowledges, which constitute our social experience, but we can also find what Boaventura de Sousa Santos calls epistemicide, that some ways of knowing are just ignored, or even killed, if you want to call it like that. And this is what often happens to embodied knowledge. So the academic space usually gives privilege to what Yvonne Daniel calls disembodied knowledge. And she describes it as follows: intellectual knowledge without concomitant integration of somatic, intuitive understanding, and the spiritual wisdom their combination yields is disembodied knowledge. So what is predominant in theories and in science in general is precisely this disembodied knowledge, which ignores the situatedness of knowledge production. And this is precisely what Donna Haraway would call the God trick. And what is important here, and we saw that very clearly, especially in Dandara's presentation, is that the situatedness begins in the body, in the own body. Now, I would like to show you where these knowledges I'm bringing in here are situated. And we will have a closer look at two cities which were former ports of the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans, just like Rio de Janeiro, to which we had a closer look in the first presentation, also Salvador da Bahia in Brazil, and Cartagena de Indias, they're very important ports, and therefore by now still are traumatic places. And we can see that in necropolitics, what Achille Mbembe calls necropolitics, and what Jean also talked about before. So these are all these connections I referred to. And I just brought one graph here, which really shows how much are these politics of death are connected to racism. So we have really a continuity of coloniality, of power. And what is important now is that this coloniality of power is also present in our knowledge production. So precisely the disembodied knowledge I've been talking about is kind of the foundation of all these phenomena, because it disconnects us from our own humanity, if you want to frame it like that. So when we have a closer look at what's happening in those neighborhoods where necropolitics is really happening as a daily experience, we find also a very strong cultural resistance which reclaims the body as a site of life. And on the next slides, I will show you some quotations of leaders and members of social-cultural projects from different neighborhoods in Salvador and Cartagena, which can show how important the body is in all these processes of cultural resistance, and also as a site of knowledge production. So the first example here is a quote from Mano Chandao or Carlos Santos da Luis, which you can see on the picture, and you can also watch the whole performance on YouTube. And he says, quem é que vai falar por nós se esse corpo negro não gritar? Ele precisa gritar a todo tempo, a todo momento. Todos precisam lembrar que nós existimos e precisamos resistir. É isso que a gente precisa fazer. Resistir a todo momento, a todo tempo. E para mais dizer, grita corpo negro. Até porque isso nos mostra que a vida, ela é e sempre será uma riqueza. So you can see here that reclaiming life against those politics of death has to start from the body. It cannot start somewhere else, especially if the ancestors were enslaved Africans whose bodies were highly objectified and enslaved and abused in all possible senses. So cultural resistance cannot start from anywhere else than the body. Here we have an example from Cartagena. Teófilo Mercado, founder of the Afro-Colombian dance company Dan Frog. And he puts an emphasis on the potential of narrating through movements and through dance. When he talks about his young dancers, he says, yo no les digo que son bailarines, les digo que son intérpretes. Ellos hablan con el cuerpo. Por eso yo siempre utilizo el término corpo oral, el cuerpo que habla. El cuerpo no miente. Entonces, el lenguaje de movimiento de estos niños es un lenguaje verdadero. So he is emphasizing that the movements of the body say the truth. They speak the truth, as opposed to certain discourses which do not, where the truth is not always spoken out, or where many things have to be silenced even just to survive. Especially in a country like Colombia, where we have the longest period of civil war in modern history. So these people do not know life without war. And he says that the only thing that can speak the truth under these conditions is the body. And precisely because it's not a thing, because it's a living being. And then Álvaro Restrepo, founder of Colegio del Cuerpo, the College of the Body, also in Cartagena, even goes a bit further and tells us how much we can learn through the body. And I emphasize through the body and not only through the mind and process of thinking. Our head is part of the whole body. And he says, el cuerpo es todo. Y podemos aprender de una manera mucho más experiencial. Involucramos todo el cuerpo en el aprendizaje. Y en el cuerpo se involucra el espacio. Se trabajan nociones del cuerpo interior y el cuerpo exterior. Entonces, yo creo que lo primero debe uno aprender en un colegio, que uno debe aprender en un colegio es a conocerse a sí mismo. Después, aprender otras cosas. O como decía Samuel Beckett, baila primero, piensa después. Ese es el orden natural. So, with these quotations, I'm wondering why we do it the other way around in the university. We are always told that if we have not read enough books, we don't know anything. But people here are claiming the precise opposite. First, we have to dance. First, we have to live and feel our body, and then we can start to understand what's happening. And this is the only way to really know ourselves, through our body, because we cannot know ourselves only through abstract reflections. Especially if we have been defined by external forces, or the colonizers in this case, so often. In this case, it's even more important to know oneself. And now the last quotation I would like to bring in from these empirical cases and from these organic intellectuals who founded those sociocultural projects. In this case, it's Nemesio Berrillo of Permanencias in Cartagena. And he says, hay una parte de formación humana, pensando mucho en los cuerpos negros como esa herencia de resistencia, de lucha, de dignidad, para poder empezar a transformar miradas, visiones, caracteres. So, as Sean told us, it's a lot about dignity and recovering humanity. And this is particularly important in the case of Black bodies, which continue to be exposed to racism on a daily basis. So therefore, he says that dancing in these projects is part of human education, human formation. It's basically humanizing not just the bodies, but also our knowledge. It's humanizing epistemologies. It's humanizing our way of knowing. And with all that, I would like to ask the question now, what can we learn from these projects when we think about our own research? Because as I said before, we are told to do things the other way around so often. And Patricio Guerrero Arias from Ecuador, but also people like Orlando Falsborda or Arturo Escobar from Colombia, they provide us with some concepts that invite us to not only think rationally, but also always include the heart and therefore the body in our thinking. Guerrero Arias calls that corazonar. So it's el corazón, the heart, and razonar, reasoning. Corazonar, it's combined.
Valerie, 5 minutos.
Perfecto, gracias. And the same applies to the idea of sentipensar, thinking, feeling, if you want to translate it literally, which they propose that this is how we should do our research, in particular, if we deal with human life as such, and even more importantly, in contexts of discrimination and dehumanizing. So the question is how to achieve that. And one possible way, which I would like to propose, is transdisciplinarity, because the idea of transdisciplinarity is inviting us to not just think through different academic disciplines, but also combine that with logics beyond the walls of academia. And this can be, for example, performance and the arts. But it can be also something like gardening, whatever fits to the particular topic. But taking the example of the arts, as we are talking about cultural resistance, the arts help us precisely to transcend these epistemological boundaries, but also social hierarchies between racialized bodies. You can imagine that this is a crucial topic when I, as a German white woman, come to a Brazilian favela, for example, or to a war zone in Colombia. So the question is how to transcend all those boundaries which are at stake. And the arts is a way to really approach people from beyond those boundaries, starting from our humanity and from what I called our embodied epistemologies, our ways of knowing through the body, because this is what makes us human, beyond all those boundaries which are then constructed socially. Therefore, I strongly advocate for a transdisciplinary co-production of knowledges, which really combines all these different forms of knowing, because it will enable us not only to get a deeper understanding of many things that happen in this world, but also to disseminate our knowledge and to really bring academic concepts into society and the other way around. Claim that the epistemologies of the body have the same value that our nice theories, which have been written in many books. Therefore, I would like to end with a quotation by Emma Goldman. If I can't dance, I don't want to be part of your revolution. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, Valerie. Sorry I missed 1 minute of your presentation, my bad. I don't know what happened with Zoom. I guess it's what it is. But thank you, Luke, wherever you are. Valerie, Dandara, that was great. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Now let's go with the comments and the questions, okay? Let's start let me check 1 second the Q&A. Oh, yeah, okay, I have one question. Let's start with Sean. I have one question for you, but let's go first with Lorraine Lu's, Professor Lorraine question. So I wonder if you have thought about wrestling with ideas that Black studies scholars have posited about Black ontology, for example, Cassius Jerome Powell. How do the affective resonance of death that emerged from slavery continue to weigh down imaginings of Blackness? In the IPN, do we have all the absent present bodies, the remains that remain, as you said, traces? Is essential presence possible in such display?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, Lorraine. I love it. I think that you articulated something that's just been I've been thinking about, but had not consciously or fully consciously arrived at as I'm conducting my research. Yeah, I think one of the many problems of presenting these human remains, especially considering the positionality of the people presenting them, they are white Brazilians, right? In this case, I think part of the problem is that you're perpetuating this idea, you're continuing to, as I even risk doing in this essay, just like equating Blackness with exclusively death. And so there are many facets to the Instituto Pretos Novos project, and some of them are better than this, right? I don't want to completely condemn the Institute. In my essay, focus on their art gallery, for instance, in like a later portion of the essay. And there we are able to see alternate imaginings of like and depictions of life in Brazil and throughout the African diaspora that are not exclusively, at least, about death, right? I mean, it's also about celebrating Black life and creativity, right? And so I myself wrote this article first like a year ago, and I've been working on it. I think it's an important discussion to have, but I myself in my own research am trying to push past that and think about Black life as opposed to Black death. It feels like a bit of a dead end. It needs to be addressed. We need to move past it, right? So I hope that is kind of a coherent answer to your question, but I'll definitely look into the recommendation that you gave. It disappeared here. I think someone took it away, but
yeah. I'll give it to you in 1 second.
Okay, great. Anyway, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Son. I have one question. Well, I'm gonna read first the questions that you gave us for Dandara. And okay, so Son is asking Dandara, are there any ways in which Black Bahamian fashion has gained popularity among Afro-Brazilians in different regions of Brazil or even in Africa? Also, do you take into consideration in your research the way in which white Brazilians have appropriated Black fashion in Brazil?
Thank you, Sean. I think I did not mention that my field work was, I'm focused on Rio and São Paulo a little bit, but mostly in Rio. So what I can say about Black fashion in Bahia is the way I see, they're not so much interested in African prints. They are more interested in developing their own interpretations of what Afro-Brazilian fashion is. And there are many, many successful designers who have been doing this for a long time. From like more older ones, I don't want to say older ones, like many years in the market, Goya Lopez, that I like researches about her work. But most recently, I can name Dendezeiro, for example, which is like in Vogue magazine, Elle magazine. And so in Brazil nowadays, because of all these discussions about racism and demands of more diversity in fashion and also fashion media, these media conglomerates are trying to do their homework and looking for outside issue here in São Paulo. And definitely when you talk about African anything in Brazil, the first place you're going to look is to Salvador. Well, I have my problems with that, not because Salvador is not an African place, but because it's kind of essentialized what's also what is African heritage is, and it kind of erased the presence of African heritage in other places such as Rio, which is often not mentioned as an African place, or even in the South, where people just pretend there's no Black people living there and cultures based on African influences. So, well, the other question would be if I consider appropriation of Black fashion, I wouldn't go that far to say that Black fashion is being appropriated. There are elements of, you can say like, elements from African culture that are sometimes appropriated. And I wanted to go into this, of course, because it's very, very relevant, especially if I study African prints, that all the time people accuse other people of cultural appropriation when they're using African prints. And then there's a whole discussion about if African prints can even be considered to be African or not. So this is where I want to work with this also essentialist ideas of what culture is, what tradition is, but very critical way. Yeah, I hope I answered the question.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. That was great. I appreciate your mentioning this Dendezero fashion company as well in Salvador, because I'd not heard of that. And I just Googled it while you were answering that question, and looks pretty cool. Looks worth looking into, but thank you.
Thank you so much. Dandara, one more question for you, actually two, but let's start with the first one from Professor Lorraine Liu. What is your sense of the visual rhetoric produced by this self-fashioning in terms of how Black women's bodies in Brazil have conventionally been produced?
Not sure if I understood the question. The sense of visual rhetoric produced by the self-fashioning. Well, if I understood, well.
Yeah, let me, do you want me to, I wanted to ask something. If you want to think about the question, like this question, or if not, it's fine.
Well, if I understood correctly, as I said, this fashioning of the body, it's trying to break with also the expectations of how a Black body is supposed to be, in the sense that there was these manipulations of the appearance that I've been talking about. In Brazil, there's so many of these silent rules that you have to follow in order to become a little bit less Black and not disturb the normality sense. So I believe that this performance that I'm talking about is a way to break with this notion. We could even say it like decolonized fashion, you know, like bringing more ideas of like how people could dress and not always have to follow like Western standards. They're produced outside of Africa, outside of Brazil, and imported, and then we just somehow just taking them as normal, but there are more ways to be normal as well. So I think that's the idea of like breaking with these preconceptions, notions of normality.
Yeah. Mid Medrado tiene una pregunta más, has another question for you, Dandara. Thank you for a great presentation. Could you talk more about the importance of textiles coming from Africa, such as Angola, where there is no textile industry?
Yeah, this is a really great question. So at the same time, well, as I said, African prints are produced sometimes in African countries, but always owned by foreign companies, either Dutch companies, a British company, or Chinese companies. So at the same time, you have a question of ownership there. At the same time, these fabrics are, as I said, they were brought into an long ongoing culture of textiles in Africa. So like African people then producing several types of textiles for centuries and using them in different ways. And then African prints are just incorporated into these several traditions. And so in this sense, they belong to African cultures. For example, in the case of Nigeria, where I study, you have the Asoebi, which is like a kinship, everybody in the family dressing the same way, wearing the same fabric, going to an event, for example, a wedding. And you can use any type of fabrics, including African prints. So they are there. But at the same time, you have a problem of economic problem. In the neoliberalism world that we live, African countries are perishing in these models, and the consumption of African prints do not really help them because the money doesn't stay in these countries. So in the case of Angola, there's no industry. Nigeria, there's still industry, but no African prints are produced in Nigeria. And like the money is always going somewhere else. So this is an extremely difficult discussion that we have to make. Yeah, I don't have an answer for this yet, but it is a huge problem.
And Dandara, you were asking Son, do you believe if the partnership with archaeologists from UFRJ define the way their remains are exhibited? I mean, from a more anthropological or museological tradition? Son?
Yeah, thanks, Dandara. Great question. And I think absolutely so, right? I think that it's like in 2017, a person from UFRJ decided to perform or engage in further excavations there at the Instituto Pretos Novos. And that's when this discovery of this 20-year-old woman, this 20-year-old woman's intact skeleton was found. And so, and then like there's this question of like putting chemicals on the bones to preserve them in this state of applying a bit to what Valerie was talking about, un grito, right? They want this to shout forever, like what happened to her and the way that she was treated in life and in death so horribly, right? And I think that it just further objectifies, right? They're attempting to humanize, but they're ironically undercutting their own project by exposing these remains. And I like tried for so long to say to myself, I think that maybe they're onto something, maybe the risk they're taking is worth it here, but eventually I just came back to the fact that it dehumanizes, right? So it's ultimately problematic, this aspect of their project. But thanks so much for the question. Yeah. There's this one woman, her name is Simone Pondeva Salo. I can put that in the chat. And she's an anthropologist, a Brazilian anthropologist who has she's one of the few people who has thought about the potential problems of presenting these bones in such a manner or at all, right? And she addresses the archaeological digs specifically, yeah.
Sean, yo también tengo una pregunta para ti. Si quieres, te la hago en español, si no te importa. Gracias. El hecho tenía una curiosidad, el hecho de hacer de la muerte de alguna manera un espectáculo, que es un poco lo que tú has estado comentando, me gustaría saber cuál es la reacción de la gente local, ¿no? Es decir, tú me has dicho que vienen muchos visitantes. O sea, tú has tenido la oportunidad de ir, ¿no, Son, a este lugar?
Sí.
Okay. Y primero quería saber cuál es la reacción, o sea, hay mucha gente que va a visitarlo y después quería saber cuál es la reacción de los locales, ¿no? ¿Qué piensan de aquello, no?
Buenísimas preguntas y gracias. Entonces, bien, diría que como la onda en general es bastante, de hecho, quiero decir, listo por la parte de los directores del instituto, en el sentido de que ellos como inventan o como dan un espacio comunal, ¿verdad? Así que como te sientes cómodo en este espacio, a pesar de los huesos y todo, porque no hay apenas como huesos y esta sala que contiene como los cuerpos humanos, los restos de los cuerpos humanos, sino también hay un café que parece un poco surreal, ¿verdad? Y hay como también una galería de arte, ¿no? Que hay una biblioteca y un lugar para sentarse y tomar un poco de agua, porque Río es una ciudad bastante calorosa, ¿verdad? Que digamos, así que creo que cuando entras hay el choque inicial de las exhibiciones, ¿verdad? Pero después, cuando entras a pasar un poco de tiempo, se vuelve un espacio tranquilo, y creo que eso es como lo más importante, porque especialmente para como brasileños negros, ¿no? Poder pasar un poco de tiempo allá y como se sentir en casa un poco en este espacio afro-brasileño, pues, que ha sido creado, creo que es como una buena manera de intentar resolver o qué sé yo, crear comunidades, cultivar comunidades de solidaridad, ¿no? Así que eso, bueno, ¿y qué opinan los negros locales, ¿no? De la ciudad de Río? Hay muchos afrodescendientes que trabajan como voluntarios y historiadores y tal en el instituto y no parecen tener problema, ¿no? Entonces depende de la opinión. Creo que había una controversia inicialmente cuando querían excavar, ¿verdad? Sacar todos los huesos en vez de dejarlos en paz, pues, ¿no? Así que había un polémico, una controversia inicialmente un poco, pero la mayoría de los activistas están en el lado del instituto, de hecho colaborando bastante con el instituto, ¿no? Sí.
Qué bueno, Sean.
Gracias.
No, gracias por la respuesta. I have another question for Dandara and Valerie. I think they are more or less related. So given what you said of using clothing, appearance, like dancing, your body as an element of resistance or as a way of going back to your roots, to the roots, I'm curious about something, given the political situation right now, for example, in Brazil, how is that tension? How is that like, ¿cómo está pasando eso? ¿Cómo se controla eso? Is there like el gobierno castiga esas actitudes, the government punish that kind of attitudes? I'm just curious about that.
It's for you, for Valerie. Is the question for me or for Valerie?
For both, because it's kind of, to me, they are kind of related. I mean,
okay.
the body as a resistant and also the appearance, the beauty, the clothing as a resistant. So I was like, given the political situation right now, how is that? I don't know, how does that happen?
I don't think this government specifically makes, wait. In relation to, this government, it's against everything that is related to African culture and African people. I don't recall here any specific sanction over fashion. What can I say? That's the people who are engaged with the fabrics, engaged in this reclaiming culture and using fashion as a tool and political, they continue doing what they're doing before Bolsonaro and continue doing right now. Now with the pandemic, it's a bit hard, but to be on the streets, but the work, they continue. We are not yet in the full dictatorship there where there's like strict sanctions against that, but like it's more the things he does, and they ended up hurting people. Like we have 250,000 people died in the pandemic, and so these kind of necropolitics that Valerie is saying that, but no directly sanctions about the fashion.
No, we lost Joel again.
We lost Joel again, oh no.
Well, I hope he comes back. Should I ask anyway?
Yeah, did you?
He's
back, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, he's back.
He's connecting.
My bad.
Okay, great. So yeah, my answer to your question, thanks a lot. That's actually quite an interesting question. How does this cultural resistance coming from the body articulate with the cultural, with the political sphere? And I have to say that it depends in how far it is political. So in Colombia right now, there is really there are systematical massacres of social leaders. And often those cultural leaders who initiate these kind of projects are also social community leaders or activists, not always, but sometimes. And if they are really in danger. In Brazil, activists, human rights activists can be in danger as well. But I feel like it's still, from what I'm seeing, it's still not that systematic. And especially in Salvador, what people tell me is that the cultural movements have opened spaces of negotiation, even with the political sphere, with the political actors, more than, for example, in Cartagena. But still, this connection is very complicated. And also in Salvador, many leaders of the Blocos Afros, for example, of these famous Afro-Brazilian Black movements, which are very prominent in Carnival, have told me that they are kind of dissatisfied that they couldn't really materialize the force of the cultural movements in the political sphere in the way how they wanted to. So somehow having the cultural sphere as something, let's say, extraordinary protects people. It can even save their lives. But at the same time, it's a challenge, because if you want to make social change on the political pathway, then yeah, this is sometimes hard to achieve. So yeah, that would be my answer.
Yeah, thank you both. Thank you both. If any other comments, any other questions? I think we don't have anything else in Q&A. If not, thank you so much, Son. Thank you so much, Valerie. Thank you very much, Dandara. That was really, really great. I learned a lot. So thank you very much for sharing that. We will have a break, and after that, we have a great keynote. So please come and watch it. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you
Appreciated
so
the
much.
conversation. Very cool discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sean.
Right. Thanks.
Bye.
Patrícia, você quer testar a sua, para ver se consegue compartilhar a sua apresentação?
Quero. Eu estava achando que eu teria que entrar por um outro link. É por esse mesmo?
Vai ser por esse, e depois, quando a gente fizer o chat, tem outro link, mas para a sua apresentação mesmo vai ser aqui.
Ah, tá bom. Então, deixa eu colocar aqui, share screen. Tudo bem?
Tudo.
Bom te ver.
Igualmente. Estou muito feliz de estar aqui com você.
Também. E aí, tá... Parece, né?
Sim, Tá tudo certo.
Tá bom, então.
Ótimo. Vamos esperar uns... faltam uns 4 minutos até 4h30, então esperamos a galera tomar uma água e voltar.
Tá bom. Então, eu vou tirar o vídeo e ficar aqui no aguardo, tá?
Certinho.
Obrigada.
Good afternoon, everyone. and welcome to our final keynote speaker of the 24th Biennial Graduate Student Conference Colloquium at the University of Texas in Austin. We are very excited to have you all here and finaling out the colloquium with this presentation. I have the extreme pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker, Dr. Patricia Pino. Dr. Pino is currently a professor in the Department of Latin American and Latino Studies at the University of California, Santa Cruz. Her research and teaching focuses on the topics of Blackness, whiteness, and racism, and forms of resistance to racism in Brazil, and more broadly in Latin America. She has published many books and articles, one of the books being Mapping Diaspora, African-American Roots Tourism in Brazil, published in 2018, which examines diaspora tourism as a channel of communication, interaction, and solidarity building between African-Americans and Afro-Brazilians. Personally, I have found her journal article, White But Not Quite, Tones and Overtones of Whiteness in Brazil, published in 2009, to be fundamental in understanding the complexities of Brazilian whiteness. And currently, she is working on two pieces that further that scholarship on whiteness in Brazil. One entitled, Whiteness Has Come Out of the Closet and Intensified Brazil's Reactionary Wave, a book chapter in Precarious Democracy, Ethnographies of Hope, Despair, and Resistance in Brazil, to be published this year by Rutgers University Press, and a special issue on whiteness in Latin America in the Journal of LACIS, Latin American and Caribbean Ethnic Studies, co-edited with Hugo Cerón Anaya and Ana Ramos Zayas, to be published late 2021, early 2022. Today, Dr. Pino will be presenting her work entitled A Casa Grande Surta Quando a Senzala Aprende a Ler, Anti-Racist Resistance and the Unveiling of Whiteness in Contemporary Brazil. She will speak for 40 to 45 minutes, and then we will have about 15 to 20 minutes for questions and answers at the end. However, I encourage everyone, if they have a question, to post in the question and answers section, and when we get to the end, I will read them out. Also, one last reminder is that we are recording and are broadcasting on YouTube. Without further ado, please give a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Patricia Pino.
Muito obrigada, Laura, por essa apresentação tão generosa. Muito obrigada a todos pelo convite. Eu estou muito honrada de ser uma das keynotes, tive o privilégio de assistir algumas das mesas hoje, gostei muito. Estou também muito aliviada com o fato de que vocês estão podendo fazer esse evento, né? Apesar de todas as dificuldades desses últimos dias de tempestade, falta de energia elétrica. Então, que bom que as coisas estão, parece que, voltando aos eixos. I am actually going to speak in English, and I apologize for those who might not be happy about that, but I actually thought that was the expectation. So I'm going to I also promise I'll try not to speak for more than 30 minutes, because I know this is the last presentation of the event, and I know that by this point, everybody is really tired, so I'm going to try to stick to just 30 minutes. So let me just share screen here. Okay. Yeah, so what I'm going to be sharing with you today is part of my research on whiteness in Brazil. I'm really inspired by the theme of your colloquium, hegemonic ideologies and resistance in Iberian, Latin American, and Latino languages, literatures, and cultures. And even though the focus of my work is Brazil, I hope that you might find some of it useful to reflect upon, as you say in your call for papers, language and culture as vehicles for the reproduction of and resistance to hegemonic ideologies. So as you can see in the slide, I am going to be examining this idiomatic expression that has become very popular in Brazil over the last decade. A casa grande surta quando a senzala aprende a ler, roughly translating to the slave masters freak out when the slaves learn to read. This is not the literal translation, but more on that to come. I will show how this expression has been mobilized to unveil whiteness in the context of the rise of the far right, where a reactionary wave has been unleashed and an injured whiteness has come out of the closet. So yes, starting out here with several catchphrases that I hope to be unpacking throughout my talk. So my presentation will be divided into 3 parts. First, I will provide some examples of where, when, and how the expression "a casa grande surta," quando a senzala aprende a ler, as well as its variations appear. Second, I will explain the concept of injured whiteness and its connections to the current reactionary wave. And then to conclude, I will offer a brief analysis of how this idiomatic expression, "a casa grande surta," has contributed to the outing of whiteness and thus has served as a strategy of anti-racist resistance. Participating in an event at the Palácio do Planalto, the official workplace of the President of Brazil, on April 12, 2016, on the eve of the institutional coup d'etat that ousted Dilma Rousseff, Brazil's first female president, Suzane da Silva, whom you see here, a young Black woman who had entered medical school earlier that year, delivered a fired-up speech. She celebrated the policies of social inclusion of the Workers' Party, such as the widespread implementation of racial quotas in higher education, sanctioned by President Dilma in 2012, and the ProUni, a program of the PT government that provided scholarships for impoverished students, like herself, to attend private universities. Suzane shared with the audience that she had been recently harassed on social media. Upon posting pictures of herself on Facebook, holding this poster that you see here, she was trolled by members of Dignidade Médica, a group of medical doctors who attacked her with racist comments, such as, "Will she be able to enter hospitals with that hair?" After recounting the experience, Suzane da Silva exclaimed while holding the poster, "Not only will I enter hospitals, I'll enter airplanes and I'll enter the Palácio do Planalto." Although this was not the first time, and then we see her here in the same event with Dilma, although this was not the first time that this expression was made known, it was certainly one of the most impactful and far-reaching instances of its public enunciation. In the poster, Suzane diligently references the author of the original quote, Totonho, a Black activist from the northeast of Brazil, from whom she adapted the phrase, "A casa grande surta quando a senzala aprende a ler." Almost a year later, in February 2017, a 17-year-old Black woman who grew up in the periferia of Ribeirão Preto in São Paulo state, and who went to public school her whole life, obtained the first spot in the School of Medicine at the prestigious University of São Paulo. Bruna, too, celebrated her victory by posting a picture of herself alongside the same expression, "A casa grande surta quando a senzala vira médica." The strident reactions to both Suzane's and Bruna's use of this expression confirms the very content of its enunciation, as members of Brazil's white traditional middle class did in fact freak out, online and offline, against the phrase, expressing anger, defensiveness, and the very racist basis that underlies these sentiments. And here are some of the reactions to Bruna's post with the phrase. And you can read them yourselves. Some of them I don't even know how to translate. Alma cebosa. Ela é escrava do preconceito e do ódio. Or the last one referring to what she is saying as mimimi, which is a way of saying this is the blah, blah, blah of the left, the blah, blah, blah of anti-racist activists. There is really a lot to unpack in these reactions. Among other elements, they express the ongoing denial of the resistance of racism in Brazil, at the same time that they depict Black people as the ones who are racist for bringing up racism, because they are, after all, as we see here in these posts, enslaved by their own prejudice. In addition to conflating Blackness with low moral values, Black people are described as pobre de espírito, as we see here, the posts underscore the blind belief in meritocracy, as the last post indicate. defining Bruna as evidence for the expandability of racial quotas. She studied hard and therefore did not need governmental handouts. A more recent example of the mobilization of the Casa Grande e Senzala dyad, and so I'm going to be referring to the expression a Casa Grande surta, but also to the Casa Grande Senzala dyad, is Preta Hara's claim that a senzala moderna é o quartinho da empregada. The modern slave quarter is the bedroom of the present time domestic worker. And Preta Hara was also featured in Dandara's slides, in Dandara's presentation. Although emphasizing only one side of the dyad, the slave quarter, the other side, its extreme opposite, the master's house, is, excusing the paradox, blatantly implicit in Preta Hara's denunciation of the work and life conditions of domestic workers in Brazil. A former domestic worker herself and a daughter and granddaughter of domestic workers, Preta Hara was able to break her ancestors' cycle, what she calls the hereditary work of maids, and graduate from college with a history degree. She is today a well-known activist, rapper, and author, and she was actually recently featured in the New York Times just last week. Her book, which we see here on the slide, Eu, Empregada Doméstica, assembles hundreds of statements posted on her anonymous Facebook page. Only in the first 4 months of its creation, from between July and November of 2016, her Facebook page gathered over 4,000 testimonials. Domestic workers and their children authored a significant amount of these posts, and the Casa Grande Senzala dyad appear quite often in these accounts. Preta Hara explains that she deliberately uses the words senzala, slave quarter, and escravidão, slavery, in order to demonstrate the continuity between the work conditions of female house slaves in the past and domestic workers in the present. These words, say Preta, are meant to counter a much older expression that employers often use to describe their domestic workers. Elas são parte da família. In tandem with other activists, Preta argues that this expression has a disempowering role in domestic workers' efforts to mobilize for their rights as workers. The use of the term senzala and escravidão is as a strategy to, in her own words, generate discomfort, and again in her own words, to be a stone in the shoe of the employers, as well as of Brazil's middle class more generally. The discomfort of the middle class can indeed be understood as a consequence of the use of the Casa Grande Senzala dyad, as Preta Hara explains. But it can also be conceived of as a major cause for its mobilization and growing deployment on the part of anti-racist activists. Whether cause, consequence, or both, the most important is that there is a direct correlation between the increasing use of the Casa Grande surta expression and the Casa Grande Senzala dyad and the discomfort of Brazil's traditional middle class. This expression has gained popularity in a context marked by the rise of the far right, and it has served to counter the newfound ease of middle-class Brazilians to make openly reactionary and explicitly racist remarks. But why and when did this occur? To answer this question, I'm then going to move into the second part of my presentation. During the 13 years of the Workers' Party's presidencies between 2003 and 2016, significant social transformations took place in Brazil. And these transformations created a profound reaction among the traditional middle class. I argue that these social changes injured whiteness and removed it from its long-held position of neutrality and relative invisibility. I'll show you some examples of the Casa Grande que surta, or the slave masters freaking out as the result of these transformations. Before I do so, let me explain what I mean by traditional middle class. I'm borrowing here from Charles Klein and other authors' definition that the traditional middle class encompasses the already established professional class and inherited money elite, characterized by home ownership, college education, and elevated social and cultural capital. And this is really important, an identification with the upper class and a sharp distinction from the lower classes. As this so-called new middle class began to emerge, or the previously poor, as some authors call it, the traditional middle class that was already well established became very uncomfortable and even, in fact, injured, creating an injured whiteness, which is what I'm going to be talking about in a little bit. So these are some of the major transformations that occurred during those 13 years. Over 36 million Brazilians were lifted out of poverty through programs like Fome Zero, Bolsa Família, and the valorization of the minimum wage. The social ascension of the poor, the majority of whom are Black in Brazil, enhanced their purchasing power. And increased consumption also meant access to the spaces where consumption happens, such as shopping malls and airports. This dramatic change in what Ruth Frankenberg called the social geography of race generated a strident reaction from those whose identities had been firmly attached to the privilege of inhabiting exclusive spaces. The reactions range from middle-class Brazilians photographing and filming poor people and Black people in shopping malls, as we see here. And then this saying, airports now look like bus stations. And so posting pictures of people who did not seem to be like within the correct place, like bodies out of place, like wrong bodies in the wrong places, and marking them on social media, to police crackdown on groups of Black and brown youth in shopping malls. Remember Suzane da Silva's comment in the beginning of my talk, not only will I enter hospitals, I'll enter airplanes. So this is part of, the issue of Black people and previously poor people inhabiting spaces which were the exclusive kind of reign of Brazilian whites. Another major consequence of the upward mobility of the poor during the PT era was that many women who had previously worked as maids started to find other employment opportunities where they were paid better, received more benefits, and were able to break away from the stigmatized and undervalued domestic work. The traditional middle class, who had always relied on the cheap labor and high availability of maids, took that as yet another blow to their social position, complaining vociferously that domestic workers had become impertinent and insubordinate. And just a kind of glimpse at the newspaper clips of that period, and here are just a few examples. Some keywords stand out, like escassez, right, scarcity, or superqualificação, indicating that now the middle class will have to figure out ways of doing their household chores. So the conflation between Blackness and manual labor was also reiterated when Black Cuban doctors arrived in Brazil through the Mais Médicos, a program that temporarily imported 8,000 medical doctors in order to meet the deficit of healthcare workers in peripheral and impoverished areas of Brazil. On one occasion in 2013, a group of approximately 50 Brazilian doctors demonstrated their opposition to the program while stridently expressing their bigotry by booing and shouting racial slurs at the Cuban doctors upon their arrival in a Brazilian airport. And I won't, discuss this in depth right now, but another key word that was also used in reference to the Cuban doctors was that they were slaves of the Cuban government. So the direct association between Blackness and slavery was also significantly played out during that period. On another occasion, a journalist made the following explicitly racist remark on Facebook. "Forgive me if it is prejudice, but these Cuban female doctors look like domestic workers. Are they really doctors? Ah, so terrible. Doctors generally have the posture of doctors and impose themselves through their appearance." Yet another major change that occurred during that period was the widespread implementation of affirmative action in higher education. And this also had an effect on Brazilian whiteness. Between 2003 and 2014, affirmative action increased in 178% the number of Black students in Brazil's federal universities, where the student body had always been almost exclusively white and from the middle and upper classes. Because the racial quotas require racial identification on the part of potential beneficiaries, they make not only Blackness more discernible and demarcated, but as a result, its historical other, whiteness, has become more visible and marked out too. And here are some reactions of this injured whiteness reacting against racial quotas in higher education. Quer uma vaga na universidade, passa no vestibular, ou por menos cotas e mais educação. So we see really a conflation between the idea of Black people entering university and the lowering of the quality of education, or the constant references to meritocracy as we see in the image on the left. As longtime Black activist and scholar Sueli Carneiro argued, this law, quote, forced whites to manifest as white in defense of their interests. They promoted white activism like never before, end quote. The vociferous response of Brazil's traditional middle class to the social ascension of the poor produced what many analysts have defined in Brazil as a class resentment. GSC Souza's work is one of the most referenced in that sense. I propose that, yes, this is a class resentment, but the backlash cannot be understood exclusively on the basis of class. Racism and attachment to the long-established valued position of whiteness played a significant role in informing the rise of the reactionary wave. This resentment, therefore, should also be characterized as the response of what I'm referring to here as an injured whiteness. So now I'm going to move on to the third and last part of the presentation and explain the concept of injured whiteness and how it might be useful to understand why the Casa Grande Surta expression has become so prevalent and even necessary as a strategy of anti-racist resistance in the context of Brazil's reactionary wave. But before I get into what injured whiteness means, let me just briefly explain what whiteness means in Brazil. And I was really pleased to see Laura's presentation earlier today. The pioneers, we can say, of whiteness studies in Brazil, estudos de branquitude, such as Maria Aparecida Bento and Edith Pisa, have referred to whiteness, branquitude, as a social identity of whites, as an identity that is dominant, normative, invisible, preferential. More recent work on whiteness shows that because we're looking at whiteness in a country where ideologies of mestiçagem continue to, they of course have been significantly challenged, but they are still quite dominant. It's therefore important to look at how whiteness operates through other registers that are not always explicitly racial, such as morality, respectability, discipline, worthiness, intimacy. I agree. There's one more that I want to mention, which is really important. Thinking about whiteness and how it operates through embodied practices and linguistic discipline. And this ties also to the previous panel in which the epistemology of the body was referred to. So I definitely think that all of these definitions of whiteness are all useful, relevant, important, and very complementary. I don't really rank them at all. I think they're equally significant and important. The work of Liv Savick is also very important here, especially the point she makes about you cannot understand whiteness without its extreme opposite, blackness, and how one operates always in tandem with the other. I am also particularly inspired by the work of Richard Miskolci, who proposes that we understand whiteness as an ideal, to which I add an ideal that is promoted discursively as a major social value to be preserved by those who already possess it and to be acquired by those who do not. And we really see that taking place in the rise of the reactionary wave, how whiteness alongside homophobia, racism, class resentment, sexism, misogyny. All of these different elements have played a really important role as propellers of the reactionary wave, but whiteness, especially understood as this ideal, is also an important element that needs to be examined. In the specific context of Brazil, we cannot understand whiteness and of course Blackness without thinking about the long-standing history of slavery, the legacy of slavery. It's really important to understand that slavery in Brazil was widely disseminated across social strata, and one needed not be wealthy to be a slave owner. Priests were slave owners, small merchants were slave owners, and even many former slaves. The legacy of slavery continues to inform a far-reaching racial hierarchy that encompasses the belief in white superiority and Black inferiority, the association between Blackness and manual labor, the notion that Black and poor people should know their place, both physically and symbolically, the authoritarianism of everyday life, and an overall fear of Blackness and desire for whiteness that have crucial effects over identities, discourses, and representations. If identity is produced in and through discourse, greater attention must be placed on the representations that these discourses entails and the fears and desires that they incite. Focusing on whiteness as the discursive configuration and effective cultural politics does not take attention away from whiteness as embodied and lived experience. Rather, it helps us understand the intricate ways in which whiteness functions simultaneously as an expression and a mechanism of reproduction of racism and other forms of social discrimination. So, injured whiteness, therefore, results from a crisis of a dominant model due to the change in the status quo and a real or perceived loss of power and privilege of the dominant group, which is what happened during these 13 years in which the Workers' Party was in power. Because it felt threatened, whiteness became more defensive and as a consequence, more visible during the PT era. More than ever before in the history of Brazil, whiteness was interpolated in the sense that it was increasingly, as Stuart Hall would say, called into place, when historically, as the dominant and default identity, it had more commonly been in the position of interpolating others. Injured whiteness, therefore, results from the effort to prevent the undoing of the suture that had for so long seamlessly stitched the white subject to its dominant position. As the traditional middle class reacted stridently against the changes to the status quo, and whiteness became increasingly vocal and visible, there was a widening of what was considered acceptable political speech, normalizing arguments grounded on authoritarianism and explicitly opposed to social solidarity, as Luiz Felipe Miguel and Esther Solano demonstrate, for example. But this newfound ease of middle-class Brazilians to make openly reactionary and racist remarks has, of course, been deeply critiqued by leftist and anti-racist scholars and activists. And I would say that among the expressions to emerge in response to the boisterous injured whiteness, none is more unsettling and powerful than A Casa Grande Surta, Quando a Senzala Aprende a Ler, or Vira Médica. So before concluding my presentation, I would like to spend some time reflecting upon the origins and different meanings of this expression, analyzing specifically what it intended to represent in Gilberto Freire's original use versus what it has come to represent today, as it is voiced by anti-racist activists and intellectuals. The Casa Grande Senzala dyad was made famous in the 1930s when Gilberto Freire published his most renowned book under that same title. For those unfamiliar with Freire's work, which of course is not the case here, right? Everybody here is familiar with his work in one way or another. But still, I'm just going to mention that this classic book is considered the basis for Brazil's vision of itself as a racial democracy. Even though Freire did not coin the term or even use it in the book, he laid the foundation for what became, until very recently, Brazil's dominant national narrative. In a text published in 1968, como e por que escrevi Casa Grande Senzala, Freire explained why he adopted the dyad Casa Grande Senzala, not only to name his book, but to account for what he viewed as the uniqueness of Brazilian society, which he conceived of as the result of the interpenetration between the culture of the masters and the culture of the slaves, and where, despite having been socially dominated, Africans and their descendants had been, culturally speaking, the colonizers of Brazil. Freire explains that within colonial Brazil's social and physical ecology, the Casa Grande was more than just the physical building that housed the slave master and his family. It was the symbol of the status of domination, whilst the senzala was more than just the physical structure of the slave quarters. It was the symbol of the status of subordination. The ampersand symbol uniting the Casa Grande and the senzala represents the intense interpenetration that occurred between these two realities, characterizing what Brazil ultimately became as a society. The ampersand symbol the ampersand is therefore the symbol of the democratizing dynamic that eventually replaced the master-slave asymmetry for Freire. The Casa Grande Senzala dyad thus represents what Freire referred to as the equilibrium of the antagonisms, where intimacy overcame hierarchy and where Brazilianness dissolved racial boundaries. This meaning is, of course, in stark contrast to how the dyad Casa Grande Senzala is being mobilized today. Although holding on to the Casa Grande as a symbol of domination and the senzala as a symbol of subordination, the dyad no longer conveys the alleged Brazilian capacity to overcome racial conflict. It now underscores the exact opposite, the antagonism between blacks and whites, and how the legacy of slavery has continuously benefited the latter materially and symbolically. A very important aspect of Casa Grande Senzala, the book and the national narrative, is that despite written by an upper-class white man and descendant of slave owners, it is meant to represent, according to Freire, Brazil's multiple and opposing perspectives. In order to write Casa Grande Senzala, Freire sought to position himself not only as a white man, but also não só senhorio como servil, não só europeu como não europeu, ou especificamente indígena, mouro, judeu, negro, africano, e mais do que isso, mulher, menino, escravo, oprimido, explorado, abusado, no seu ethos e no seu status por patriarcas e senhores. This privilege to be able to speak from all perspectives is shattered in the contemporary use of the Casa Grande Senzala dyad, which significantly challenges white neutrality and deeply decenters whiteness. Not only it is no longer possible for a scholar to intend to speak on behalf of a whole society, neither is it possible to ignore that one's social, racial, sexual, and gendered positionalities significantly informs one's standpoint and interpretation. And while different standpoints should not be understood as static or essentialized, neither should they be simply dismissed as identitarismo, the negative term for identity politics that has also become a buzzword in Brazil lately. With the entrance of a record number of Black students in Brazil's universities, coupled with the communication opportunities created by the rise of social media, the senzala has been able to increasingly speak for itself, challenging the long-held white hegemony over the position of enunciation. And Black women are the major protagonists of this shift, following in the footsteps of predecessors like Lélia Gonzalez and Beatriz Nascimento. Afro-Brazilian women have been important enunciators of anti-racist resistance, thus contributing to challenge the hegemony of whiteness. Not coincidentally, the three examples mentioned at the beginning of my talk, Suzane da Silva, Bruna Senna, and Preta Hara, have been the most impactful in the use of the Casa Grande Senzala dyad. Remember when I told you in the beginning that Preta Hara uses the term senzala and escravidão to deliberately generate discomfort and challenge the employer's habit of saying that the domestic workers are como se fosse da família? Well, revealingly, while writing Casa Grande Senzala, Freire retreated to a secluded house in the rural zone of Pernambuco, Appointed to serve him was a Black man, a former slave named Manuel Santana, whom Freire described as preto nascido ainda no tempo da escravidão e durante longo tempo membro, por assim dizer, da nossa família. As Preta Rara says, o Brasil vive uma abolição não conclusa, a yet to be completed process of abolishing slavery. By inverting the original meaning of the dyad from harmonizing difference to emphasizing antagonism, the Casagrande Surta expression offers a profound critique to Brazil's injured whiteness, pushing it further out of the closet. In fact, whiteness has come out of the closet in two main ways: by outing itself, as we saw in these examples that I mentioned here, by becoming increasingly injured and strident, and by being outed, as the Casagrande Senzala dyad and the Casagrande Surta expression contributes to. Central to both of these processes is that it is no longer possible to remain ignorant of the reality and effects of racism in Brazil. As Eve Sedgwick argues in Epistemology of the Closet, ignorance and silence are essential components of discourses. Instead of a generic lack of knowledge, ignorance is always intrinsic to a particular type of knowledge. Ignorance is thus an epistemological privilege, as it allows the interlocutor who has or pretends to have the less knowledge of a specific issue to define the terms of exchange. The reactionary wave unleashed during the PT era rendered untenable the long-established silence around the country's long history of racism. Where am I? While it chose to ignore the effects of racism, whiteness had defined the parameters of the conversation around it. Now that the silence, obliviousness, denial, and evasion regarding one's own position of power are no longer possible in Brazil, whiteness can no longer function as an unmarked marker. And just really to conclude, I wanted to just explain the difference between coming out as white and coming out as an oppressed identity. If coming out refers to something that is hidden, this expression can only be applied to an identity that is already visible and embodied, when coming out is not about revealing, but about affirming, and in the case analyzed here, confirming one's position of power. The metaphor of the closet has a very different meaning in reference to whiteness than when applied to an oppressed identity. Coming out as LGBTQ means overcoming shame and liberating from an oppressive heteronormative system, and it is therefore a step toward an inclusive society. Whiteness coming out of the closet, on the other hand, is the performative act of reclaiming privilege for those who fear they have lost it, or attempting to partake in it for those who have never had it in the first place. So I'm gonna end here so that we have some time to discuss.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pino. That was a wonderful presentation. I have so many notes for my own research and some questions for you. Just want to remind everyone, please feel free to post your questions in the question answer, or if you'd like to ask them out loud, you can press the raise hand button and I can facilitate that. I'll start off with one of my questions, which has to do with the role of social media. And I think you talked about this sort of history of white reaction in Brazil, and how after the quotas, affirmative action, there was a big reaction from white people against it, and them finally having to sort of deal with their own whiteness and white privilege. How do you see, and this was a few years ago, 10, 15 years ago, that the quotas has come in, but there has been a big change in terms of access to social media and how it's been used as a tool. How do you think that's changed in terms of resistance and in terms of sort of giving a platform for more of this hatred and racist speech to come up?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's such an important question. I am not really a student of social media as such, but I think it deserves to be really taken seriously. And of course, many researchers are doing just that, right? Delving into social media. I mean, the internet broadly, but social media specifically. And it's interesting to see the different even methods to do this kind of research, right? Which I think points to, like the hashtag ethnography kind of thing, which points to the relevance, really, the urgency even of studying social media. So even though I'm not a researcher of social media, of course, I'm very attentive to the discourses that are either reproduced or challenged through social media. And what I think is important to pay attention when we look at Brazil specifically is really this combination of, on one hand, a significant number of Black students entering the university through racial quotas mostly, even though not exclusively, but significantly, and then social media becoming a major means of communication, right? And I would actually, even though I didn't mention YouTube at all, YouTube is crucial, right, in Brazil, and Black activists, especially Black youth, have used YouTube in really creative, strategic ways to fight racism. So I think that this combination of the entrance in university and then the internet broadly, but social media specifically, has been very, very productive. And in part has really been a platform for anti-racism to happen. On the other hand, it's a platform for racism also, right, to be reproduced. And we know that the internet and social media, and in the case of Brazil, WhatsApp is also very important, also played a significant role in the rise of the far right and the reactionary wave in the ultimate election of Jair Bolsonaro. So, of course, in themselves, they don't have, as we know, inner qualities of being positive or negative. They are instruments that are going to be used, for the left, or from or by or for the left, the right, racist, anti-racist. But I think that looking at the combination is really very important. Yeah.
Thank you. Another thing that struck me by your presentation, a bit you said of how the middle class is able to identifies more or aspires more to the upper class than in sort of being in solidarity with lower classes. And I think it would be interesting to hear you talk about that in terms of sort of whiteness as this aspiration that sort of connects them, this middle class and upper class, and how you see how you see that plays out, and how you see potentially ruptures for that in there.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, because that's really making me think about something that's going to be very helpful in my own research, and I'll try to explain. In this chapter that's coming out in the Precarious Democracy book, I developed these two concepts of injured whiteness to refer to this traditional middle class, etc., and then the concept of aspirational whiteness to refer mostly to the lower classes. And a point I make is that originally I thought, oh, this is an opportunity to study up, right? The rise of the right is about studying up. But as we know, 45% of Black Brazilians and 64% of Brazilians that receive between 2 and 5 minimum wages voted for Bolsonaro. Right? So it's not in that case, we also have to understand the power of whiteness among the lower classes, right? Which is why I created this idea of aspirational whiteness. And then it's also very much about identification with those above and disidentification from those who, even if they are not below, they are kind of pushed below, right? So the beneficiaries of Bolsa Familia, the beneficiaries of racial quotas, social movements like MST, MTST, and this idea of being a cidadão de bem, right? So this identification with the cidadão de bem. And then, of course, religious fundamentalism also plays an important role in that. But so I try to create this distinction between injured whiteness as applying more to the traditional middle class and then aspirational whiteness as applying more to the lower classes. But hearing your question now, it's actually clicking here. You're giving me a really interesting idea that actually aspirational whiteness also applies to the traditional middle class, because if it is about disidentification with those below and identification with those above, then they're constantly aspiring to be, the people who are traveling to Miami to spend the holidays, right? Yeah, so thanks for that question, because it's very helpful for my own framework.
Sure, of course. That's something I've been thinking a lot too, about just whiteness as aspiration and what that looks like. So I want to apologize, Professor Roncador. Professor Sonia has her hand up. Let's see, to ask a question. I'm not sure how I can make her.
I can do it, Laura Rose.
Oh, great. Thanks, Luke. Professor Sonia.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I can see my name on the screen. Okay. Well, first of all, thanks to the whole committee of students for organizing such a great and successful colloquium, and thanks to Patricia for presenting such a great and really inspirational talk. My question, Patricia, is, of course, that when you talk about injured whiteness, the other expression that comes to our minds is white fragility, right? Mm-hmm. And all the impact here, right, in the United States, right, by robbing D'Angelo. And so I was wondering, what do you see as somehow specific to the Brazilian reality? Since, we can see some similarities, and some also coming out, movements or being marking places of whiteness in other places, in other, let's say, contexts, when certain groups of privilege are feeling this maybe the threat of losing privileges, etc. So I was wondering what would be specific to the Brazilian reality and also to contemporary times. I can see and think of other moments in Brazil when we could also talk about injured whiteness. So what do you see as particularly contemporary and particularly Brazilian? Let's put it this way. Thank you.
Thank you. That is such a great question. Also, helping me think and develop. As I mentioned before, this is a work in progress, so this feedback is really appreciated. Well, frankly, I'm not really operating with the white fragility framework. I think it has its contributions and its limitations. But if I were to draw a distinction, I would say a major issue that is missing in the Brazilian context is guilt. People have proudly spoken about themselves as coming out of the closet. And is it okay if I share my screen again? I can actually, I'm going to look for something real quick to share with you. Just give me 1 second. But in the meantime, I wanted to just mention so a major issue that is missing in the Brazilian context is guilt. And I think white fragility is very much about guilt in the context of the United States, right? It's about white people realizing that they are complicit in racism, or as Sueli Carneiro says, Você não precisa ser um signatário da branquitude para se beneficiar da branquitude, né? Para se beneficiar de ser branco. And I think that's so important. And I think that realization is very much what connected to white fragility, right? So that's one issue that I think is lacking in the Brazilian context. And if I can find my the image I want to show you, I will show you. But there's one other aspect that I wanted to bring to the discussion, because what I wrote initially in this research was in English, right? So I thought of injured whiteness. And I've seen injured in connection to whiteness more as actual injury to the body, right? Which is not really what I'm talking about. It's more of a symbolic, I mean, it is still about embodiment, obviously, but it is more about injury. It's more about the symbolic occupation, right? Of Black bodies occupying spaces where they were not before, etc., and the reaction to that. But I am now actually writing in Portuguese about the Casa Grande Surta expression. And then I translated it to branquitude injuriada. And that has been so productive, right? To think about injúria or injuriado in Portuguese is very different from, I mean, it has similarities, right? It's still about people feeling wounded. But there's something about injúria when you say, fulano está injuriado, fulano está indignado, né? Which in English doesn't really, I don't think it has that connotation. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't really hear that ring in English. And in Portuguese, it has that ring of, it's not just about people feeling wounded, but feeling indignado. And therefore, they have the right to go to the streets and hold those posters, you know, go study for vestibular instead of wanting a governmental handout, such as quotas, right? So I think there's an element to the stridency that injured whiteness in Brazil has, which again, injuriado captures it so much better than the Portuguese, the English expression does. Oh, I found what I wanted to show. Let me see if I can just share screen here. Just give me 1 second, because I think this is really important to think about the idea of whiteness coming out of the closet. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, is it okay if I share screen for a second? This is actually from another presentation, but I think it is so interesting. And so tied to this, right? Which was famous artist Regina Duarte saying, I was in the closet and my youngest son started questioning me. Since I had always been a democratic, open and fair person, how could I simply accept the idea that Bolsonaro is brute, rough, violent, ignorant? When I met Bolsonaro in person, I encountered a sweet guy, a man from the 50s, like my dad, who makes homophobic jokes, but which is really just for show, é da boca para fora in Portuguese, and with a masculine way of being like that of Monteiro Lobato, who used to call Brazilians lazy and say that the place of Blacks is in the kitchen. So she uses the expression que ela saiu do armário para apoiar Bolsonaro, so she shouldn't be ashamed of supporting him. So those are some of the differences. I hope this at least answers some of what you're raising, Sonia. Thank you. It's a really great question.
Yeah, thank you.
It looks like we have another message in the chat from Professor Lorraine Liu. I can go ahead and read it. She says, thank you, Patricia. I agree that whiteness as performative acts of asserting privilege is a very productive notion. As you were speaking, I was thinking about the spectacle of Blackness in Brazil, the spectacle of the sexualized and tortured Black body. It is a spectacle that is not possible without whiteness, of course. I wondered if you could say something more about the dialectical nature of performing whiteness and the coming out of whiteness at this particular moment.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. What I would say is that perhaps even that word spectacle, which I actually haven't used, but which would be a productive word, I think, to think of injured whiteness and this whiteness that comes out of the closet, right? Because in Brazil, when we think of spectacles, when we think of the entertainment industry, the tourism industry, it's always about Black bodies on the stage, right? A mulata dançando samba, o capoeirista, and even Black groups asserting, their pride and elevating the self-esteem of Black children. It all revolves around the Black body. So the Black body is always on stage, is always the spectacle, whether it is for the purpose of exploiting the Black body or whether it is for the purpose of re-signifying it as positive and dignified. So I think that's, another element of what we can think of injured whiteness, and I hadn't really thought of that word spectacle, but I think it's a really productive, and it really applies because we can even think of, if we're going to work with idiomatic expressions, that whites are really making a spectacle of themselves, as we just saw in these images, right, of the posters and protesting against quotas.
Great, thank you so much. Are there other questions? Let me just double check, make sure no one else has their hand raised. We just have a couple of minutes left. I wanted to go back to Professor Roncador's provocation about white fragility. As you know, I sort of I think about like how white people who are, shall I say, in it, thinking about anti-racism and how guilt is such a big, let's say, obstacle for white people to sort of get past that. I wonder if this, I think you're talking about the lack of guilt in terms of like wanting actually to the white people to be in power. But do you think, is there any way that it is actually useful to look at this sort of lack of guilt as a way towards bringing more white people in Brazil into the discussion of anti-racism? I'm not sure if that question makes sense.
That's a great question too. Thank you for asking that question, because it also gives me the opportunity to explain that injured whiteness is not all that whiteness is, right? So whiteness has reacted to the ascension of Afro-Brazilians. And of course, I'm talking here about a period that unfortunately is just em retrocesso total, né? Desde do golpe de 2016. Então, assim, é um período que acabou, infelizmente, e we don't really know what the future holds right now. But I do want to say that the social ascension of Afro-Brazilians, the social ascension of the poor, generated many reactions among those who were neutral, invisible, the standard, etc. And not all of it was injured whiteness, right? So let me be clear on that, which I hope I have been. I was focusing on injured whiteness, but of course, we also see a really positive, I think, reaction by some of recognizing, yes, we definitely need to acknowledge how we have benefited from the history from slavery. And I think that we see that in some groups. One example that comes to mind right away is like Porta dos Fundos, right? Which always a very kind of progressive comic troupe, but always very, very white. And today we actually have a really good number of Black actors, Black comedians participating. And there's actually one great episode in which the white men start to speak on behalf of the Black women. And then the Black women actually literally kind of shut them up and say, no, you can't erase our voices, etc. If you look it up, you can find it. It's really interesting. So we do see some really positive reactions too. And even TV shows that the interviewers, if you think of Roda Viva, right, with all its problems, right? But the interviewers were always white people, and sometimes white women. They were always just white men for the most part, right? And now almost all of the shows of Roda Viva, you see that there is an attention in inviting not only people to be interviewed, but the interviewers themselves to be Black or also LGBT. So I think positive reactions have also occurred coming from white Brazilians too. And I really believe in just building these bridges, you know. Otherwise, what's the point of studying racism if it's all about, you know, feeling terrible about how things are, but not really trying to move forward, not really trying to build bridges and establish connections, right? I really believe that it can be overcome. I'm an idealist, utopian.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. I just wanted to, again, have a final thank you to you, Dr. Pinho, and thank you to everyone attending. I think we have some closing remarks from Luke about the end of the colloquium. So thank you again to everyone. Oh,
thank you. Thank you so
Hi.
much.
Thanks so much, Laura Rose, and thank you so much, Dr. Pinho. That was, for someone who knows nothing about the field, it was still very engaging and very accessible, so thank you. Thank you, gracias, obrigado. First of all, to all of our attendees who have come from all over the world, from Spain, from Germany, as we just saw below, Brazil, different parts of the US, some even without running water here in Texas, so thanks a lot. We've had some really excellent moderators throughout these past couple days who facilitated some really thoughtful discussion, so thanks to all of you. Again, a huge thanks to Dr. Pinho for a really excellent keynote. Thanks also to our other keynotes from the past few days, Dr. Emil Keme, who presented this morning, and yesterday evening with Dr. Damian Vergara-Wilson. Thanks additionally to all the professors and other grad students who have helped us coordinate this event, from designing a theme, a call for papers, reviewing abstracts, communication, etc. I think I speak for all of us in saying that it's been a really wonderful learning experience, both from a technical standpoint and organizational standpoint, as well as from an academic standpoint. So thank you a lot for being here, for allowing us to do this event. I'm really proud of what we've created, despite all obstacles, and I hope you all are too. So I hope you all will join us for a chat with Professor Pinho. Arispel linked below to that different Zoom room. That'll be a sort of traditional Zoom style, so we'll all be able to chat freely. You're welcome to go grab a drink. It's after 5 o'clock on a Friday, and hopefully we'll see you all there. Thanks, everyone.